the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt Street Podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show that you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture, and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I, of course, am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am here today, as always, with my lovely little co-host over here, Mr. You see how I gave you a compliment and demeaned you in the same sentence. You know him, you love him, the original Salt of the Streets, Donovan Phillips. How are you today, good sir?
I am excellent. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Fantastic. What are we going to be talking about today, good sir? What's the time, the date, the whole deal?
It is August 12th, 2023, episode 154 of Salt of the Streets, 12:06 p.m. We're right on fucking time. We're out here. We got lots of great topics today. We have some, of course, let me ask you this, always as we start the show.
Indeed.
I'm scooted back. I'm not as far into the table as I should be. I always do that. I just get comfortable and I fucking hang out. And then we have guns. Lots of gun talk in part 2. That's pretty much everything. We didn't talk about the exact structure of the show, but
Keeping it real loosey-goosey
We'll
today,
get
baby.
there. So we have lots of gun talks. Lots of gun talk. We're going to be talking about some updates on the unfinished or 80% lowercase, a proposed or no, it is a bill that's been proposed, 1,000% tax on AR-15s, and we'll get into those details. There has been some leaks that seem to indicate that the ATF is looking at placing another rule that will eliminate private sales of firearms in between individuals unless they have FFLs. And
Good luck with that in Texas, bitch.
yeah, and then I have something else too that I don't have at the top. We have a couple of questions, of course, for part 1 that just like some random Instagram stuff. It's gonna be great, and then we have some Ukraine talk a little bit.
There's some interesting stuff going on this time.
Because
it's not the usuals. This one was that corruption scandal. I got some stuff on that.
Yeah,
Super into that as we watch the president ask for another, $26 billion for it. So
yeah,
be real interesting.
Yeah, and then because we didn't hit really any topics last week with Brian, or last episode. It was great. Absolutely fantastic episode with Brian. Great
shout out Brian.
conversations. Yeah, it was a great guest. We have a couple other, the Amble men, that have already reached out and indicated they want to they have interest in appearing on the show.
Nice.
So we are, in fact, making more movements on the studio. I did have someone in to help me make some progress. I was hung up on some holes and some concrete that I needed to drill.
Them concrete holes are a bitch.
Yeah, the concrete's old, but we got it done. So I know we promised that we'll be going soon, but we're going. So yeah, it's gonna be banging. And then of course we have the grab bag part 4. It's gonna be fantastic.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I have some reels too. There's some things we're going.
I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it already,
You're an all-star now.
yeah, we're balling out here. It's great.
You're basically viral.
The video is doing excellent. Before we go any further, of course, this video, every other video, every clip, everything executively produced by Zeke. And I do want to remind you and advise you, advocate for you to evaluate your relationship with the CCP and adjust that as much as possible. Okay, so
That's a beautiful thing.
yes. On our youtube.com/saltedstreets. Of course, you can find it. It's at our saltedstreets.com, patreon.com/saltedstreets, and our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Okay, so the Breaking Points video. We talked about it the last time because we talked about, we had a question regarding Vivek's plan. So we kind of previewed this video a little bit, and then we put it out like a couple of days after that. So the video's been doing good.
Real good, buddy.
Yeah, so we have some comments on it. One person asked that I mentioned in this video, if you haven't seen it, go there and watch the video, of course. Like, share it with your friends, tell everyone about it, because we're trying to crush Breaking Points in the most official way possible, because those are the only critiques that anybody has is like, well, you guys are shit. Like, all right, well, watch this. So I've been really enjoying fucking with the Breaking Points fans, trolling these motherfuckers. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I didn't think I cared about this type of internet stuff.
We could start our own Garth Brooks action with the Breaking Points folks.
It's just been a ton of fun. So I mentioned in the video that Crystal Ball's husband, Kyle Kulinski, did a response to their video like I did, but his was entitled, Crystal Ball
destroys.
Destroys Vivek Ramaswamy in this interview. And
I remember all too well, because I might have said this last episode, but I want to continue to give you shit for it, because we were talking about it at work one day, and I was like, all right, I'll throw it in the queue, I'll watch that. It was like a 22-minute video or something like that, which were a little longer than his usual clips, even though he sped up all the commentary like they do.
I hate that.
And so I immediately jumped into it and suffered through a fucking Kyle Kulinski reviewing his own wife's video.
Yeah.
And then you never watched it.
No.
But now, it's officially been requested.
Yeah.
So you have to do it, and I'm fucking here for it. You have to suffer too.
Ramja G. Boodram 312 asked if I would break down the Kyle Kulinski take on the interview. So I will do that.
With no context too. It was just a straight up ask. It didn't imply anything negative or positive.
And I like it. So I'll do that. I said that I would. And then there's another guy that said Ace Criminal Defense, who said, if you do not care for or will not be involved in the 2024 election, then you should not be doing any election podcasts. So,
well, yeah. What do you think about that concept?
This is a very silly thing to say, right?
Yes.
And this is in reference to when I opened the video, I said something to the effect of like, I don't know who Vivek Ramaswamy is because I just don't care about 2024. And I didn't say that. I said I am thoroughly inactivated, and I even might have said that I don't care about 2024. I don't think that I said I won't take part in it. I couldn't tell you honestly whether or not I will at this point in time.
Which is a very understandable place to be at, by the way.
I'll have to answer that question when we get there. But I don't think that I said that in the video, but go there and watch it and find out.
That's right.
But,
Add to that view count, baby.
right. So
Like, subscribe, share.
let's talk about why I said this. Well, no, let me address your question first. That's dumb, right? That's a silly thing to be saying. First of all, it's my job. That's what this show is for us to discuss the current state of politics and how it's affecting your life and liberty.
Yes.
Whoever the leader of the nation is, supposedly, the person who hands the power down, the rulings, right? The edicts, and then people enforce them, right? The head of all these things who's like, I can't change anything, I don't know what to do. That person affects your life, whether you think so or not. And we've argued at different points in time how much those people are impacting your life. And depending on what the issue is, that really will affect how much they're impacting your life. But it's a very silly thing to say. It's part of the job.
Very much so.
This is what we do here, right? We talk about 2024.
Yeah, I mean,
we
whether
talk
or not
about politics, but
whether or not you're like a Politico insider or something like
Yeah.
that, like whatever is going to take place in the election will still affect you, even if you think the entire system is unreconcilable.
Yeah.
But you still have a duty to know what's going on, and when your friends or your community or people online talk about these things, or they share like a really twisted up no context clip or something like that,
Yes.
it's that's going to
Bilbo.
paint people's perspectives a little bit, and unless you have been somewhat paying attention to who these people are, even if you're not going to end up voting for the corrupt system, it still behooves you to understand what's going on and to pay fucking attention.
Right.
In some capacity.
And I think I might agree with him if I was uneducated on the issues and I was just kind of dipping my toes, like, maybe you shouldn't, maybe I would agree, or if we've been doing it this whole time and my best take is just like, you're dumb. Like, like I just said to him, but that's not a political take. That's a personal take on this guy's comment. That's different. Yes. So if I couldn't have put together a coherent argument about why someone's take is good or bad and how I feel about it, then I might.
Oh, motherfucker.
I
You're
might
right,
agree with
Brian.
him.
You're right, Brian. I wonder if I can change that. You keep
see.
talking.
Yeah. So I might agree with him, but because that's not the case, he couldn't be more wrong. The reason also that I said that about the way that I feel about 2024 in that election, to me, the question should be, why do you feel this way? I'm a 28-year-old. I'll be 29 when 2024 rolls around, when that election is kicking on. I'm right. That's the peak of when people should be activated in politics. Should the question then, this man is obviously older than me. He looks like an older man, like in his 50s probably.
He's a defense attorney.
Should your question not be, why are you not activated on 2024? Why do you not care about this? Right.
There we go.
Because my lack of interest is a direct reflection of many things, but one of which is the horrifically sad state of politics. That any of the people that are running for president right now are not going to do anything to fix they're not going to fix the country. There isn't a single person that's going to be on any of those stages that's going to make anything better. I don't agree, right?
Yep. Okay. That's fine. I like my Vivek, but
that's fine, right? Anybody who I think is likely to win in this corrupt system is not going to make an actual difference. That's
1,000%.
And that's because, as we've discussed many times before, this country is run by a uniparty, right? Anybody like this person who is really betting on donkey versus elephant and tricking themselves into thinking that that's going to be the difference is you're fooling yourself. You're lying to yourself, and that's fine if you don't want to recognize that. But that's
they're the
not,
anti-teams.
That's not what we do here. We're not. I'm not going to sit here and talk about how Joe Biden is going to bring it back if he can win, or maybe Kamala Harris if they're going to run her. Any of the other fucking people that are running against. They're not going to help you. They're not going to save you. They don't want to save you. They don't want to look out for you. So
not even a little bit.
You, sir, should not be commenting on 2024. So I don't care about 2024 because
also I don't think I want him as my defense attorney anymore, because if that's your level of argument, that doesn't really give me a little warm fuzzy inside if my life's on the fucking line here.
And I don't care about 2024 because this system in my opinion, is a bust. And if we don't take actions to save the founding principles of the country, not this system itself, but the founding principles, then we're out on it. And
We're out.
it's not going to do it. Jake Lyons has some good questions that he asked us that I will lead into that type of national preservation type of deal, that are pretty interesting. Jordan and I kind of talked about it last night. She went to some fucking, well, I shouldn't, let me be, because I'm not denigrating it. She went to
That's just the way you talk.
Yeah. Women, Wine, and Woo Woo, it's called, right? So it's a total stargazer deal.
I was going to say,
Crystal.
there's some
hosted.
crystals.
Yeah, Dr. Crystal.
Oh,
hosted,
for real?
Yeah. Yes. So it's done out of that clinic, and there's a bunch
I have a
of
new
different
crystal Bible now. It hangs out in the bathroom.
Okay.
For people's perusal,
There's
I don't know how it got there. It just showed up one day.
isn't that how it happens? There's a small shrine in my basement that it's to
Where did this come from?
her name is Hecate is the goddess of this. Yeah, it's there's a whole thing. So
Okay.
there's a bulb of garlic on there and a knife and moon water and some dirt from a crossroads, and there's a whole deal. Yeah, she's told me a lot about it, and I'm certain that
I mean, you're like one step removed from Santeria at that point.
dude,
we're getting real close.
We're balling out here. Well, and a while ago, I can't believe this. A while ago, I was watching a Russell Brand video, and he was talking. He answered a question. Someone asked him about one of the tattoos that he had, and one of the tattoos that he has is a Hindu goddess named Durga, and she fucking rides a tiger and does all this badass shit.
I've seen that before,
Her deal is justice and equality, equality on all levels, right? So she's taking lives on all levels and all kinds. Very, very cool, right?
I like it.
So I asked Jordan to find me some books about this lady, about Durga.
Ooh.
Trying to dip my toes in some Durga. So it's gonna be sick.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick. I don't remember why we started talking
Just the
about
name
this.
alone is so
the Women,
funny.
Wine, and Woo Woo Night.
Yeah, because you were talking. Oh, about Jake Lyons' question. You were talking to Jordan
Oh
before-
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So there's all these different spiritual, I think Jordan called them healers. All people that are doing different stuff, like a woman that did a crystal ball reading, and a woman that was a Reiki healer, and a woman,
wow.
and it's all ladies because
You're
the Women, Wine, and Woo Woo.
Yeah,
So
you're
it's
hitting all the
ladies.
stops on that one.
Yeah.
All you need is a medium at that point.
So Jordan came back and she was very activated and very pleased, and I don't remember how, but then we were just talking about spirituality in general, you know. And I was like, yeah, I think it's very important,
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's very, very important. So
I mean, think about the change in attitude and persona that she had before she went, and then when she got home.
yes.
It does something to people.
Yeah.
And it could be filled in lots of different ways. Sometimes it's the crystal stargazers, and sometimes it's, your more orthodox religions. We'll put it that way. But either way, I mean, that level of spirituality is important to the individuals and arguably society.
Yeah.
To a lot of ways.
So let's.
What's up, Joseph?
Well, let's answer Joseph's question, and then let's just talk about these Jake Lyons questions because we're already in this realm.
We're doing it.
And this is how we're doing it today. So, sup, guys? Do you think a Trump Ramaswamy ticket is possible?
Nah. Maybe. Because he's talked to that point a couple times.
Ramaswamy has or Trump has?
Ramaswamy.
Okay.
And Trump has essentially said the first debate that's going to be held, because he's already said he's not going to take part of it. He's going to be looking for his VP pick, essentially. He's like, everybody up on the
Right.
stage is
So you can't take Pence with him.
yeah, because no, that's not going to happen. But Ramaswamy has said that he's not in this thing to run for the number 2 spot. He doesn't think it would be good as a number 2 spot, and he also doesn't think that if
Because it's
he
a useless
wins,
position.
it is most often, yeah. But Trump likes Vivek for, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Shout out Joseph. You know what you're talking about, buddy. But he, everybody that's running for president though is gonna say that, because they're not gonna say, "Hey, I'm running for president, even though I'll be happy to be a VP." And
Right.
then all of a sudden you're undercutting y'all. Why is anybody going to send you money? Obviously,
Right.
you're not in it to win it. But at the end of the day, whenever the nominee is chosen by the fucking, the grand party during their conference, if you get that call and Trump asks you to be like, hey, be my VP,
You're gonna say no.
you're going to say no?
Right.
I doubt it. And, I mean, as far as, like, electability and shit, they're both, Trump is the founder of the MAGA movement, and Vivek wants to be the next torchbearer for the MAGA movement, right?
And that's
he
what
talks about a
was-
lot of the same things.
Yeah.
He defends Trump a lot whenever, throughout these. He's the only one talking shit on the justice system for this whole
He doesn't think
political
Trump
attack.
is the guy, but he also thinks that Trump is being fucked by the system.
Yes. And you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, his philosophy. That would be a strong fucking ticket. But, man, we got to get through primaries first, and we'll just see what the fuck happens.
Especially if he let Vivek be involved, If he didn't Mike Pence him, if he
Yeah.
didn't totally clip his balls and, had him do things with the president or let him
Yeah.
do some meaningful shit,
Yep.
then I would like that. The conservative youth would be really into that.
Super into that.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking polls are the polls are the polls, right? We love talking about how terrible the polls are.
Right.
But in aggregate, whatever number they so choose to show, his popularity number has continued to just shoot through the fucking roof. I've got a couple lovely clips
Donald
to
Trump?
visit. Vivek.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting, I mean, to the point where I think he outpaced DeSantis relatively recently. If not, he's matching up with him now, which is like, you've been the governor of Florida for all this fucking time, and you were like propped up as, I don't know how I'd want to frame it, like the dude as far as like anti-COVID type mandates and all that stuff, which not real good candidate for in my eyes in reality, but with that continued popularity he had, he's done nothing but fucking tank his own campaign at this point. I mean, he's never really gained in popularity since then. He's just slowly trickled off, whereas Vivek is shooting up through the fucking roof with popularity.
Yeah.
But yeah, grab bag. I have some more Vivek Gold that recently came out
God.
from the Iowa State Fair, where all the major candidates are going to the Trumps there right now, I think.
Right.
But yeah, it'll be a 2.0
time
of
of
a
year,
video
huh?
we watched last episode, and because the brother has embraced it and is just having a good fucking time.
I bet.
So
I bet he is.
I think that would be an epic ticket if the GOP can pull it off, but I don't think they can. We'll see about that.
So Jake Lyons, previous guest on the show, Jake Lyons.
Yeah, you're right, Joseph. Vivek is doing it smart because he's doing the young person thing. He's going on every
Yeah.
podcast out there, every kind of interview he can grab, and he's staying away from like the 30-second, 2-minute hits on the major networks and focusing on long-form hour-plus type of content, or even the 15 to 20-minute grill session from places like Breaking Points.
Yeah.
The video, that's still, Trump's not going to go on fucking Breaking Points.
No.
And you're going to
He
get
wants
access
to be on Joe
to
Rogan
it.
really
Totally.
bad, I guess.
Apparently.
Still.
Yeah. You watched that PBD episode where Patrick
I didn't watch that. I
Bet-Davis.
didn't watch the PBD one.
Oh, it was real good.
Okay.
It was real good. Because PBD just geeks out on the whole concept of Trump getting on Joe's podcast.
Did he ask Joe why he didn't have Trump on there?
Kind of, but didn't really push it because Joe doesn't want to really talk about it that much.
Yeah.
Because he said at one point he doesn't want to help him, but that's kind of changed now. And I think it's mostly along the lines of I don't think you can have a normal conversation with DJ Trump. I don't think he knows how to communicate that well. He did the Nelk Boyish podcast that one time.
And I never watched that. That's not even
I just
on
saw
YouTube
the
anymore,
clips.
right? They
No,
took
I
it
don't-
down.
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And
Yeah.
I do I think if there, it sounds so stupid, just considering the history of everything. At current time, I think if there's one person who could try, who has a good chance of getting honest, takes from him, it's
getting
Joe
him to be a
Rogan.
real
Yeah,
dude.
Because Joe isn't gonna let him in with a bunch of qualifications and stuff to
Yeah.
the interview. You know, like you're going to come in and we're going to talk
We're gonna
about
talk.
whatever we talk about. You know, and if you whatever you're personally uncomfortable with something, then that's
Yeah.
fine. I don't want to.
You
make
can have
upset,
a hard
but-
time cut, but we're just here to talk, man.
Right.
He did say that he wants to ask, like he could ask him, like, what's it like when you first sit down in the Oval Office and they come in with the folders, whatever, you're the fucking president for the first time now, and like the intelligence community comes in and starts dropping off briefings and giving you like the talk. Like, what are they actually telling you about? What are you getting filled in on? Because a lot of people, including myself, think you get elected president, congratulations. Now you're not actually really in charge, but we are.
Yeah.
This is how you're going to play ball. This is our plans. Let's work together, or not. And I think that's probably he's really interested in that kind of questioning, not so much his standardized talking points.
Right.
He doesn't play that game.
Doesn't
Joe
wanna
don't fuck
hear
around
that,
that. No,
no.
he just wants to talk. But
Because
yeah,
he didn't do that with any of the other presidential candidates that he's had on
No.
there, Bernie and all that type of stuff.
yeah, he had RFK on. I don't think Vivek's been on there, but that would be fucking sweet.
That would be good.
That would be a great episode. Almost as good as that Tim Dillon show that came on the other day. You
Tim
catch that
Dillon
one?
was great. I did watch that
I'm
one.
not all the way through. It's fucking great though.
I always watch. the Tim
I have a
Dillon
clip
ones.
from that show because it's so funny.
I love that.
In the grab bag today.
Dana White might be able to talk Joe into having Trump on.
Yeah, he might.
Maybe.
They're pretty tight homies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, Jake Lyons.
Yeah. So Jake Lyons asked last episode.
Shout out Jake Lyons.
He has 2 questions, and then he had like some stuff and that he wants us to listen to and watch, and you know,
Oh, yeah.
we'll see what's up. But his
I
question
do
was-
appreciate that though. When people like ask you to look into something, they do provide what they want you to check out.
Yes.
I do appreciate it a lot.
So his first question was: is the God of the Bible necessary to establish a truly free society? And then his second question was: how do Americans topple the inflated and aggressive administrative state, deep state / swamp? This image we will have a lot. Oh, this I imagine we'll have a lot of comment on. So the first question was: is the God of the Bible necessary to establish a truly free society?
That's a tough one for me.
Do you want me to answer that first?
Yes.
Okay, because this is what Jordan and I were talking about last night. So
Perfect.
I have a little bit of an answer, and it's something I've been thinking about before he asked it. So I thought it was very interesting. Let me start here. I think that some form of spirituality embraced on a large scale is necessary for a free society, and to answer your second question a little bit, for America to survive in any form of what the founders imagined that it would be, that is also necessary. I don't know for certain that it needs to be Christianity or Catholicism or one of the largely established religions, but I believe that spirituality of some form that instills a sense of legitimate faith that allows people to think and conceptualize of something larger than themselves is necessary for those people to conceptualize something like freedom or liberty, because that is so much bigger than an individual person. So and there are very few things in a human's life outside of faith in some form of higher power that can expand your mind to that level. You know, there's not many concepts that expand over to every human being, every living thing like that. But when you believe in some form of higher power that has created these people, or, you know, looks over them, whatever that thing is, that's just one step away from, well, because of that, all these people also deserve freedom. They all also deserve liberty. They were all created by the same thing, by this same presence, equally, all expected the same thing, all with the same ideals in mind. So they all have the same freedoms and protections laid out from them by that same creator. You know?
You have the right to life at that point because you were indeed created. You therefore have the right to life.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to totally agree with you on that. And I'm going to take a play from Joseph here, because he also had a comment, said, you know, maybe not free, but best shot at a moral society. And I think that's really a moral society
Yeah.
would have their values based in freedom and liberty.
Yeah.
That would be the moral thing to do, because it would be immoral to do anything other than that, because then you're subjugating or oppressing at that point. And so, yeah, I think it's right along there. And you can get to that road, I would argue, in multiple ways. It doesn't necessarily need to be as he would put it, the God of the Bible.
Right.
I don't even think I could tell you the God of the Bible because I'm not like a theologian. I don't listen. I'm not deep into that world. But from the basic tenets of the Judeo-Christian religions, that seems to help build morality within an individual, within groups of people, and then
Right.
and then through societies. And history kind of helps prove that over time. So it's hard to argue that like the impact of creating that moral society through those Judeo-Christian values, it kind of works.
Yeah.
Kind of works for a while. I mean, there's a really easy way to fuck it all up. Like we've cocked it all up here real bad over the, preceding centuries, but that's the only way to start, I think. You got to have some kind of moral foundation.
And I think those sets are the easiest to to fall back on because that's like the newest version of those ideals, But there are people like my wife who embrace an older spirituality, an older theocracy, if you will,
Yeah.
that she believes that they believe these other ones are based off of, right? And there's a strong argument for that. Obviously, some of these,
Oh, yeah.
the wilderness-based religions and whatnot, the Wicca and whatnot, that these things were taken and turned into what these other religions are now.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
so-
the original, the OG god, Marduk. I mean, JBP talks a lot about that kind of stuff. It all stems from that same
Yeah.
point in time and then spreads and evolves throughout time.
And so the core beliefs, the basis of those religions, those theocracies are the same. They have grown over time from Wicca or whatever you want to call it at that point to modern Christianity. They've grown over time, so they've changed, but the core of those things is still the same. They're still
yeah.
based in the equality and creation of people, that you shouldn't be harming other people or infringing on other people's liberties. Like the core of that is still the same,
Yep. I mean, you can go back to like Zeus or Thor and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You can find threads throughout that can all be tied into a very similar moral compass.
And I think it would be a super interesting discussion. I would have to think way more about it, and maybe, Jake, you want to have this discussion with us at another time. Think it would be a really interesting discussion to talk about which side of those theocracies might fit modern times better, right? Because the more modern Judeo-Christian values are obviously already more adapted to modern times because they were
Yes.
developed more recently, but the basis of them can still be found in those older religions.
Yep.
So that would be really interesting to discuss which one would be not more valuable, but
Yeah, I was gonna say relevant. I was like, that's not the right.
yeah,
it
but,
might be
but you know what?
loosely,
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That's the air of Oregon. The alpha brain's still kicking in, so give us some time. But I think you guys understand what I'm getting at. So that would be a really interesting conversation.
Coffee's not
So,
done yet.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with the sentiment of your question. I don't know if it's necessarily that God, but I do 100% believe that some form of spirituality, and that's
Yeah, I think so.
that's part of why I've written off religion for a very long time. It's just not something that I cared about. I didn't care about it. I just didn't look into it. It wasn't something that I considered.
That's interesting because I came at it from a
And-
different perspective to land exactly where you're at. I don't have any attachment to it, but I did a ton of research in my early adult life. Read the books, all the books,
Yeah.
like the Quran and everything. I still got all that, the Torah, trying to find books on various religions like that. And ultimately I landed the same place
Yeah.
because I pursued that and then was, if not more confused, still confused.
Yeah.
So and ultimately I couldn't get there.
And I think that as I've had more conversations like the one with Jake Lyons when he was on here, you start to talk about freedom, liberty, those base values, you get down to... You guys were killed on Tim Pool. Thank you, dog. I really appreciate
Shout out
that.
Gem Rider.
Yeah, keep telling them. Everyone keep telling them to have Salt of the Streets on.
There you go.
Well, I would sell many items to fly to West Virginia to be on Tim Pool.
Oh yeah,
I
that'd be
would-
fucking.
I would personally finance a trip to West Virginia
Yeah.
to be on Tim Pool.
If I can kick it for an afternoon with Ian Cross on, I'd be super jazzed about
I
life.
would be thrilled. So
If you consider abortions freedom, then you might not feel free in a truly Christian conservative society. It's all dependent on what you consider moral.
So that's
Indeed.
exactly what made me think about that
Joseph's
discussion.
fucking fire today in the
I
chat.
love Joseph, and that's precisely what made me think about that discussion that I was proposing.
Mm-hmm.
Is because with those more modern interpretations of those values comes things like that, like
Yes.
abortion, that this is interpreted this way, this is,
Yeah.
and when we've had that discussion on here, it's very, I don't think we've ever found a solid answer when we're talking about abortion other than like,
you have to defer to
it's-
freedom and liberty,
it's
man.
super tough. It's very difficult. And
I think so.
yeah. So
Morally, there's a right or wrong answer, I believe.
yeah.
But at the end of the day, I don't feel like I could tell somebody what they can or can't do like that in that situation.
It's one of my favorite conversations to have
yeah,
because
there's no
because I
end.
don't have an answer to it.
Exactly.
So many other things people ask me, and I'm like, give me 10 minutes
Yes.
and I'll get you to where I'm at and then we can move on. But that's something where I'm like, well, what do you think? Like, tell me what you think, because I don't know. I'm consistently asking people questions when they ask me about abortion because I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I feel about it.
Yeah.
So I like that a lot, Joseph. That's really good.
I like it a lot.
And the second question that he asked us was,
Oh, yeah, the
how do
rolling back the deep
Americans
state.
topple the inflated and aggressive administrative state? That's a fantastic question. And we could probably...
All you got to do is elect Vivek Ramaswamy. He'll do it.
There's a ton of different ways to approach that, a
Yeah.
lot of different ideals, and I think it will take a combination of many of them to actually accomplish that goal.
I've talked about it multiple times
Yep.
on the show, but I think the biggest hurdle is the fact that the body of the administrative state has its own defense system. And so they're going to fight back if they feel like their careers, or quote unquote, their lives are threatened. They're going to push back as hard as they possibly can, and they have an infinitely deep well to draw from for resources to fight against it.
Well, and we've seen that. We'll go into in part two, just even some of the gun regulations that
Yeah.
I'll make a really grand point a few times in a multi-tiered, what does this have to do with freedom and liberty?
This is my favorite.
That just the core of all of these things is control, right? The only consistent line that you can draw through all of them is that it is all an attempt to curtail other people's abilities to defend themselves. It's all a way to gain more power and more control by lessening the power and control that somebody else has over their own life. So
That's what pissed you off so much about that Charles Murray book.
yes,
When he did not make that particular point.
However, he made a fantastic point that I believe partially answers your question when he was talking about the defense funds. I think that that's a fucking great idea. I think it's a really, really good idea. And I think that if you haven't seen it, go and watch the review preview that we did on, what was it called? By the People, right?
Yep.
By Charles Murray. So go and watch that. It was fantastic. I went over that book, the good points that he made, and then also my response to the issues that you just talked about. So go and watch that
Yeah.
video. The defense funds, right? The personal defense funds. So the idea that he laid out was mass amounts of civil disobedience, specifically laws that don't actually hurt people when you don't follow them.
Yeah.
And with that would have to come, or should come, these personal defense funds that are privately funded, in which they are teams of lawyers that will defend people who are being sued and gone after by the administrative states for these various laws that they have broken.
Yep.
So they're going to defend them and take the court case all the way there, and then even if they lose in the end, they're going to pay the fine. So it's just a big middle finger to the state. So
Yep.
even if you do get us, this guy isn't going to be lost or any money. He's going to keep doing his fucking business.
Yeah, it's a big middle finger to the administrative state, and you've essentially saved a citizen's. You successfully protected a citizen's rights.
Yes,
From not being
and their
infringed on.
livelihood.
Yes,
because when you get into court cases like that with the federal government,
They'll just ruin you.
Then that's their goal, is to
Yeah.
drain you. There's been many, and again, Charles Murray made an excellent case of this. There's no shortage of people who used to work for the federal government and have come out and said that's precisely what the goal is. Our goal is not to actually put you in jail.
No, we'll just
It's
tap you out.
We're going to bleed you dry. We're going to
Yep.
take everything that you have, and then if you don't go to jail,
Submit.
you just have nothing. Yeah,
Yep.
it's a show of force. That's
Yeah.
all that it is, and that's why they pick people who've broken very, very minimal laws, and they rack up huge amounts of
Legal fees
legal
and-
fees to accessory charges and stuff like that. That they found
yeah.
were like, oh, we've went back in your taxes 30 years and found that you left out $10,000 here and $50 here and this
And
and
now
this.
with fees,
Yep,
it's
precisely.
going to equal this. Ooh, shout out Ma in the chat. And Joseph, in the current system that we do live in, you are 100% correct that voting is one of the best ways, but particularly like to your point, as you say, not just federally, vote in every election you're able to, local, state, and federal, particularly the local, because that's where all this stuff, you know, it's a lot of grassroots type stuff. That's a lot of where these major ideas can work their way up to the top. Now it's a tough game, but in that system, that's the way you have to do it, right?
Yeah. Shows like this, baby.
That's right. And the point I was going to make. Oh, I believe it's like the USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association.
Yep.
This is an example of one of these defense funds in practice.
Yeah.
You join up with them, you get a membership, and then they have lots of advice and they have different groups and things like that, but they will ultimately help you. Say, I think one of their selling points to join in is if you ever, God forbid, have to use your weapon in self-defense, you're going to be going through the legal system, even if you're totally in the right. We will help you through that process.
Yeah, and they'll also, there's a ton of different podcasts that used to have ad reads for them, and they'll also, I think, like pay for missed time work. You know, if you are away, if you have to go to jail or some shit like that, then they'll pay you X amount. You know, so you're not totally out. Is it possible to suspend elections if World War III kicks off? We might be fucked. Jim Ray. Oh, Jesus, I fucking love the chat. Bilbo Swaggins. Most people can't even name their local politicians. That's completely true.
Oh.
Jim Rader, do you think Vivek has passed DeSantis as far as momentum? I'm in Florida and love DeSantis, but he surrounded himself with horrible people to run his campaign. That's completely
You're fucking
true.
right. 100% right.
Colin's in a better position to answer the stuff about where the candidates are in 2024. That's what I was talking about. Breaking points. That
I think 100% he is. He, as far as momentum is concerned, Vivek's killing it right now. DeSantis has fallen off. He's trying to like rehab his campaign. I think he just fired his campaign manager.
DeSantis fired a bunch of people.
Yeah, because it's been a total shit show over there. But there is this new thing coming up, which we might talk about later. This is the fucking question I was going to say if it comes up. There's going to...
Dude, part one is sick.
Yes, it is. I haven't even talked about football game yet.
No.
There's going to be a fucking debate coming up between the two warring governors, DeSantis and Newsom. No final date yet. They're still doing shit.
Between DeSantis and Newsom?
Yes. It's the battle of the governors.
For why? Just because? For funsies?
There's
also Republican debates coming up too, right? There's actual
primary debates.
RNC and DNC debates coming up.
This is an extracurricular debate between the two warring governors that have been at each other's throats since COVID, right? But I mean, you remember seeing like Newsom went over to Florida, was trying to like campaign to get people to move to California because of Death DeSantis and all that shit, and then DeSantis is talking a bunch of shit on California.
Got all
like,
the cops.
We got all you people here, you know. And so they've agreed now to do a debate
because they both want to be president.
I'm pretty sure Gavin's doing something. Yeah. He's doing something. Newsom's got something going on in the wings. He's already pledged not to run for president, but when the old man's,
if Joe Biden
when his ticker kicks out, and then somebody's got to take up the mantle. And
I know,
as Tim Dillon says, Kamala Harris speaks in gypsy curses, and so I don't think
that was so fucking
so perfect,
funny,
dude.
Yes, and I know that people are still. Specifically, the people in the White House, the Biden administration is still holding up this. He's going to run. He's going to run. We were talking about the corporate media is already turning on that. They're already talking about how old he is. You got whatever Mika Brzezinski or whoever it was that was like, you need to defend him. It's not working. There's no way. And maybe he'll run in the beginning, but he has to drop out. There's no way that he actually closes the fucking deal in 2024.
Because I need to still win this bet that we made. He's not going to make it.
He can win. Even if they think he can win, there's no way. Because he can't fucking survive 4 more years.
Yes.
There's no way.
No.
And not coherently, because he's barely coherent now.
Yeah.
There's no way.
I think the real question is, how is he going to have to exit? That's, I think, the real question. Because bro can't do it, man. You can shoot him up with all the amphetamines you want. He cannot.
How does he have
that.
to exit?
He's got to exit at some point.
Right.
Some kind of terminal illness. I have to bow out for my health or something like that. Or, after multiple long talks with the family, blah, blah, we're going to have
But
to
they
step
said
away.
last year they got all together and they were like, no,
Yep,
he's running.
that's right.
We're all here for it. He's running.
Yeah, well, things have changed since then. There's been a few bike incidents. There's
Maybe a
been
few
some
more
more
falls
falling
or
incidents.
something.
Yeah, it's because, bro, literally, when you're in his, I don't want to say age, because some people his age are way healthier than him, but he's a very frail man at this point. His body structure can't. I mean, he's a fall down and break your hip type of dude. And that's game over at that point. That
Breaking
happens
Points
all the
was
time.
going over the numbers of like this percent of the time he goes in through the regular stairs of Air Force One, and this percent of the time he goes in through the belly stairs. And they're doing
Of
this because
course they would.
it was hilarious.
That's fucking
It was
crazy.
hilarious.
To Joseph's question, is it possible to suspend election if World War III kicks off? I'm just going to say we never once held off an election during the last two world wars.
No, we kept going.
So we keep going, I mean, the Uniparty loves...
Say Ukraine, dog.
Yeah, that's right.
People
The
will say
Uniparty loves
that.
war.
Yeah.
And I mean, they'll just use that as their campaigning points at that point.
Yeah.
Pro-war, anti-war, whatever it is, or we all got to fight the bad guy, whatever it is.
There will be people who say that. There will be people, whoever the
Yeah.
president is, supporters of that person. That's like, we should, maybe chill and just
Mm-hmm.
let him hang out, especially if it's closing. If they're in for their second term,
Mm-hmm.
maybe like, well, I know that we passed this amendment already, but the last time that we had this, we fucking let this guy
we
chill.
do 3.
Yeah. So I'm sure there will be people who will say maybe
Oh, yeah.
we should repeal this amendment and let homeboy chill. But
It'll be the same pack the courts type of people.
yeah, it'll be all nonsense. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think that will happen.
I don't think so.
So this ain't Ukraine.
DeSantis needs to get rid of every person around him. Vivek actually answers questions and will go on long form podcasts. Amen, Bilbo.
And I'll tell you this.
That's why he's a G.
This is a message to anybody who's voting in 2024, anybody who's considering voting in 2024, anybody who still has any shred of faith in this system and you're going to take part in it because of that. You shouldn't be voting for anybody who isn't willing to have a long form conversation.
Yes.
If they're unwilling to directly answer a question and describe in detail what their reasoning is and behind their response, they don't deserve your vote, and you're a fucking fool if you vote for them.
I think that was very nicely said, good sir.
So yes, Bilbo, you're correct.
Fucking A. So, okay, I have a... Do you have a let me ask you this proper, like?
Yeah, but they're
okay.
not. They're like side ones.
Okay.
They're all hypothetical questions.
Perfect.
So, yeah, don't worry about that.
So this one I think just kind of fits in well. So I'm going to play the drop.
With that, let me ask you this.
Donovan,
Yes.
do you believe that we are living in a post-constitutional nation?
No.
Why?
No, because there are still people who believe in that, and we're getting close. I think the question is valid, but I don't think we're post-constitutional. We are.
Now you say people still believe in it. Is that what you're making that decision off of, the belief, not the actual practice? Because the government steps all over the Constitution every goddamn day, and they have for years and years and
They
years.
have since the moment that it began.
Yes.
That's John Adams. Love him to death. I disagree with his politics to the
Yes.
end. That guy was trying to overwrite the First Amendment.
Oh, yeah.
Like day
you can't be
one.
doing that.
You can't say that about George Washington.
No.
That's not cool. That guy was trying to call him Your Highness and shit like that
Yes.
when he's vice president. So yeah, that's
just easy with the crown talk, all
that's
right?
just the natural path of government, in my opinion.
Yes.
That's just how that it's meant to go. Because John Adams was one of the founding fathers. He understands the core vision when he's vice president. He gets what the deal was. His wife saw the cannon stolen from Ticonderoga march past his house. They get what the deal is. Like, they totally understand what the founding was about. The guy just didn't agree with everything that was going on. And as soon as you have individuals in those positions of power, their beliefs begin to influence the decisions that are made there.
Okay.
So even though that guy signed the fucking declaration, right? He's still trying to control what people can say at the moment that he gets into office.
Yes.
So,
Now, to just piggyback off of that,
yes.
do you think that essentially, given the way the current government makeup is, how involved it is in everybody's lives, if the same founding fathers were here today, do you think they would have as much grievances towards our own federal government at this point as they did towards the crown?
I think they would, as towards the crown, 100%.
Because it took a lot less, in my view, it took a lot less for them back then to say, like, fuck you, we're shaking off the yoke of your oppression.
So
We've got way more oppression going on now than even they did, I think, back then.
And it is, so it also depends on who you asked, right? It depends on which founding father you asked, because the best position that I can answer from it right now is Samuel Adams, because I'm reading the Sam Adams book, right?
Yes.
And I know that Sam Adams's belief, because his thesis question at Harvard was along the lines of, what level of allegiance do we owe to the government?
Yeah.
And his answer was, we chose them, so we owe all levels of allegiance to them so long as they're defending us. The moment that they begin to turn on us, we owe them nothing. So their big thing, like the Stamp Act, was a huge deal for them, that it fucked with all of their shit. And it was a big rebellion for them. They're like, we're just not going to use any of these items then. If that's how you want to do, we'll fuck with your commerce. If
The
that's
OG
how you want to do
boycott.
it. Yes. And so at that point, Sam Adams starts to ask questions of, we don't owe anything to the people of Britain. Our allegiance is only to the sovereign that we agreed to take part in when we moved over here and agreed to be a colony, right? So that was part of the basis behind the Stamp Act was revenue for the mother country, because they were collecting something like £2,000 a year in taxes, but it cost them almost $8,000 a year to collect the money, because they had to have people over there and ships and everything that was involved. So the Stamp Act was totally just a way to try and raise the amount of revenue they were collecting, and it lowered.
Got to deal with inflation, bitch. It's not free to sail across the ocean.
The Stamp Act, I think, even lowered the level of taxation on those items before, but it enforced that taxation where it wasn't enforced before.
Yeah.
So before it was fine, people were allowed to kind of do whatever, but so they lowered that and then started to enforce it, and that's part of what the deal was. So
A lot of really common issues when you look at the crown, or Great Britain, or the whatever they called it at that point, the United Kingdom, or whatever empire, the British Empire. There you go. A lot of common issues with the British Empire's relationship with us as colonies, as the rest of their colonies around the world, like India and the French over in in the South Pacific and all that stuff, or in the Asia Pacific. It's hard to maintain control of a colonial society that is 3,000 miles away and takes months and months to get there. Whereas today it's much easier, but we had a lot of the very similar issues, and it was much easier, I think, to shake off that yoke of oppression.
So this is what he said, right? Adams turned from the gusting winds to his desk when his gazetted piece that laid out the colonial position in airtight terms. Of their own volition, American settlers had chosen the King of England as their sovereign. Had they not, the crown would enjoy as much authority over them as the inhabitants of the moon. Their compact was, however, with the sovereign alone. The colonists were in no way accountable to the people of Great Britain. Precisely as was done at home, the Americans passed legislation with the consent of their representatives. Adams urged the point to the logical extreme. As the two governments functioned identically, would it not make as much sense for the colonists to tax Great Britain as the other way around? So the level of devotion to that system wasn't, I think, as high as people think that it was.
Yeah.
They had especially people like Samuel Adams, who was one of the people who could be greatly credited with expanding the understanding of individual freedom and liberty. He knew where that line was of we're not ruled by this person. This is a government that we are taking part in, and we are submitting willingly to this power and this involvement. So I do think that a vast majority of them would have been shocked long ago, to see
What the fuck?
the way that the relationship between individual citizens and the federal government is not equal. It is not fair. It does not function the way that it should, in which we are left alone until we have an issue. We are actively preyed upon by the federal government on a daily basis. They actively try and intimidate people. They go to your home with notices to tell you that you are in violation of a law that isn't a law if you happen to own a thing that we have evidence that you own.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a way in which the federal government should ever function, and I absolutely guarantee that any founding father would say the exact same thing.
Yeah,
They say,
hard stop. How have
this
you
is
guys not overthrown
what
the
we
yoke
had
yet?
in mind. This is not right. They shouldn't be doing this to you. You know, that's as close as you can get to, well, we're just going to stay in your house for a little while. Like, you're
Exactly.
down the road from that, you know? So,
Well, New York City is maybe a little closer than people thought.
yeah.
May not be
I-
soldiers, but
I agree. They would be quite surprised.
Mm-hmm. well, that seemed healthy.
Yeah.
That was healthy.
Yeah.
I think that's good. I love now that you've kind of taken up this new routine of bringing in the current book you're reading, and it really shows like the thought processes that you're running into as you
where I'm
read
at.
things like that. That's a fucking get a little bit of the review preview every episode. I like that a lot.
Jordan told me that she thinks that I am Samuel Adams reincarnate.
Ooh.
Yeah. So let me tell you why. Because just as I was telling her all of these things about Samuel Adams, so I told you the writing style, right? When
Yes.
I read you that description of the writing style, rather Jordan, she was like, "That sounds like the way that you write." And I was like, "That's what I'm saying." Right?
What's
It
up?
sounds very similar. Yeah.
Brush it off. Brush it off.
Some personal details were like his wife. We were very similar ages when we got married. His wife was the same age as Jordan when they got married, and they lived 2 streets down. They grew up 2 streets down from each other. Jordan lived less than half a mile from me when we grew up together. They lost a bunch of kids, obviously, because everybody lost kids at that time. But they had the first kid who survived was a son, and they had their next kid that survived was a daughter and their son was 3 when he was born.
Makes me hard.
And
Shout out Brian.
what else was there? This was gonna stab. He was poor. He was super duper poor for like his entire life. When he had that whole deal with the land trust lending scheme that I explained to you, right?
Yeah.
At the end of that, he was on the hook for, I think, like £200 that he had to pay in due taxes, whatever owed shit.
Probably the equivalent of like 2 million these
So
days.
it is roughly $7,500 is what he had
okay.
to pay to these people, but it's still at that time an immense
a lot
amount
of money.
right? So Stacey Schiff, the author of this book, said that Samuel Adams would never earn that in a year the rest of his life. He was in his 20s. He was 28 when he went through all those hearings with the land trust, when he's identifying and coming to terms with individual liberty and the dysfunctions of the government, when he's being fucked by the government.
Because he's over at like Parliament, right? At that
No,
point, getting
he was
grilled, or-
here.
Okay.
Those were committees that were being done here. It was
Cuts down on
decisions,
costs that way.
decisions handed down by Parliament that were being legislated over here. So he was meeting with a bunch of American committees in our different. I think it was in like different committees of Congress is the way that it was being dealt with, and so he was 28 when he was having this big like come to terms
Dude.
with liberty, and that's when he started to
Wait,
really.
how old are you again?
28,
Yeah, well,
and that's when he
look at that.
started to really like pump hard on writing and like really get after it, and that's when his writing really started to take shape and gain more influence and more prominence.
Find the voice.
Yes, yeah, but he was poor the whole rest of his life. He would never earn more than $7,500 a year for the entirety of his life, and when he owed that money to the government, they keep trying to get it from him. He's like, I literally don't have it. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you want me to do?
I make no money. I operate this business that my dad left me, and I operate on razor thin margins because I sell fucking barley to housewives. Like there isn't a huge overhead on grains to people's houses. And so there are multiple times, I think 5, where the local government tries to auction off his property. They go there, and the people
What's
are
up,
total,
eminent domain?
they're total pieces of shit because he's writing in his papers the entire time, and like these papers that he's putting out, like the worst people in the world are people that know something is wrong and they do it anyway. It's like these are the worst pieces of shit that you could imagine, and that's who these people are that I'm interacting with in the government, because they tell me in behind closed doors they know that this is wrong, but then they'll still try and sell my fucking property. The sheriff who went over the auction, he's like, I know this is wrong, so I'm not going to bid on your property, but I'm still going to auction it off.
Fuck you.
Yes, and so
There's
every
so
time-
many similarities.
Yeah, every time that happened, Sam Adams just like, I'm not going. Like I'm not gonna leave. You don't have any authority to sell this place, and I'm not gonna let you do that. So I'll
Peace.
fuck on everybody who comes here. You can't sell my shit. Like this is totally unjust. And eventually they just leave him alone. It happens enough times that they're just fuck.
All right.
Like,
I guess we can't
I
do
don't know
nothing
what to do
about it.
about it. Yeah, just stay.
That's
But
fucking awesome.
towards the end of his life, he's just being bankrolled by other founding fathers who had more money. He had no discernible skills other than educating people on liberty. That's the only thing he knew how to do, is to show people how to be free and like why that's important. That's all he knows how to do. So he was a cobbler at one point and owned this martyr business, this mulcher business, and all this different shit. Before his dad died, got a £1,000 loan, blew all of it, completely lost every fucking pound of it. So he got no inheritance other than this property because his dad was like, for your inheritance, I'll forgive that $1,000 I gave you, and we don't have to worry about it. Yes. Yes, so that was another thing that Jordan was like, oh, so you mean that he had to borrow or like borrowed money from a bunch of people so that he could do what he believed in and like, you know, stay and defend his own land? I was like, shut the fuck up, you know? Yeah, so Jordan believes that I'm Samuel Adams reincarnate. So
I mean, you build a solid case. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, I don't know if that. I don't know how I feel about reincarnation, but if it is a thing, you it, baby.
yeah.
I don't know. There's either that or you're like his. Well, yeah, he wasn't rich. He didn't have like a little squire boy to
Poor
hang
as
out
hell,
with.
dude.
That was
Yeah.
it. Just a dirt farmer.
2 kids, and then his first wife died when she was like 34, I think, and so he was left 2 kids for
Whoa, that's tough
He
business.
said that he waited 5 years, which is for that time was a super long time. Paul Revere was a widow for 5 months before he married somebody else.
As
Or
one
a
does
widower.
back then,
yeah,
you know.
5 months. Then he's like, let's get going. Yeah. And this is a kind of a morbid one, but the Adams family, the Sam Adams portion of the family, as well as his wife's family, had an inordinate amount of miscarriages and just lost children overall. When his wife died, that was the 10th child that her parents had lost. And Sam Adams lost multiple children. His dad had sired 12 kids, but I think only 4 of them survived. So this woman, Stacy Schiff, was like, she's like, everybody lost kids. So even for this time, those numbers are crazy. That's insane.
Fucking true to roof.
So
True to roof.
parallel, my family, my grandmother and aunt in particular, had so many miscarriages that when I was growing up, we didn't do baby showers until after the baby was born because they had to return so many baby gifts and shit like that over time that like we just don't even do. And it when I was a kid, I didn't know that. It was just like this. That's just how we do it, you know. But then I got older and I was like, that's really fucked up. I understood it.
Yeah.
But
That's
so
soul-crushing,
It's that
man.
bad. So
Damn.
interesting parallels, isn't it?
I feel like we need to get you a tricorner hat. That's what we need to
Interesting
do.
parallels.
That's what we need to do.
Jim Rader, I know Vivek is focused on being president. I'm growing my hair out again, I think. You see it?
Yeah.
I
was gonna
I've been,
say, I was like, where's
thinking
that top knot?
I've
We
been
gotta get
thinking
that
about
back
getting
again.
Cut, but I chose to not wear a hat today.
With
and
Wendy's
I came
BOGO
around the
dollar
corner.
deal, your dollar never tasted so good.
What
So
in the
everyone's
wide
gonna
world
get.
is-
I thought it was a drop. I thought you had a new drop. I was like, what the fuck?
What? All of a sudden, I just turned the desktop audio off. Oh, it's the fucking commercial down there.
What is
is
going on?
No, we're just gonna shit can this. We're not gonna need that fucking tab anyways.
Whoa.
Yeah. That was goofy.
Oh, Jim Rader, I know Vivek is focused on being president, but do you think Vivek would take a VP from Trump or thug it out? This we talked about that earlier. I think it was Joseph that asked that, or maybe it was Bilbo. And there's
I have a hard
Maybe.
time believing he wouldn't.
maybe, yeah, if
If he got the call,
right, because you
you know,
said
you got to answer
Excuse
the
me.
call.
that Vivek has said like he's not in it for second place or whatever. But I
Yeah.
agree. If it comes down to it and Trump wins and someone reaches out to Vivek and says, "Are you gonna be number 2 dog?" He's not gonna decline. He will not refuse.
I mean, the amount
Because
of
it puts him in a better position to win it when he runs the next time. Because then he
Yes.
actually has some
Get a nice big
politics
profile
under
up
his
there.
belt that no one can
Yeah.
shit on him for being an outsider like Trump was.
Oh yeah, and I will say, as far as like, if he could be in a position to be like the top dog advisor too, like if it was one of those relationships, which
Yeah.
I think it could be, I mean, he would be super influential on actually like properly shutting some executive shit down.
I
you know
do
what
believe that it would also be a unique relationship between president and vice president. To again shout out, same as John Adams when he didn't win the election for president the first time around. He was asked to be vice president, and he said, fuck that. So
Yeah.
that position is dog shit. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything. You don't fucking do anything. It has no power.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember exactly what the deal was, but George Washington was like, you're totally right, but, you know, you can do more shit than the
Yeah.
average vice president would, and we'll call it good. Nothing too crazy because it was new. They're still operating within the bounds
Yeah.
of whatever. But
Yeah. I don't know. It ultimately, I think time will just tell, because he said multiple times he wouldn't. Like you just said, Bilbo. He just said multiple times he would not be interested in that. But again, we just wait. I mean, fucking Kamala Harris called Joe Biden racist to his face, and then like a month later was like, "Yeah, I'll be your VP."
yeah,
So, but
I was that little girl, Joe.
Dude. Deep cut, buddy.
Yeah.
Good call. But yeah,
I'll never forget
I
that.
don't know, man. Because
We need to
if
drop
he
for that.
actually
That's so
still
funny.
wants to, oh yeah, I'm gonna find
was
that
that
one.
little girl,
I
Joe.
was that little girl, Joe.
So funny.
So oppressed, Kamala. But I mean, somebody would, I think, be able to convince him or persuade him. He's very open to the concept of persuasion. He talks about that a lot. You know, that if your ultimate goal is to do good for the nation as a whole,
Yeah.
then at one point, if you see an opportunity for you to serve, then you should. In the VP candidate slot, that would be kind of tough, but it kind of would also, it would set you up even better to be like the big time candidate
Right.
next time around. You know, this could
And-
be your initial. You learn a lot about how that fucking bullshit corrupt system
Peek behind
works
the
just by
curtain.
being there for 4
Yeah.
years.
And you're correct, Brian. That's the other part, is that he can't. Vivek has to say now he won't take 2nd because that undercuts his case for president if
Yeah.
he's willing to settle for second place. If
Then
you want
he's
to
not
be,
gonna get no donor
if you
money.
want to be the dog, you have to want to be the dog. You
Yeah.
can't want to be anything other than that.
No, man. And you know, he's got it, man. He's so charismatic. He's
knows
so
what he's
fucking
doing.
intelligent. He knows what he's doing. It's real nice.
He destroyed Crystal Ball in a Breaking Point
Destroyed.
interview.
Oh Jesus! Best
That's
part
what-
one ever, by
Damn
the
it,
way.
that's what we should have called our Breaking Points video.
Oh,
He destroys
destroys.
Crystal Ball. Oh, god damn it. What a missed opportunity.
That's right.
No, that's what we'll call the Kyle Kalinske one.
Yeah.
Oh, even better.
That's what we'll do.
I love it so much.
This movie's Donovan destroys.
Yes.
Salt of the Streets destroys Kyle Kalinske.
Yes.
Because you don't know what you're getting into yet.
No.
It's a fucking, for you it'd be the equivalent of you like going to play T-ball.
Oh, I'm
You
so
just smacking home runs all fucking game, dude. It is. He makes it so fucking easy.
We'll get ready, guys. I'm recording that one next week, so within 10 days, you'll have another Breaking Points video hot
So
off the fucking reels.
I'm fucking ready for it, dude.
I hate Kyle Kalinske.
I know it's just
Yeah.
it's rough business, dude.
So I have as like a silly. Let me ask you this question: do you want to do that, or do you? I know you have a local thing up here. Do you want to talk
Yeah.
about these local things?
No, that's all right.
So
Now
it's
he's
a-
on fire and it's fucking terrible. That was
Yes.
yeah. We have
is true.
our local FEMA task force, whatever, is being deployed to go over there to assist in the rescue.
Okay.
I think death count now is up over 80 and hundreds still missing. So
Do
that's
you?
fucked.
Is it just a wildfire that started, or what? Do we know?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
Apparently,
Jordan
there's
asked
been
me
some high
yesterday.
winds that were helping to do that. I mean, an entire fucking town's wiped off the board.
Yeah.
You know, it was Lanai, I think.
Couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell you, but some some of those words I have a hard time with. But I'll look it up later. But either way, town of 10,000 or whatever just wiped off the fucking map. There's a very famous tree that sits
Yes.
down by the waterfront like that. It's fucking massive. I remember seeing it as a kid because we used to go to Maui a lot when I was growing up.
Okay.
My grandparents had a condo over there, so they'd always, for like Christmas every other year, everybody got tickets to go hang out at a certain time.
That's
I got you a
clutch.
little holder right there.
That's clutch.
I put mine here during the week, like when the mics are down.
Yes.
And it works perfect. But yeah, you look at the before and after. I think I got some pictures of it in the grab bag, maybe, or maybe it's over here. I don't know. Shit's not really. Things aren't refreshing as quick as they have been. So I'm like
Heard
trying to be
people aren't happy
nervous.
with X.
Yeah, no, it's problematic. That will come up during the grab bag. But yeah, just so you know, this is like what the town used to look like, right? And then as you go through, it's nothing but foundations now because it's just to the sea. There's a fucking video of dudes.
That's the tree there.
Yeah, that's the tree. It's still there, intact. I mean, it's like
charred.
It's like 2-3 blocks long. It's massive, but still there. But yeah, that was my one major local story. So people are starting to now do the recovery thing, and we'll see what happens. There's a lot of local stores in Seattle and stuff that are doing like food drives and all that kind of stuff to send stuff over there. You know, there's a lot of Pacific Islander transplants that live over here.
Yes.
And so there's a huge.
We got a ton of
big thing.
Pacific Islanders over here.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of connection with those people over
Before
there.
George Floyd, we used to call them brown people, and everyone was cool with it. It was like a blanket term that we wouldn't say
Welcome
like
to
the
Bremerton.
Browns, you know, like that would be
Oh, yeah.
racist. But
That's like
even
when you dated exclusively brown girls for a long
and
time.
that was not. That
That
was
was so
never a bad thing to say, and I sound like such an old man who's like, I used to say Negro every day, but it's not.
Wow.
It was never ever like that. It's like when I was a child, they were calling themselves brown kids. Anyway, tons of Pacific Islanders over here.
Yeah.
Joseph said, I've heard either Power Lines or China Lasers started it. China Lasers, huh?
Well,
Have
do
you
you
heard
remember?
China Lasers?
Yeah, I've heard.
Oh,
China
God.
lasers. Because a while back, there was a
They
video
definitely
that
have
came
lasers.
out, and it showed like this green laser in the middle of the night, like pass
Yes,
across the skyline
yep,
real quick,
yep.
and it turns out that was a Chinese weather satellite doing like lidar work, or who fucking
Just
knows.
like the
but
balloon.
there was a visible. Excuse me. There's that one of those back things that just
Yeah.
sneaks up. But yeah, there's a lot of speculation about what that could do. But then there's a lot of talk about like once people actually start talking about the laser thing,
'Cause it
they're
comes
like,
from
what would
space,
it
right?
actually take?
Because that
Yeah.
laser comes from space, right?
Oh, that bitch was from space.
So
But-
so it could certainly be hot enough to catch something dry on fire.
Ideally, no. Laser people say, at least in the generalized commercial world,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to do. There's no lasers that powerful out in space because for it to get all the way down here,
so
it's a long time.
A lot of power for it to
yes.
still be burning that hot by the
Yeah,
time
it
it
would be
goes
like you'd
through
have to
space
like
to-
link satellites together. So I
Right.
don't know. It's ideally.
It would look a lot like the laser of the Death Star.
Yes.
Multiple satellites coming together
Yeah,
to
yeah, that's right.
funnel through another space device.
Yeah, and as we know, we need
concentrator.
we need the Tiber crystals or whatever they're
Right,
called to do that.
precisely.
So obviously we haven't found that yet.
Is that the same thing that you use to make a lightsaber?
Yeah.
Okay, same type of crystal.
Yeah, watch Rogue One again. You'll remember where that. I guess they use it to power the starships too.
We
but
have
I don't
lasers
fucking
on our
know.
destroyer ships that take out drones by frying the electric components.
Yes, and they work like a motherfucker. They have like handheld ones now. They're using over in fucking Ukraine on the
You
ground.
think that would burn you?
I certainly could. That's a way easier thing to get done. A directed energy weapon like that. But I'm just saying, like, as
Yeah.
far as from space, I don't know. But,
Right.
And
No,
who
I'm just
fucking knows?
thinking now. When
I mean-
Brian did the radio class shooting a couple
Mm-hmm.
times ago, he took the antenna off his radio and I put my finger on it and he pressed a button and it fucking burned me. It's like
Oh, yeah.
really fast.
Ooh, dude.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
weird.
the
Radio's
odds
weird.
are it's probably some kind of infrastructure failure, some kind of spark. You know how? I mean, a fucking cigarette can.
Yeah.
If shit's real dry out and the winds are
rogue
real high,
joint.
it could be any number of things. But it also could
China.
equally be fucking, a malactor.
Yeah.
Something like that.
We had shit like that going on here already on the mainland, so
That's
it's
right.
certainly possible people
Sure is.
shooting at different electrical plants and whatnot.
Yep.
Let's just say they didn't do it in Hawaii.
I mean,
It's beautiful. Doesn't mean it's peaceful all the time. People get their asses beat in Hawaii every day.
all the time.
Shit's
That's a
savage
tough
over
spot
there.
over there, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
If you ain't from
knew-
there, you better stay in your lane.
Yeah, I
Put it
knew a
that way.
gal in school that moved there for a couple of years and she moved back. This, obviously only one person's account, but it's a funny story. She's like, when I moved over there, the Islanders wouldn't accept me, so I had to be friends with all the black people because that's all there was. Just like there was just Islanders and black people. Hilarious. Like that's how I survived. My friend bought a handheld laser that used. Oh, Bilbo said China could just have a big magnifying glass up there.
And we wouldn't know about it.
Awesome.
Nah, Trump's Space Force will be up there handling shit, bro. They're up there
Brian
right now
said-
battling with lasers. Come on.
Astronauts with guns.
What do you think Elon's bringing up every day?
Do you think they have regular guns or laser guns? Space Force.
Oh, it's got to be laser guns.
They
Otherwise,
have
it's
to have
fucking
laser
Space
guns.
Force. What are
Yeah.
you doing?
Brian My friend bought a handheld laser that used 6 CR123A when we were in Afghanistan, and it would light a coverage in like 10 seconds.
Damn.
Damn.
Fucking shit's popping, dude. I mean, it's very, very possible. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
It's very possible that there's a lot of weapon systems out there that we can't even comprehend, might not even exist.
Oh, there
so-
definitely is. There's,
Oh, for
We
sure.
talk about that with aliens. There's no doubt. There's-
Exactly.
The shit that you think that we have is it was with the robot woman. It was
Oh,
when
yes.
we talked about that motherfucker
Yes.
isn't real. The level of technology that we know about is only a fraction of what actually exists. What fraction it is, I don't know. It could be 2/3, could be 1/3, could be fucking 1/10. I don't
It's
know.
kind of like voter fraud, bro.
But it's,
It definitely ain't 0%
yeah,
chance.
it's definitely not zero.
That's right.
So that's very interesting.
And just FYI, we will get into the conclusion of the airplane woman story today.
It's just continuation, right? I don't think it's the conclusion of.
Oh, I think it's done.
All right.
We know who
I'm
she is.
excited to hear.
We know the whole deal. She did a.
There's pictures of her house and stuff, which I think is really wrong. I think that's
so.
really,
Yeah,
really wrong.
it was pretty fucked up. But
Don't be doxing this bitch.
yeah, that was tough business because anybody. Oh
Light a
fuck! I
cigarette
should have
in
had
10
that.
seconds. That's still pretty fucking legit.
That is legit.
I used to have a phone case that looked similar to this, and it had a little deal on the back that you slide it down, and it was a coil, and you could light.
Yes,
You
yes,
saw
I remember that.
That thing was
the
badass,
old
dude.
the old studio phone was
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, there
Yeah.
you go, dude. That was a cool ass phone case.
Super cool, man.
Light up cigarettes and joints and shit. It was
Hell yeah.
awesome. It's when I stopped carrying lighters, and now I never carry a lighter. And I'm like, I don't have this phone case anymore. It was years ago.
It's one less thing you got to worry about carrying around
Should
with
just
you.
carry that phone case all the time.
That'd be so funny. You just whip out an empty phone case. What are you doing, bro? Oh, I'm like, no. What are we doing?
So let me ask you this, right?
Yes.
We talked a few episodes ago about robbing banks, and we got
Indeed.
some comments in response to this about like, Donovan, you're an asshole. Of course it's wrong. Don't be a fucking idiot, right?
I mean, I had a hard time squaring it a little bit.
Yeah,
but
full disclosure, that guy was a cop also, so he's a little bit biased. It's wrong. Don't rob banks. Okay, so at the time,
also don't rob banks.
I couldn't disagree with you. I did not have a good argument against it. I still don't, but I've thought about this a ton of times since then because I didn't have an argument against you, but I didn't agree with you. But I didn't have a way to like explain why I didn't agree. I just didn't agree.
I say you shouldn't rob banks. He's like, I don't think I really agree with that.
So my question now is more hypothetical because that's just where it has to go when I think about it.
I like it.
So, what if the question for anybody who didn't see was about the ethics of robbing banks? Was like whether or not it was wrong to rob a bank and the different details around that. So Colin's answer was yes, for a lot of different reasons. Go back and watch that. I think we even have like a specific clip about it. So,
We sure do.
what if you rob an FDIC insured bank at night? So there's no people there other than like maybe a security guard.
Yes.
No, for this there's no one there. It's not.
There's nobody.
There's
You
like
can walk in, get the shit,
a
and get
roaming
out.
security force, like people like at the mall, you know, that they just drive by and they whatever. So people check on the building once an hour, but there's no one in the building. So
So-
you get into the building, you're able to disable security and get into the safe and steal the dollars and then leave, and no one is harmed. Other than
It's a heist. It's a full-blown,
heist. Yep.
successful heist, right?
Totally.
Okay. Well, you have to ask who's harmed, right?
Okay.
If the FDIC is going to make everybody whole,
Yep.
and there is a seamless transition of funds to
Yeah,
do that,
nobody-
so none
it's
of
a
the
s-
none
it's
of the
a-
bank, you have to remove all the possible negatives, right?
Yep. It's a smallish, mediumish bank, so no one has money that's over the threshold of what's insured
Yep.
by the FDIC.
Yeah, and there's
Everything is
no
good.
lag time. It all happens automatically. You know, you
all
as
good.
a customer at that bank never even noticed that it happened, right?
Nope. You know about it because you hear about it on the news,
Okay.
but you call the bank and they're like, "You're good. It's already handled."
So where does the money from the FDIC come from?
The federal government,
Now, where's the federal government get its dollars?
from the taxpayers.
And even if we're not doing the taxpayer money, because you can't, nobody in this world can say that
Right.
the government is actually funded by our taxes. But
Fucking Joseph.
in which case,
Fuck you, Joseph.
that's right. You're robbing me, bitch. But so let's just in that scenario too, because yeah, we talk about that a lot. How your tax money really doesn't really go to. I mean, it's a
Right.
very small percentage because what they do then is then we'll just print the money to cover that cost, which then hits everybody in the country with the devaluation of everybody else's dollars. So
So-
even if it's by a small amount, technically you're violating the non-aggression principle by making somebody's dollars worth less.
My only point against that is that unless the FDIC
I thought I had
has
that
already, unless it's already reached a threshold of payouts for the year, then they're
Already funded.
The money that they have is already set out in the budget every year.
Through tax
So
dollars, then.
Yes. So that's the only that's where I'm at the end is that you're
Yeah.
like stealing someone's tax dollars. You know.
I get the whole fuck the central banking system because
Yes.
it's all just fucking robbery and a giant
Yes.
scam. But if I'm going to argue it,
Yeah.
I think it will technically violate the non-aggression principle.
So then the same concept would be to like an ATM too, because you'd have to fuck up the ATM to open it. Then someone has to pay for
Somebody's
it.
property.
So what about? I think this is the last one.
I like this. This
yeah,
is
this
fun.
is the last one. Okay.
Scenarios.
So full on Den of Thieves style, where they rob the fucking Fed, right? Where and if no one's seen it, first of all, it's a fucking great movie. You have to watch it. It's incredible. I love it. But
You've seen it multiple times.
they rob the Federal Reserve, the LA Federal Reserve, and they through all different deals, not too many spoilers, they take money that's already been taken out of circulation, like bills that have been taken out of circulation but have not yet been destroyed.
Okay.
So the serial numbers are not technically active in the system, but you can still spend
It's
the
cash money, bro.
You can still spend
Yeah.
the cash because no one at a store is going to check the serial number.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
that
so
like
let's think about
they
this,
killed
right?
people. So outside of those
Outside
things,
of
right,
that,
it's the same
just
deal.
that
it
concept
goes
of
off seamlessly.
recycled money.
Yeah. Gerard Butler isn't after you and you get out free. You're able to, because that's what got him in the end. Is
That's
that
right.
Gerard Butler had their number and they were
That's what
fucked.
happened. You don't fuck with Gerard
So,
Butler.
nah.
He will wreck your world. So what happens? Is that deflation at that point? If you are going to infuse more dollars into the market that have technically been wiped off the slate? In reality, though, all that money's in ones and zeros, even if it's in cash. But still, cash is even if it's outside the system fully,
It's
people
akin-
will still use it as currency, though.
It's
They could
akin
still
to
trade it.
counterfeit. It's akin to counterfeit.
Yes,
It's like the
at that
best.
point.
It's the best counterfeit you could possibly
Mm-hmm.
have because it is a real dollar that just isn't recognized by the federal government
Yeah.
anymore. So they couldn't spend it in an official deal.
Yeah.
But
I think I really like this concept.
that's like the only.
But I mean,
Joseph, they've been robbing me for decades, so I really don't know how I feel about this hypothetical.
Exactly.
Okay, and this is where I'm at. Is that I like
my deep soul
I-
says, fuck them.
I
Fuck them, take
totally
it.
buy. I don't have an argument against the taxpayer funded point that it is funded by the taxpayers, and so you're taking money essentially from everybody in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
I just
It's the office space, though. We'll take fractions of a penny.
Yeah.
And nobody will even be technically hurt from it, right?
I just
But-
didn't think it would pile up so quickly. You
Yeah.
know, I just didn't think it would become so much money so
got
quickly.
millions in here,
Yes.
bro.
So, yeah.
Fuck the Fed, bro. Take it back. Let's go. I'm
Yeah.
here for it. I'll do
Someone
it.
Den of Thieves the Fed. Let's go.
Let's go. All the Feds, baby. I hate the fact that there's like an LA Fed. There's a fucking
All
New
over the
York Fed.
place.
They're everywhere. There's
All
not
over the
just one.
place.
They
Yeah.
got branches, and I don't like that.
Oh, Jake Lyons also asked about how much ammo we should keep on hand. Like,
All
how
of
much
it.
ammo do you store? Okay. Well, so there's obviously like what my goal is and then what I keep realistically because
Word.
they're fucking so completely different.
Mm-hmm.
So the rule of thumb that I have heard that I think is the easiest to go by is 1,000 rounds per weapon, right? And that's not per system or per caliber. That's or not per caliber. That's per system, per actual weapon that you own. So if you own fucking 7 ARs, which is probably a waste, you should have 7,000 rounds of 5.56 223 that is put aside that you don't tap into. That's sitting there for if you need it one day, right? Or for like a case like COVID when ammo's crazy ass expensive and you can dip into that and then replace it over time, you know, that you have a stock that you can dig into. I have fucking like no ammunition because I'm so poor. So I
And you do a lot of shooting.
yeah, I do way more shooting than I do ammunition buying, and that's my issues. I put myself into a deficit. At one point in time, I was following that 1,000-round rule during COVID because I couldn't go shooting that often.
yeah.
But I was getting all of the stimulus money that I got from the federal government either paid off debt or bought ammunition. Those are the two things that I bought with the money that I got from the federal government.
Shout out.
That's the way that you do it. So at one point I did have ammo like that. I had 1,000 rounds per gun, and that was the way to go. I have a couple more guns now, so I definitely don't have 1,000 rounds per gun now.
Yeah.
But I have a couple hundred rounds for each gun, but nothing wild exciting. I go shooting, especially with Ammo Men, like every other month. So
Yeah.
and we don't go too crazy, but probably 200 rounds. On the high end of what we'll expend in a range day. You know, when we went out, just the 6 of us the last time, we got way more shooting in because it was just 6 of us.
Yeah.
So way more range time, way more actual gun time. But so I think that's a good number to run with, is 1,000 rounds per gun. That if you can, that's a great way to go, to just
Yeah, I
have
think
that
so.
on deck kept away, and then also have shit that you're like training with. You know, that's
Yeah.
That's your shit. It's the fan ammunition, and then you also have training ammunition on top of that.
Yeah.
And if you need to dip into the other stuff, then that's fine, and you replace it and you go back.
Yeah, because I've got, thinking about it, probably,
You got
it's
stacks.
certainly in the hundreds.
Yes.
Because it's like, I don't know how many mags are back. It's enough,
Right.
and they're all full, and they're not, they're pre high capacity mag
Yeah.
or bands, so they're
all topped
pre-band
off.
mags, and they're all topped off. And then shotgun, same thing. Oh, I just exited that one. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
We got probably hundreds of rounds for my shotgun as well. The biggest deficit I have right now is in my 9mm ammo. I probably got maybe 100,
Yeah.
and that's not enough.
No.
But
No,
you
I'm
know.
I'm super poor. So right now I don't. But Jordan is getting the things finalized with her business. So at that, whatever, it'll get.
We'll just see how it works
It'll
out.
get better. Things
Yeah.
will change, but this is just where it's at now. It's important to me that I have enough to. I always want more. I feel okay, but it's really important to me to stay proficient. And so I've really just the last couple of times like bought ammunition before I go,
Yeah.
So the last time I went, I bought 500 rounds of 10 mil, and that will last a little while, but I also just moved to 9. So I'll have that 10 mil for a little while. I'll
Yep.
maybe shoot a box or two when I go out,
Yeah.
just to make sure I can still handle her. But
Yeah.
Brian, I try and stay above 1,000. I don't do that with my match grade 308, but 9mm 5.56 is a must. 1,000%. And
That's good.
I couldn't agree more. Pushing 10K on MA55. Yeah, I don't. I haven't been in that long to guns in general. Not long enough to have amassed that amount of money or that amount of ammunition. But so yeah, certainly that's the goal. And I think that's a good number. That's not where I'm at, but that's the way. Yeah. Yes,
That's
and
right.
of course, if you need, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
and
that's why I
you've
like
done real good with your the type of calibers that you purchased at that
Yeah.
point, because you found like you've adopted the mass ammo, the mass distributed ammo.
Yeah.
I mean 5.56, 223,
Right.
that's always going to be around. The 9mm are
9mm.
always going to be around. They're fucking everywhere, so
And
it's
that's
easy to
the-
scrounge if you need it.
Yeah, and so I think that's probably like it's all arbitrary and stuff, right? So I would never let myself get below a level of ammunition that I couldn't defend myself for a period of time. Whether that be in my home for some reason, or if we need to go somewhere and we need to
Yeah.
stay cool, right? Like I always have certainly enough for that.
Well, and you make a really good point when you just bring up how
2 to 3. I'm sorry, I didn't remember to do, but 2 to 3 like full combat loadouts, which I think like 6 mags. So a 6 on the body, 1 on the gun. I could do that certainly 3 times.
And the reason you can is because, like you said, you shoot a lot because you're very, very interested in being proficient. Proficiency
Yeah.
will mean you expend less ammo
Yeah.
in the field, and so it's a balancing act. Obviously, you'd like the massive perfect stock of whatever, but at the same time, that let's say the 6+1 mags you're going to be carrying on you.
Yeah.
If you can't shoot for shit, it's not going to go as far as if
Right.
you can shoot for shit. So
And I don't have full auto, so it's not like I'll be dumping mags anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like that. So
yeah, exactly. So I think that's
yeah.
very good. Joseph asked real quick, how do you feel about a laser bullet practice system?
I think that's great.
I think it's great.
Yeah, dry fire is way underrated. There are a lot of especially older people that will tell you that it like damages your gun and stuff like that. For some guns, that's the case, but for newer striker fired pistols and stuff, ARs, that's no problem. Just dry fire all day. That's the key to success. That's we talked about Riley last time we were here. He'll be on the show in the coming episodes. That's part of the key to success. That dude is 25. He's one of the greatest shooters that I know, and it's huge, or some portion of that is due to daily dry fire. Every single day he's running dry fire to make sure that he knows his pistol, he knows how it operates, he knows where his draw is, he knows where he's going to point, like everything. He's got it down.
yeah.
So that's a huge key. And I think systems that can give you legitimate, accurate feedback on what you're doing is good. I don't know that much about the system, so obviously do the research, make sure you find one that is reputable and is going to be accurate, but I think that that's great. There's like Mantis is one of the dry fire systems. There's a ton of different stuff like that is good. There's some that you can swap in like some type of CO2 system in your gun so that you get actually like cycling of the slide, you know, so that you can get a similar recoil.
And that would have been my only point, really. The only downside, it has its purposes. It does a lot of good.
Yes.
But there is absolutely no replacement for the actual real thing.
Not a
It's big
replacement,
in the hunting world, too. People want to try to go sighting their rifles with, you know, one of the laser bullets and shit like that that you can get for your caliber. And that's fine. But at the end of the day, you want to put the round you're going to use through that rifle or through that gun and make sure it's going to hit where you want it. It can help get real close.
Yeah.
Pistol game, I'm sure it's a way tighter situation.
There's a ton of stuff that you can work on through those dry fire systems for pistol that
Everything's got its purpose.
The only thing that will be left is that recoil mitigation so that you can like get quicker follow-up shots and make sure that you're good. But you can nail down where your wall is, your trigger pull, your sight line, like all that stuff you can nail with dry fire at home with an accurate system. So I think that's great. And we've talked a ton about airsoft and stuff like that here. I think that's a great thing for all those same fundamentals that you can build, making sure that you have the right body position, your stance is good. Like all of those things can be done through airsoft.
Yeah, movement, tactical drills.
Yep,
I mean,
these are all excellent things. And I guarantee you within the next I'm going to say 2 years so that I can be liberal with it, but it's going to be less than that. There will be video footage of the Amblemen at an airsoft field because there's a new one in our county. What is going on today?
I don't know. It's like all these ads finally keep like building. Where's this one coming in at?
I shoot a Matthew. That's the dry fire system that you have is Matthew? I think Mantis is the only one that I know the name of, but I have heard of multiple. I just don't know their names, but
I'm just muting all these
what a
fucking
weird
sites.
deal. That like never happens.
Never happens. That's why I don't understand what's going on here.
Compy's fucking with us today.
Bro, the internet sitch out here has been tough over like the last month or so. It's been hit or miss. Fucking weird. I'll have random drops and then they'll be back in 5 minutes. It's super fucking strange.
It's a bow. Oh, okay.
Yeah, nah. And this, I want to ask you about this.
Yep.
Do bows have a place in like the realm of like self-defense and say preparedness for tyrannical governments or anything like that? You know, the same reason you'd be carrying that.
Yeah, totally. Especially in the world, if you're if you're thinking tyrannical government, you're talking guerrilla warfare. Bows are going to be fucking winners because
sweet.
a legit combat bow or compound bow will fucking murder somebody.
Word.
That will take a life, and
It
so
certainly will.
Yeah, if you need people who are doing super dupers, I mean, this is obviously like very hypothetical, but if we're in that situation,
we're in the
you
movies,
needed
baby.
People doing, if we're in Red Dawn, you need people doing super duper secret squirrel stuff. Absolutely. Absolutely. Taking out small patrols and moving in and then getting the fuck out before anybody finds them. Yep. Absolutely.
And the same principles apply. You have to be as proficient as possible, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And that's the people that are able to, Cam Haines, and I mean, he's very well known, but even just regular people who are able to put 10 arrows in a fucking, hole that big from 50 yards, those dudes, if we need to take down the government or defend ourselves from it, are going to be
80
indispensable.
pound recurve bow, bro. Like an 80-pound compound is one
Christ.
thing, but an 80-pound recurve, you're fucking Mongolian, bud.
And that's how much pressure you have to put
Yeah.
on it to pull it, like,
That
to
is-
draw it.
Yeah, so there's 80 pounds of weight on that draw. You're pulling back 80 pounds with your fucking shoulder.
Joseph, how giant are you?
Well,
Are
I
you
guess it's a lot
Are
of
you a
back.
large person? I don't know if we ever talked about this.
That's, ooh, bro. Because
yeah.
that's you got to be a little yoked to be doing that on the regular.
Yeah.
But it's like the Mongolian bows they used to shoot were like 120 fucking pound
God
pull or some
damn.
crazy ass shit.
That's what
Yeah,
they murder.
nobody
people like
does that these days. I think minimum for hunting is, I think 40 in this state, and that's that's still hefty when you're actually pulling it back.
I am not
I think my
large. I've just
compounds.
done it my whole life. All right.
Yeah, so you got the muscles. You're built for it. Word. Well, I think on that note, we can bring this glorious part 1 to an end.
Yep, that's all Jake Lyons questions. That's all the stuff. I saw
dig
it
it.
right at the end of part 1. That's why I mentioned it, and I knew it would be quick. So
Good stuff.
there you go, Jake Lyons. I will make sure I tell you about this so that you can go and watch it. So with that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 with some beers. I bought some ESBs. We got some Oktoberfest.
It's gonna
be
it's
great.
getting real, baby.
Definitely ready for a beer. I feel the Aufbring kicking. I'm fucking feeling
Yeah.
good. We're gonna be talking about gun talk. Lots. Oh, so this is a perfect transition
Exactly.
because we're talking lots of guns. Part 2, lots of different laws, things like that. Brian, I'm glad you're here because I have some details figured out about the different issues that were the injunctions and whatnot that we're talking about. I think we had some things confused with certain parties and whatnot. It's gonna be great. I got
Love it.
Kid. It's gonna be great. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Part 2, beers, Kid. We love you. Oh, YouTube.com, Salt of the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, Salt of the Streets. .com for all of this stuff. Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
Nice recovery, good sir.
Thank you.
We'll be back.
Got it. Thank you.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 154, part 2. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We're thrilled to have you here today.
Hopefully thrilled.
This segment and every other segment after this and before this is executively produced by Zeke Gata. If you would also like to become an executive producer, go over to the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Sign up there at any tier, and you'll be part of the gang. If you want to get into the $5 tier, that will get you the articles, the newsletters that we do at the end of every month that come on the last day of the month. This month, I'm going to put out the first 3 pages of a novel that I'm working on. It's going to be incredible. So,
Do you have a working title yet?
I don't.
Nice.
It's actually called Working Title.
Good.
That's literally what it says on my computer.
That's the best
So,
way to start.
Yes.
Don't get
But-
hemmed up on the title.
Yeah, I got about two pages so far. So I got a little bit of stuff. I feel good
Nice.
about it. Yeah, I definitely need to get a more comprehensive outline down somewhere, in a large place.
Well, we have materials here that
Yeah.
you can always bring home with you.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I think the new studio will be a good place for that.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, put it up. I got 2 big
put it up
ass
on the
walls
wall
in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah,
see
we got
anything
our-
written on there. But
We
you
got
can
our
see all the
colored
colors.
markers. We got our thing. We got index. We got all the
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Plus, it's fun to do that when it's moving shit around like that.
We also have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both of those things.
All the things.
Everything at saltofthestreets.com. I'm pretty sure that I already said that. Part 2, we're talking a lot about guns today. We have a few different gun topics, and I'm going to freak out because I can't open this beer. Got it. I got it.
It's time, by the way.
got
It is officially time for the greatest beer of all time to be
It's
coming out.
fresh.
It's the Oktoberfest. Man, I mean, I've been sipping on this beer for a couple weeks now because I got a connection with the guy that makes the motherfucker.
Yeah,
so
you
I've been
know a
getting
guy.
been getting like pours right out
It
of the
looks
fucking
good.
right out of the giant ass fucking tank. And this shout out fucking Tyler. He's very interested in coming on the show, so we're gonna get him booked up here pretty soon. He's a very based individual with good takes on most things. And he makes delicious fucking beer. This
That's a good
Oktoberfest,
beer.
it's better than last year's. And I got no qualms to say that. It's fucking money. To roast or it to roast. I'm curious what that means. That's so good.
So I think maybe you meant to roast or not to roast.
Indeed.
Do you mean to toast or not to toast?
This is a good question. Maybe roasting is toasting.
Are you gonna
Did I have a
roast me?
bad pour? Maybe that's it. I got to roast
Oh.
my pour.
Maybe. I had bad pour. I'm
I'm a little.
eliminated. So
No, Brian, you proved that. You proved that to the contrary.
yeah,
last
you were,
episode.
you were excellent. So
Yeah, shout out to you, big guy. It was fucking awesome.
as per the usual, when we talk about self-defense topics, Don gets up. This is what we're doing. So we have a couple of different gun topics that we're talking about in part 2. Let's start with, should I roast Donovan's play carrier? What?
Oh,
Get the fuck out of here.
because he looks like a Fed. I know. We've been giving him shit for years.
I know. I know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't
That's
like
right.
it.
Because
But
he was giving you shit when he was here.
This is just, it's where we're at
It's
now.
like he knows though. That's the important thing. Is
Yes.
he knows he looks like a Fed now, and
It's not a good look.
it's been a while. You've known, but at the same time, are you worried about that, or are you more worried about staying up on your ammo consumption and all that? I mean, you could get in the new piece.
I have
You have a working carrier right now?
I have an actual list, an actual
Nice.
priority list of tactical things, and so I can tell you where a new plate carrier is on there. Plate carrier is number 4.
Number 4?
Yes.
That's not bad.
So behind,
Because I mean, it's a good plate carrier.
it's fine. Yeah, it's held up just fine.
Mm-hmm.
I had it for a couple of years now. I've never yard saled anything. Nothing's come loose. I've not broken anything. I've run and gunned plenty, so it's
Yep.
done what I needed to do.
And you got good plates in there.
Yeah, the plates are good. So I do want a new one because this is just older. It doesn't work with a lot of the newer like placards and accessories and stuff that they make for carriers now. So that I'm limited in the type of stuff that I can have on here.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason that I would like to get a new plate carrier. But
There you
like I
go.
said, it's number 4 on the list. So
That's top 5, baby. That's
yes,
top 5.
yeah. So it is what it is. But yeah, this gun was a big thing. This holster. So I got all this done. I got the T-Rex arm sidecar this last week. It's a
Beauty.
beautiful piece. I'm very pleased with it. Come complete with the Smith & Wesson 2.0, M&P 2.0. It's great. It's wonderful. X300 on there. I'm in love with this gun. So
It's not the SIG that goes off randomly.
it is not.
No, that's mine.
The only other thing for that is like I need a holster for my battle belt for it, and then I'll get a red dot. But
Oh, yeah.
that's not a high priority for me. That's number 5 behind the blade carrier is a red dot. So
There you go. I like that.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
good. Do you have any particular place you want to open?
Yeah. So let's
Okay.
start with the 80% one because that one just happened the other day. It was rather difficult for me to find information on this. Really, it's just from like gun websites that you're getting it. The mainstream media, corporate media seems to be. I'm not saying they're like trying to keep it quiet, but they're not paying much attention to it. They mentioned it on most of the morning shows earlier this week, but it was a small thing and they just kind of brushed over it. So let's.
I'm surprised it hits the corporate press at all, to be honest. They usually try to steer clear of any kind of pro two-way messages or news stories.
Yes. Well, this one is not. It's a hit against guns, and that's why they mentioned it at all.
Oh, yeah.
So this has to do with a few months ago, maybe even last year, President Joe Biden said that they were going to make 80% guns illegal. Unfinished receivers, unfinished frames, do-it-yourself, at-home kits, right? These specifically are the things they went after. So a few companies in particular, 80% Arms being one of them because they're the largest retailer of unfinished lowers and frames in the United
Literally
States.
in the name, baby.
Literally in the name. I have things from them. I know many people who do have things from them. It's very, very common. So this ban was on home manufacturer. The reason is because when you get them, they're unfinished, so they're not serialized. And I think technically, per the ATF for YouTube, you're supposed to register them when you're done.
Yeah.
Like when you finish them, you're supposed to then take them somewhere and register them or something. But I don't know anybody who's ever done that.
No.
But I think that's what you're supposed to do.
Kind of the whole point.
The point being, this was banned. There was an injunction given to them shortly afterwards, and 80% Arms was thrilled. They're like, we can keep buying stuff. I'm pretty sure I bought my shit after the injunction. So you definitely could buy things. And then
If it fits the chips, baby.
that's right. And then on Tuesday, this is from August 8th, the Supreme Court ruled on a request for a stay by the federal government. A stay means to pause, right? And I'm still unclear whether or not this is like a legitimate appeal or if it's a side process for that. But regardless, they applied for a stay on this particular injunction, which would mean a pause on the injunction, which would mean that they could enforce this rule while it's working its way through the court, right?
Yeah.
So this was...
Which is usually the opposite of what we want.
Correct. It's the opposite. The injunction was a good thing, and there
Yeah.
was asked for a stay, and the Supreme Court voted yes on that 5-4. And there's been a lot of question about this because this is opposite to like the Brune decision. The Brune decision has to do was in New York City with the concealed carry permits for people
Yeah.
to own licenses with shall issue and may issue, right?
Yeah.
So they voted 6-3 on that one. That was unconstitutional. With this, they're voting 5-4 against it. That they're flipping over the injunction.
And
So
I don't-
80% arms
how
is
do you
not
do
allowed to
that?
operate anymore while this is going on. The ATF is allowed to prosecute people. I guarantee they're going to start going to people's houses like they were doing before, saying, you bought this with a credit card because you bought it online, so we know that you have this. You can give it to us now, or if we find out that you have it. It's the same
Well,
thing
they
they're
could
doing.
probably
with-
subpoena all the records too from them.
yeah, probably.
yeah.
It's the same thing they're doing with the forced reset triggers, that they have proof of online purchase and they're going to those people's houses with letters and they're saying,
yeah.
we're looking for this person and we have record that you bought this item. And, just to let you know, there's a rule that was passed by the ATF and it's illegal now for you to be in possession of this. And so if you are and we find out about it, you're
There are gonna
breaking
be
the law.
problems.
Exactly. And they've been doing this all over the country to intimidate people, to scare people, to try and convince you that you don't have a right to defend yourself in whatever manner that you choose, and you don't have a responsibility to be responsible and proficient with the firearms that you have and be prepared for any situation that might come about. Those people are assholes.
What's the point of a serial number? Sounds like an infringement of some sorts.
Like
It
I
certainly
said,
is.
Like I said, I don't know anybody who's done
That's
that.
right, Joseph. There is.
For YouTube, I think I have to say what the law is. That's the only reason I mentioned that. So,
Well, technically, the Supreme Court is the supreme law of the land, correct? I mean, the Constitution.
yeah.
So, shall not be infringed. All I'm saying. But I want to add. I don't know if we did or not at the time, but I would advocate for Hunter Biden to have his gun back
Yeah.
because every goddamn American has the right to keep and bear arms. Period. Full fucking stop.
Yeah.
And yeah, the government literally
people-
has zero business in any firearms that we so choose to arm ourselves with.
The people in his family and his community should remove that firearm from him, but he should be
Word.
he should be legally allowed
Exactly.
to have it.
I'll just say it's a community and family
Yeah.
issue, not a government issue.
we know somebody who has a history of DUIs, and after one of them was in a very, very dark mental place, and some of his friends that lived with him, they didn't, it was a what do you call that? It was consensual agreement, but his friends, removed his firearms
Let's
from
help
him.
you
And
out, bud.
yeah, they're like, I think maybe it's a good idea if we just take these for a little while. And he's like, maybe it is a good idea. Like, you guys, I don't need them right now. You go ahead and you whatever. He wasn't like an everyday carrier, so he just had, shit in his house. So,
And you're not the government. You're coming at me as a friend,
yeah.
somebody that cares about
I
me.
think that's a very good thing. I
Yep.
think that's very, very good. You should have people that you are close enough with that feel comfortable enough with you to, not force you into anything, not fucking beat you down, but to be like, I just want to make sure that everything is cool. I care
Yeah.
about you, and the last thing I want is for any of this shit to go the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing.
Very good friend of mine battled with pretty severe depression most of his adult life. And this is a man who's not, he's not my age. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a boomer. We'll put it that way. He's
Yeah.
a boomer. He's up there. And he recognized at one point that he was in such a state of depression that he called his best friend up and asked him to come just hold on to him for a minute because
Yeah.
I'm going through shit, blah, blah, blah. I'm not really, and he made that decision himself, which was pretty powerful.
That level of awareness,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's
Excuse me.
that's where it's supposed to come from.
Yes.
It's supposed to come from your friends, your family, you, if you can make that decision.
Places
know.
of love and compassion, not
Yes.
fucking tyrannical Overwatch.
Yes. Nobody wants the man coming by threatening 5150 and send you off to the loony bin or whatever.
No, that
which-
type of shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Which doesn't really happen much anymore. But
No,
I did have that convo with that dude whose job is to serve people 5150s.
Right.
Oh, and it gets dark when the government shows up and says, "Hey, it's been revealed to us that you might have some mental health issues right now, and so we're here to take your guns from you."
Right.
Versus your friends and family stepping up and be like, "Hey, man, let's talk." That goes a long ways. I don't know how we got there from ghost guns, but
I don't know.
responsibility. The
Yeah.
government has no.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
government's
yeah,
got no
yeah.
say in what we do with our weapons.
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
So this article is from SCOTUS blog, which is pretty legit, right? This is a good SCOTUS
Yep.
blog does lots of good work. So this is an emergency docket. Supreme Court temporarily reinstates ban on ghost guns. This will just give us a little bit more background on this because Brian and I in the Ambleman group chat, someone posted a screenshot of this from one of these firearms pages that's a very good one, but it was just a screenshot from their account, and I couldn't find any articles that talked about what they were talking about yet because it had just happened that night, and it was very confusing, and so we were kind of debating over like what it actually meant because it was so confusing.
I was like, when you
But-
first brought it up, I was like, oh wait, that's cool, and then you're like, no,
Right.
it's a double reverser.
Right. There was also some confusion, I think, with Brian and I between particular cases that, like, we thought that the people in this case were still covered under the injunction, but they're not. There's a different case that has to do with the pistol braces. That's where they were given a limited injunction that only the parties involved in the case have an injunction on them. And it's like the Firearms Policy Coalition and a couple other groups that are able to keep doing what they're doing during that case. So I think him and I also got confused in that, thinking that these were the same cases where the limited injunction was what had taken place. This was a standard injunction that they've now stayed until the court case is dealt with. So
Yeah, Uno double reversey, man.
yeah, there's a ton of gun cases going on right now, especially in the Supreme Court. A lot of 2A stuff.
Oh yeah,
So,
I pulled up one from Illinois earlier today.
yep, I have that one too. Yeah, it's very easy to get lost.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the sauce. Very easy to get
Lost
in the sauce.
sauce.
So
Look at that.
The Supreme Court on Tuesday allowed the Biden administration to temporarily reinstate a rule by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives regulating, quote, ghost guns. While a challenge to the rule continues, a federal appeals court. I think they also made it so that you can't 3D print at home because you can't buy like parts kits online. So that's the other portion of it.
And let's just, for the uninitiated who might be listening or watching, let's just real throw. What is a ghost gun? A ghost gun is an unserialized,
Yes.
quote unquote trackable firearm.
Yeah,
that may or may
untraceable.
not be a home manufactured firearm. Think a lot of times in like gangland shooting and stuff like that, they will cover firearms with serial numbers and stuff scratched off, blah blah
straw
blah. So
sales and stuff like that.
Yeah.
People who own guns that don't belong to them, like that's technically they've also
Yeah.
called those ghost guns because they
Yep.
can't track them down to who they really belong
yes,
to.
so it's an untraceable firearm of
the-
some sorts.
The term ghost gun is very political. It's a little bit hairy with
It
the
is.
way that it's thrown around, especially
'Cause
when
it's
you're
so scary.
Especially when you're talking about congressmen and senators when they're using it. It's very loose with
Yeah.
the definition of ghost gun.
Yeah.
Because they were quoting ATF agents talking about like the amount of ghost guns that they're collecting from crimes and stuff
Yeah.
nowadays. That's like I think this guy actually said unserialized guns, and unserialized is not the same thing as
No.
a ghost gun, but they've now made them synonymous.
Yeah.
So
As they do.
yeah, because originally, like a gun with the serial number scratched off wouldn't be considered a ghost gun. That's just an unserialized gun at that point. But now they've grown to encompass that. So all of these crimes in inner city areas that are done with shit like you're talking about, or through straw sales or whatever, like, oh, this is a ghost gun. Well, it's not. It's a
Not.
fucking AR-15
Yeah.
that somebody else bought. It sold to someone on the street.
Yeah.
It's not. That's not a ghost gun.
That serial number is in the system somewhere
Yeah,
to somebody.
Right. You just don't know who it belongs to.
Exactly.
Yes. So, regulating ghost guns while a challenge to the rule continues in the federal appeals court. In June, a federal judge in Fort Worth, Texas, had barred the ATF from enforcing the rule anywhere in the United States, urging the justices to intervene. U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar had told the justices that the order by the U.S. District Judge Reed O'Connor was irreparably harming the public and the government by reopening the floodgates to the tide of untraceable ghost guns flowing into our nation's communities.
But ghost guns cannot go through airport security like news outlets want us to believe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The
That is
vote
another
was-
big tactic to label ghost guns. So, because, if you can home manufacture this thing out of plastic, you can bring it
Right.
right through airport security.
They're talking about shit like the original ghost gun, like it's called like the Liberator or something, and it's like a 1 or 2 shot gun, and usually it breaks after that because everything in it is 3D printed.
Yes.
and it's like a 9mm wheel gun or something,
Yeah.
So that's the type of stuff they're talking about when they're saying, "Oh, there's totally untraceable. You can't find out anywhere they go."
No metal detector.
No, modern there are guns that you can make that are fully 3D printed, but the vast majority of 3D printed guns have metal parts in them
Yes.
from the parts kits. The vast majority.
Yep.
There are some that are fully 3D printed. We showed the guy
seen
on
a
here,
couple few.
it was Suck Boy Tony. He's like printing his own casings and shit like that. That guy's going wild.
Hard.
That's the only dude in the whole world that's doing that. That's the only guy in the whole world who's doing that type
That's
of
right.
shit. And that's not a guy you need to be afraid of.
No.
That's a guy who needs to be hoisted up in our society.
Yes.
Like, you need to be making weapons for the
King
globe.
status,
Like,
bro.
yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, that guy needs all the puss and all the money. I had a friend make that gun that fell apart. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that's the stuff they're talking about. The vote was 5-4 with Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh indicating that they would have denied the government's request and allowed the ban and enforcement of the rule to continue. The ATF issued the rule at the center of the dispute in 2022 to make clear that federal laws governing the sale of firearms, requiring, for example, background checks for purchases and imposing record-keeping obligations, apply to ghost guns, firearms without serial numbers that virtually anyone can assemble with parts that they purchase, often in a kit. So even that begins to muddy the waters because, like, I built my 12.5 at home, but it's still serialized. Like, I bought that lower, and then I finished it at home. You know, Trent and I fucking put it together on my kitchen table.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because the lower is the part that on the AR-15 platforms, that's the part that's serialized. So
Right.
you go in, you get your background check, you get all that stuff done when you buy it.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's an unworking piece of metal.
Right.
Because, I mean, it's a fucking bare bones thing, right? There's a lot that you need to get for it to become an actual
yes,
firearm.
tons of little pieces, and
Tons of
whatnot.
pieces. I mean, it's a hunk of fucking metal.
And there's milling and shit you have to do.
Yeah,
like,
it's a hunk of fucking metal that is
Right.
not capable. I mean, you could probably not even. You'd have a hard time beating a dude to death with it. We'll put it that way.
yeah.
You know, but that already, you go in there and I'm going to buy this hunk of metal that's in a particular shape that has zero functionality to it as it is,
Right.
and I'm still forced to go through the background check and register that hunk of metal to my name.
Yeah, well, and we went over. It was really weird when I bought that lower. It was after 1639 had passed, which is our like pre-assault weapons ban. You know, step up to assault weapons
Yeah.
stuff that made a 10-day waiting period for ARs and stuff like that. Weird things. But when I bought that lower,
Training requirements and
right,
bullshit.
right. But when I bought that lower, there was no waiting period for it. Like, I bought the lower and then I called a few days later because I was like, hey, I just was waiting to see when I come in there. You can come pick it up today. I was like,
Word.
what do you mean? And I walked in, I asked the guy, and he was like, yeah, I don't like you don't have to wait for lowers. If you get them, then you can just buy them and take them home. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't, what are you saying to me? I don't, what's the point of this? I said, so feasibly, I could take this home, build a gun, and like shoot it today. And he's like, yeah, if you wanted to. Then what are we talking about? Like, I don't,
Exactly.
it doesn't make any sense.
It's the biggest problem in all this anti-2A legislation. It's it's all this convoluted bullshit that confuses everybody, and then we'll get, it allows the government to be able to get somebody on some kind of fucking technicality if they want to. When even the gun shop owners and stuff are like, what? I don't even know how the fuck. Then they're going to be the closest to experts on it.
Yeah, to be fair, was a kid at Sportsman's, so he could have just been like, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
know
break
what
for
it-
it.
yeah,
I
let's
don't give
go.
a shit. But who knows?
Actually, I
manufacturers-
would actually say the opposite. They get real hesitant over
Yeah.
there because they're a big corporate thing.
That
and
makes
they get
sense.
real hesitant.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
Manufacturers
About
and
to
sellers
implicate
of,
myself in a crime. I'm not going to do that. Hey,
manufacturers and sellers of ghost gun kits and parts went to court to challenge the rule, arguing that its application to ghost guns was inconsistent with federal firearms laws. On June 30th, O'Connor vacated the rule nationwide. The Fifth Circuit agreed to fast-track the government's appeal, but rejected the government's plea to put O'Connor's ruling on hold, although it did limit its ruling to the parts of the rule that the manufacturers and sellers had specifically challenged. Oral argument in the Fifth Circuit is scheduled for September 7th. The Biden administration came to the Supreme Court on July 27th asking the justices to intervene. Okay, so this is not an appeal. This is a separate process. Pre-Logar told the justices that while O'Connor's order remains in effect and ghost guns can be sold without being subject to federal firearms laws, the damage is done, quote unquote. Law enforcement officials will not be able to trace those ghost guns in the future. By contrast, she reasoned, allowing ATF to enforce the rule while the appeal continues will not harm the manufacturers of ghost gun kits and parts, who will simply have to comply with the same straightforward and inexpensive administrative requirements that apply to commercial sales of all other firearms, except that it directly cuts into their overhead and their business model they've already established for years and years and years.
and the fact that it's in direct violation to the plain text of the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
But hey, this is the game we play now, so it just totally makes sense. It's fine. We're just tracking this stuff.
Right. So in her argument, it's such a dog shit argument because she's
dog shit
saying
argument.
that because they've already sold some that we can't ever recover, the damage is already done. But all they have to do is follow the rules, and then
Yeah.
we can track the rest of them from here on out. That's not how this works.
No,
That's not
dude.
how any of this works.
No.
That argument is not consistent at all. The damage is already done.
The Second Amendment does not exist in this country anymore. Period.
At the very least, Prelogar continued, O'Connor should not have issued a universal injunction barring enforcement of the regulation anywhere in the United States. Universal injunctions, she emphasized, create a range of problems because just one judge can invalidate an agency's actions, she observed. An agency who has no actual legitimate authority to fucking pass law, which is exactly what they're doing with these rules. They're saying they're just rules, but when you can be put in federal prison for breaking them, that's a law.
Yeah. Shout out, Kevin. Welcome in, buddy. Good to see ya.
Because one judge can invalidate blah blah blah. Because just one judge can invalidate an agency's action, she observed, it encourages plaintiffs to seek out judges who might give them a favorable ruling. Oh my God, they're gaming the system.
No.
They're gaming the fucking judicial system. It's almost like it should be straightforward and honest if we wanted to fucking work. You dumb piece of shit.
This reminds me of the conversation we had about the validity of the justice system in the Supreme Court in its creation.
Yeah, because I'm also sure that Prelogar has...
Oh, that was a review preview.
I'm also sure that Prelogar has never ever gone to a certain particular jurisdiction to try and get a ruling or a
course
certain
not.
judge. She's
Of
never done
course
that
not.
before. She's
No.
never gamed the system in the same way that she's accusing these defendants of doing.
The
What
same
a piece
way,
of trash.
And all I'm saying is it's the same reason they're fucking trying Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., and in New
Yes.
York,
Yes.
and all the places they know what the jury is going to be like, they know what the judges are like. We're going to get a favorable ruling if we do it here.
And it operates asymmetrically. You dumb. She added, only one set of challengers needs to prevail to block the agency action nationwide. Yeah, because it's fucking unconstitutional. What the fuck are you talking about? You are a federal body covered under the executive branch of the federal government. Okay, so when you pass law, it covers fucking everybody, and it needs to abide within the basis and the parameters of the Constitution. If one person can prove that you are wrong, you are fucking wrong. That's all that it takes.
Yeah.
That's all that it takes. The burden of proof is on you to show that it is not unconstitutional. If we can show that it is,
Yes.
you are fucked. The burden of proof is not on me. It is on you. If you want to pass a rule that you're going to put me in fucking jail for, in prison, in fucking a cage, in handcuffs, the burden of proof is on you to prove that it is not unconstitutional. Get the fuck
Yes.
out of my face with that shit.
That's right. This is where I think especially when we talk about like SCOTUS rulings and even just lower federal court rulings and stuff like this, when there is a criminal trial or a civil trial of people, we have this. I mean, it's a beautiful idea that I think has been thrown out the fucking window. But like innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yes.
You have to do that, otherwise everybody's guilty of everything all the time. When you're dealing with regulation and whether or not it might be constitutional or not, that's not the question that needs to be asked. It needs to be asked, it is constitutional unless it's proven otherwise.
Yes.
And we lose that because then it just becomes a definitional thing or a contextual thing. No. Read the fucking text. Is it constitutional or is it not? It's constitutional until it's considered not. Because if there's no law already talking to that specific idea, that means that the constitutionality of whatever's going on here
Right.
is by de facto constitutional.
Yeah. There's already language that addresses this fucking concern here.
The grand fucking, they love to talk about it all the time. It's the law of the land.
Yeah.
That's the basis right here. You want to pass some regulations and bullshit, you're going to have to fight and prove that regulation is going to be constitutional.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the way it actually works is they pass these regulations, which act as de facto laws. They will never become law. They're just regulations with authority to throw you in prison for fucking ever or have the FBI murder you in your house by accident, quote unquote. When the whole time, you're overstepping your bounds, doing unconstitutional things. Then you're requiring a lawsuit to prove that it's not constitutional.
Yeah.
That's the government taking the first stand versus the citizens having their rights questioned in court.
Yes.
It's backwards.
Joseph Garrett. I'd like to hear a presidential candidate say they will repeal all gun laws because they're obviously unconstitutional. Pipe dream, I know. Vivek said that he would end the ATF.
I'm pretty sure Vivek. That's what I was. I saw that. I was thinking
he said
about
he
that.
would abolish the ATF. I think that's
Yeah.
about as close as you'll get, but that's pretty fucking good. Kevin, did everyone see the music video, The Rich Men North of Richmond?
Richmond. Have you heard that yet or seen it?
No.
Okay, so we during the next break
We'll watch it.
We'll watch it. So we'll bring it up right before we end this segment, so everybody can go watch it. It's
Okay.
a fucking great song.
So I know it's off subject, but damn, that's a good song. Donovan, they don't care,
yeah.
man. Our Constitution is dead. Prepare accordingly. I couldn't agree with you more.
You know,
It's-
that's what post constitutional
It's bad.
society, baby.
Yeah. Also, what she's asking from the Supreme Court is, only 7 people or 8 people different than what the initial judge did. Like now, I want 9
Word.
people instead of 1 to change rule for the whole land. That's,
Yeah.
I get it, but
Come on now,
this is the same thing.
the fucking system is game.
The ability to issue a universal injunction also effectively gives a single district judge veto power over any other pending challenges, of which, in the case of the ghost gun rule, there are several. The District of Columbia, joined by 20 states with Democratic attorneys general, filed a brief supporting the Biden administration's request to freeze O'Connor's order. They described the 2022 rule as a vital backstop to states' efforts to stem the flow of ghost guns and combat the violence engendered or prohibited by prohibited persons possessing untraceable weapons.
There's another really good way to state that, which is way more accurate, is that these 20 states and their Democratic attorneys general they're trying to prevent the states from allowing their citizens to live out and uphold their Second Amendment rights.
They're also unable to prohibit people who have a history of violent crime from continuing the violent crime while maintaining they should be the ones who have the monopoly on force. In what world is this any form of consistent at all? They are telling you this right here. Because of the ghost guns, we can't stop people who have a history of violence from committing more violence because we don't have any way to track these guns. The problem is you can't stop them from committing violence.
Yes.
If they have the gun, can you not stop them from using the fucking gun? Is that not the point of this? To end the flow of crime, right? And maybe that's fucking splitting hairs, but the point is for you to end crime, right? That's what you said, is you're going to stop crime.
Yes.
This is not.
Because every unconstitutional violation of the Second Amendment is grounded in that we need to keep people safe. We need to stop crime. You can't prevent crime.
They're unable to stop crime. That's
fucking sci-fi dystopian future. There's no preventing crime. There's no preventing pre-crime. There's no such thing as stopping pre-crime. That's essentially what every one of these anti-two-way arguments is about, is trying to stop people from committing future crimes
right.
by infringing on their rights now.
Calling the phrase ghost gun a propaganda term that appears nowhere in federal law, which is true.
Check.
The challengers urged the justices to leave O'Connor's order in place. The Biden administration had not shown, they wrote, that firearms made by individuals for their own personal use are fueling an increase in crime, which is true.
Yep.
Much less that the justices needed to intervene on the emergency basis. But in any event, the challengers continue. ATF went too far when it issued the rule, which regulates items that are not firearms and which Congress never envisioned it regulating. The challengers defended O'Connor's decision to vacate the rule nationwide. They dismissed the Biden administration's arguments against universal injunctions as policy concerns that cannot supplant Congress's decisions to allow courts to vacate actions by agencies that exceed their authority. That is also very interesting that you have a member of the executive branch that's complaining about a decision by the legislative branch. That's fine if you don't like it, but this is how the law is.
Yeah.
This is what they're allowed to do.
Exactly.
If you
That's
don't
the
like
whole
it,
thing.
right? You can complain all you want, but this is in fact how it works.
Yes. We say the opposite. This is not how any of this works. This
Right.
is, in fact, how
Yes.
this is supposed to
It's
work.
precisely how this works. Congress created a cause of action for private litigants under the federal law governing administrative agencies, they emphasized. Congress made the judgment that on balance, vacator should be allowed, and Congress remains free to revisit that judgment at any time. At the very least, the challengers insisted the justices should let the appellate process play out, particularly when the Court of Appeals has scheduled oral argument for early September. I concur with that. It is shady and underhanded. That
Do you concur, number one?
I do concur. In Tuesday's order, the justices granted the government's request to put O'Connor's decision on hold until its appeal in the Fifth Circuit, and if necessary, to the Supreme Court, is resolved. 4 members of the court's conservative bloc, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh, indicated they would have rejected the government's request and allowed O'Connor's order to remain in place. They did not explain the reasons for their votes. Alito did. He put out a statement of why he wouldn't, why this is fucked up, and
Yeah.
so.
Oh, coming in with the heat. This is perfect. The left says cops are racist, then say only cops should have guns.
Yep.
Hashtag liberal logic. Crime is and will always happen. Let citizens protect themselves and their property from criminals. It's simple. I live in a small town. Try that in a small town. And our sheriff tells people to get a gun and learn how to use it. He's honest and knows they just don't have enough people to patrol. So I'm really happy up here in the mountains. Fucking A, dude. That's, you know, I got lots of problems with all sorts of authority figures, and you know that better than anybody. But you know, you can get some based ass sheriffs out there who believe the right things and who will have their deputies enforce the right things,
Yeah.
doing the right things, looking for right things. They have good motivations, and I could be down with that. It sounds like you're in a good spot from the sounds of it, man. That's a real good deal. If you got a sheriff out there advocating for your local community to get and learn how to properly use these guns,
Yeah.
that's the right message. That's the right message.
I would love to get a cop in here, maybe even Caleb, because I think he might be down. Because I would love to ask some questions to somebody who has like what I totally arbitrary, what I would consider or subjective, what I would consider like good morals, and ask them how that aligns with their job. You know, I was thinking
Yeah.
about purpose and stuff the other day. I was super fucking bored at work. I was like, I hate this. Like, I don't want to be doing this anymore. Blah blah blah.
Purpose and
So,
meaning,
like,
baby.
so what
Struggle
can I do?
fest.
I'm like, oh, maybe fucking be a cop. And so I was like, no, don't be stupid. Like, that's a dumb thing that you're saying.
That's right.
So
I'd talk you out of it. And, hey,
yeah,
you're
I-
good with the 10 minutes on the everybody. For me and you, I could 10 minutes
I
and you're
talked
back.
myself out of it. But then I just was thinking about like the process. Like, well, if I went on the first rider, like that's the whole question is going to be like, how do you do this? How do you enforce laws that don't coincide with your own morals?
Yes.
Like, how do you supersede that? How, like, do you conduct your life in a way where you never break a fucking law so that you're comfortable enforcing all of these laws? Because
Yeah.
that's a big, the example we talked about of like, even if you just go to your friend's house and have a few beers, if I come here, I can't come here and drink beers like this and then drive home and then go and arrest somebody for drunk driving. Not that I'm drunk when I leave here, because I don't drunk drive. That's wrong, right?
Yep.
But if you have one too many beers, right, and you're fine, you're fine, and would technically, right, like everybody says, but you would also technically
there's a
be,
threshold
but
of
you would be
technicality.
technically over the legal limit,
Yep.
right? How do you then arrest somebody for that the following week if you've done that last weekend at your friend's house and everything was fine, you were safe, everybody's safe, you know that it was cool? That's the same thing that guy's going to say if he blows a fucking .08 whatever,
Yep.
right, or .09, right? He says the same thing. I swear, like I've been there for 4 hours. I had 3 beers. I whatever, blah blah blah. I just finished the last beer, whatever. If the argument is the same, how do you arrest that dude and put him in fucking jail
Yeah.
for something you did yourself?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I know.
I think that would be really interesting, actually, as somebody who is so. I have so many moral problems with law enforcement as in a generality.
Yeah.
Doing a ride along with like a dude that we know or something like that we're
Yeah.
friendly with, it would be very, very informative, I think. If you
Yes.
could just ask questions and just be there to watch what happens all day.
Yes.
Because then you could actually see some reality of what they're dealing with every day. It would be good to
I'm
have that.
heavily considering it.
It would be interesting, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking shout out Caleb, bro.
And you can do like, because I was obviously looking to it at one point, you can do night shifts or day shifts. So you can go and just do like a night shift with a cop, and you're there
That's
for like,
that's when you got to do
yeah,
it.
you're
I mean,
there like for 10 hours or whatever. And
Yeah.
they just tell you to bring a lunch and fucking dress nice. You're supposed to dress in like a shirt
Yeah.
and tie when you go. with
Yeah,
work.
because you at that point, if you're there
You're an
attached
extension
to
of
the
the
state,
state,
you know,
yeah.
you got to be representing correctly. That's,
Yeah.
yeah. My military background's got that beaten into me.
Yeah. So
If
we'll
you're ever
do
gonna be
this.
anywhere next to a state representative, you got to be acting properly.
So we'll do this in segments, right? Because I have a couple different pieces for what does this have to do with freedom and liberty. So let's talk about 80% stuff for a second. Let's talk about
Yes.
private sales first, and then we'll talk about these because I haven't grouped
Okay.
together. But when we're on private sales or 80%, I can give you guys just a beautiful, perfect line to throw at anybody. If you're talking to them about unfinished lowers, why you should be able to do it, why this is dog shit, why it's unconstitutional, and they start calling you a fascist or an extremist or whatever, right? I'm telling you, this is the fucking winner, okay? Home manufacturer and private sales, but home manufacturer in particular, is some of the most equitable ways for low income people to obtain the tools that they need to defend themselves. Right?
Check.
You can get a kit online for very, very inexpensively. You can 3D print a firearm for very, very inexpensively. This is something that opens the door for many, many people, not people who are barred from ownership, right? Which that's dog shit anyway, but people who don't have that much money but have access to someone who can print them a firearm and will sell it to them for a low amount of money so they can defend themselves in a questionable area. This is the most equitable way for people like that to gain access to self-defense that they have a right to on all levels. That's it. Eat my fucking ass left. That's the closer. There isn't a more equitable way for people to get firearms to be able to defend themselves than for private sales and home manufacture to be proliferated across the fucking board. Because
Yeah.
if you can go to your homie down the street and you're both law-abiding citizens and he can give you a 3D printed Glock for $250, what are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
This is dog shit. The government has no concern then. If your goal, like all law-abiding and moral citizens is to defend yourself and your friends and your family, the people that you care about, the government has no fucking business in what you're doing with your guns. If you don't have any wrong shit planned, it's no one's fucking business.
Yep.
No one's business.
Nobody's
So,
business but your own.
Yeah, what two people want to do, you know, down the street from each other or whatever at a fucking local gun store is no one else's goddamn business.
Nope.
Certainly not the federal government's.
No, and if anything, it's the call of the proprietor of the establishment to make that call if he wants to participate in this exchange of goods.
Yeah.
You know, they can make a call. They can just not. They could refuse to sell you a gun just because they don't like the looks of you.
Yeah, and that's just for private
you're
sales,
a
like-
fucking or you like your little fucking your frenemies on the outside or something
Yeah.
like that. You know what I mean? You can't. They're not obligated to do that.
Right.
But I think it is also interesting, the equity argument, right? Because along those lines, at that point, if the state really wanted to uphold the equity of it, they'd be providing firearms to anybody
Fuck
that
yeah.
would want one.
If you lived in Chicago, they'd be handing you a gun,
Yes.
making sure that you don't have no felonies,
Yep.
and they'd be handing you a gun.
Yeah, if they would have a deal that you could
And then
walk
telling
into
you to show
any.
up in 2 weeks for training, or you show up
Yes.
for 2 training sessions, we'll give you a gun when you're done.
Let's go.
That's what they'd be doing.
That would be the most equitable solution.
Yeah.
For one, on the private sector, like you said, you can't tamp down on the quote unquote ghost gun or home manufactured firearms. You can't tamp down on that because that is cost effectively the most equitable way to go about it in the private sector, because at the end of the day, it's an exchange of goods. I mean, you have a right to it. You have a right to self-defense. That doesn't mean you have the right to someone else's property or label, right? So the government in that alternatively should be able to provide that service for any downtrodden citizen to be able to fulfill their right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a very similar argument if you want to take the equity route. Everybody gets all fucking concerned. Oh, you know, government can't be handing out guns to everybody. Why not?
Boom.
Why not? Why not?
All right, so let's talk about private sales really quick.
Let's
I just sent you
go.
another article. This one is from Bearing Arms. This has to do, and the same deal is mostly from Gun Pages because it's around like leaks from the ATF. So,
Yeah, that's how we have to operate these days.
yes. So consider
ATF
that when we're
aiming at
reading it.
private sales.
It's from a gun website, so it's not
It's not going to be
not
friendly
written
towards
in
the
a traditional
establishment.
fashion. Remember a few months ago when Joe Biden says he reached the limits with his executive authority when it comes to new gun control measures? I'm not sure that President Mumbles himself recalls making that statement, but he did say it. As we predicted, however, that statement didn't last too long. On today's Bearing Arms Cam and Co., I'm joined. Oh, this is like a.
Sounds like a podcast or a
Oh,
show.
yeah, okay, yeah. This has got to be a transcript from a podcast.
Yeah.
President Joe Biden, let's see. President Joe Biden plans to announce that he is directing the ATF to close what Everytown calls the private sales loophole and the digital loophole. The private sales loophole is when an individual sells a firearm for profit but does not possess a federal firearms license, which
It's illegal.
no, you can go to a gun store. That's how you do a private sale. You go to a gun store, you sell it to somebody. They're determining if you make money.
Gotcha.
That's what this is aimed at. Biden will call on the ATF to develop a new rule requiring anyone who makes a profit by selling a firearm to possess an FFL. So if I buy,
That's like there's Texas laws like
Yep,
that, places
yep.
like that,
If
where you
you-
can just go in and do the transfer.
yep, you can do that here. You can do a private sale here, right? But what they're talking about is making any money at all. So if I bought a gun 10 years ago, they don't make that gun anymore, and it's increased in value, I have to take a loss on that, on what the market value is on it for a private sale, because I don't have an FFL. I can't
Yep.
make any money off of it. That's what they're saying, which doesn't make any fucking sense, right?
Sorry, Kevin. That's what's funny. Kevin was calling. No, we can't have the government give out guns. Only crack pipes.
Yeah. Guns tend to increase in value over time. A gun purchased in 1980 will likely sell for more money today than its original value.
For multiple reasons.
The so-called digital loophole includes marketplaces like ArmsList, where private individuals can list their firearms for sale. The Biden administration wants to see these marketplaces shut down, but it's unclear exactly how that lofty goal will be accomplished. Websites like ArmsList do not sell firearms.
That's right.
They just connect you with people
Yes.
who are selling their firearms.
Yeah, in a lot of states, the way it would work is you would initiate the transaction. They ship the firearm to whatever local FFL
Yeah.
is in the area. You go there, get your background check, grab your gun, and go.
Yes.
Because they're not making. They'll probably charge you a service fee or something for the background check. I think it's usually like the transfer fee. It's like $45 or $75 or something like that.
Depends on what the
Yeah,
dealer.
but they can charge you something for that. They run the background check, good to go. They
Yeah.
didn't make any money other than perhaps the fee.
Yeah, they'll make a little bit of money, but they
Yeah.
also have to pay a fee to for every background check they do.
Yeah.
And
Tiffany's
built
back.
in with Tiffany.
Yes.
Any public official who is against law-abiding citizens having guns should have to go without armed security for a year or for
I'm
the rest of their lives.
Yeah, forever.
I don't. There's a great clip that I would love if we could find it. What's the name of the guy who farted on camera? Eric something?
Swalwell?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a really good clip between him and Tucker Carlson, where Tucker Carlson asks Eric Fart, "What is the difference between my wife owning an AR-15 and
I
you
saw
owning
this
an AR-15?"
recently.
And Eric Fart just doesn't have an answer. He's like, "That's a dog shit question." He's like, "That's a total nonsense question," and it's not. It's a legitimate question.
It was
and
a
that
great
gives
question.
you-
I remember that.
That gives you a beautiful. Yep. Let's see it.
See, I think this is it. We'll keep it low. We got desktop audio off right now, just to make sure this is the right. Yeah, this is it. This is it, right?
Yep.
6 minutes. We'll see what we can get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's talk about this for a minute, because that's a great
Yeah,
point, Tiffany. But
great
I
one.
disagree with you on the 1 year thing. Fuck that guy. He deserves no private security. If you don't believe
Ever.
that people have the right to defend themselves in a way that they find most fit, then you're a piece
Neither
of
should
shit.
you.
Neither do you.
Yeah.
Just
then you
because
don't get that.
Yeah. Just because you don't carry a gun doesn't mean
you
you're
can
not being
have
defended by firearms.
you can have armed security with you. They just can't have guns.
Yeah.
How about that?
We're continuing our extended conversation with Congressman Eric Swalwell, Democrat of California.
Before we do this, did you watch the fucking Tucker Carlson interview that he did on his new Twitter show
No.
last week? Okay, I've grab bagged it. We will introduce it because it's a fucking hour-long interview.
Okay. Who
and
is it
it's
with?
the former chief of the Capitol Police who was active during January 6th.
Ah.
Word. Maybe we'll
Super
do
fire.
a thing on that at some point. I think
Oof.
because it's woo. Anyways,
Okay.
because he did it over a year or two ago, and Fox Nation never aired it. But now that he's got control of it, it was fucking magical. Anyways, carry on.
So you've talked a lot about Russia, but you've also become known for your position on guns, and you're one of the very few Democrats, I think, who's been honest about that. You say that the U.S. government ought to ban a certain species of rifle. You wrote a piece about this. This is not a secret view you have. You wrote it in USA Today, and you say this: we should ban
I
possession
wonder if we're gonna get a copyright strike for showing Tucker Carlson.
No.
military-style
It's on Eric
semi-automatic
Carlson's
assault
page, so
weapons.
it'll
We
be
should
added for us to
buy
block.
back such weapons from all who choose to abide by the law, and we should criminally prosecute any who choose to defy it by keeping their weapons. So we should
He's a gun
confiscate
grabber.
Criminally prosecuted.
this entire class of firearms. What do you think would happen if the federal government tried to do that?
Well, Tucker, did you read the op-ed?
I did. I just quoted from it extensively.
Yeah, I'm not calling for a confiscation. What I'm saying is we should invest in a buyback, that we should restrict any weapons that aren't bought back to gun clubs, hunting clubs, shooting ranges, keep them there where it's safe and not on our streets. And if you were caught, just like if you were caught, with drugs or anything
Guns
else,
are
that
only
probable
safe
cause.
at a gun range. That's the
Apparently.
only place that a gun is safe is at a gun
Yeah,
range.
that's his argument.
It's not safe at your house. It's not safe in your pants. It's not safe on a cop's hip. It's only safe at a gun range.
Yeah. Then you always got to bring it up. It's not safe on a cop's hip either.
That's right.
to go into your home and you had one of these weapons, yeah, you'd be prosecuted. I've never suggested sending troops
Okay,
out
I'm gonna
or
quote an old
collecting,
friend of mine.
Happen to
confiscating.
go into your house and you happen to own some of these guns, yeah, you'd be prosecuted.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you go to fucking jail.
Or if you're fucking snitch ass neighbor or something, or you live in a nosy community and some Karen out there is watching you walk into a house with your AR one time and go, oh, well, you obviously can't have that, and then calls the feds up. Next thing you know, no knock raid.
Eric Swalwell, he's a
Yeah.
congressman from California on the Intel Committee.
Good
Can
guy.
you get back in the screen, please? I'm just going to quote once again. And we should buy back those weapons, and I'm quoting, criminally prosecute any who refuse to, choose to defy it by keeping their weapons. So you're going to prosecute people who don't give up their weapons. That's gun confiscation.
If they're caught with them, yeah. We're not
If
saying
they're
troops.
caught with them, bro, it's like, no, I don't understand what you don't get here. This is
big
what we're
deal.
doing.
We're not sending troops door to door.
So, but what
Tucker.
do you think? What do you think would happen? I mean, do you think because, of course, the overwhelming majority of those people are law-abiding,
also
have
just
committed no
shows
crime, have no plans to commit a
He
crime?
doesn't.
You would
have
instantly
any
turn them
actual
into
concept of what
felons.
he's actually asking for.
Do you think that you would have a civil war? Are you worried about that?
What do you think will happen if we do nothing? You think more kids will be killed?
I'm not.
You think
I'm not
more
arguing
concerts
on
will be
behalf
shut up, more
no, no,
churches
I'm
will
not arguing on behalf
lose
of doing
parishioners?
nothing. I'm critiquing your
Yeah.
very specific suggestion for what
Yeah.
we. And you're a lawmaker, so
Yeah.
this is meaningful what you said.
And I trust the American people are law-abiding, that their weapons could be bought back, or keep them at a gun club. You don't have to give it up.
But what if you want to keep them in your home and you've done nothing wrong? You haven't heard it.
Then why can we not be trusted to keep them?
Exactly. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about, dude. He is such a fucking idiot.
Joseph said he's a dumb shit with no legit thoughts, but it was
Yes!
probably Fang Fang's idea.
That's it. Fang fang.
Anybody? And now you just made them into
Definitely a
felons.
idea.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
there's no troop roundup here, Tucker.
No, but you just made them into felons. You just said that in the piece. Look, I'm not making this up, but you wrote that. So what do you think? Like, if I'm a gun owner and I have one of the weapons that you say should be banned, and I don't feel like bringing it to a gun club, I feel like keeping it in my bedroom closet.
I don't think you're giving the American people enough credit that they'd be law-abiding and that they would.
That they would obey you.
Well, not
or else they'd
obey.
be criminally
They would just
prosecuted.
turn it
I'm
in.
suggesting
they would
that
just
they would
do
just
what
do
Big
it.
Daddy government says and just listen and turn it in. So we wouldn't even have to worry about going to people's houses because they would just do what the fucking government says. They would just bend over, lick the fucking boot, and turn in their guns because they just listen to what we say. There's no sense of independence in the founding of America. There's no sense of liberty or freedom or fucking individual privilege or anything like that in America, right? There's not founded on these ideals. No. They would just listen to the rules. They would just do what the fucking king says and just say okay, because that's what we've always done, right? It's just said, yeah, fucking do it. We've never ever told the big guy to eat shit and done what the fuck we want. What a dumb asshole. That's how you know it's a communist idea, because they'll just listen. They'll just do what we say. They'll just give us all their fucking guns.
And then all you have to ask is like, well, then why the need for enforcement after that? Just ask everybody to do it, and they'll do it, right? Don't have to make it illegal.
Just to make sure that
Conversation
he
in Congress-
knows, so that we all know the threat is there. There's a threat of
Yes.
enforcement there. That's why we can't leave it blank that we're going to make it an issue, but it's not going to be a problem because you're all going to turn them in anyway,
Won't be
right?
an issue.
But to make sure that you understand, we'll also put you in a fucking cage if you don't do what we say. We
right.
trust that you'll do it, so it's fine. We don't need to concern ourselves. But if you don't, we'll put you in a fucking cage.
Yes.
And pass a ban like this.
Would
They would
you-
be obeying the law.
Would you apply as written by you?
Yeah, it'd have to be passed by.
Would you
a
apply
majority of
these
Congress.
standards to yourself and your fellow members of
we go.
Congress?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
yeah,
that
not
you-
cops though. I don't think cops should be outgunned.
So your bodyguards could have any kind of
I
guns.
don't have bodyguards,
Yes,
Tucker.
you
but
do. I was there today.
No,
you have
no.
many body.
I don't
was
have
just
bodyguards.
there today.
I don't personally have bodyguards.
Oh, but you're surrounded by them.
Yeah.
You're surrounded by
Cops-
bodyguards that I pay for, and
They're
they can have
police
any
officers.
kind of-
They're sworn. They're trained.
They're there to protect you. They're
and they
your
shouldn't be
bodyguards.
outgunned. And that's the problem. I have two brothers.
He's not addressing the fact. He refuses to address the fact that he tries to get out of it. Say, I don't personally have.
Right.
I don't pay them with my money.
No, Congress has security, and
Exactly.
I'm given some level of protection by them, and they follow me around. But I don't pay for personal security.
This dude's such a piece of shit.
Brothers
But
who are
hold
cops.
on, hold on.
My dad was a cop. They're outgunned
But your
right now.
bodyguards would get to have any kind of gun they want to protect you, but I wouldn't
I don't
have.
want them to protect me. I want them to protect the people who are getting shot up in the schools.
But that's
and-
not. No, Capitol Police exists to protect you.
No, this isn't about Capitol Police.
Well, no, but it is though.
This is
because
about the kids
you're
who are
saying,
dying,
no,
Tucker.
It's about me
in
and
their
my
schools.
Outgunned all the
They're
time
afraid to go to
because
school
they
tomorrow.
don't have
I
civil Ghost rifles in the back of their car. They don't have any of that type of shit,
No,
right?
they don't have a
So-
bloated military level budget with fucking armored cars and all that. No, not
Yeah,
even, none
so
of that.
They shouldn't be outgunned, so we should roll around Mexico style where every cop should have a fucking M16. That's what they should have. They should have it on them all of the time. As soon as they get out of their car, they should sling up the
Mm-hmm. Just-
M16, the M4, and that's what
Walking
they
the
should
beat,
do.
strapped up,
That's what makes sense.
bro.
Yep.
After when I was in London,
How many
during-
cops go their whole fucking career and never discharge their firearm?
I believe
Most of them.
right? Yeah.
So because some people who happen to work in a very high crime area that they fucking signed up to work in, they happen to get caught in a crossfire because we also can't seem to deal with people who want to kill other people because we can't instill a sense of purpose or meaning or understanding in them that life fucking matters,
Yes.
right? So we just need to take their fucking tools away.
Yep.
That's what we do. We can't convince the people of our country that other human beings matter. So we need to limit your ability to defend yourself because
Yes.
those people we can't get to act morally. So
right.
we have to make sure you can't defend yourself.
The society that you, in part, have created or forced upon us, resulted in everybody being so goddamn nihilistic that they're willing to just throw away the value of human life for their whatever purposes. That's more of a you problem than it
fucking
is an us problem,
territory.
people. For fuck's sakes.
Hear a book drop.
No, but hold on.
They think a shooter's walking into the
So
classroom.
you're
Don't they
saying-
deserve to be protected?
Yeah, they do, and
So
my
let's protect
family
them.
He has a point.
Amen.
Yeah.
Well,
Also,
my family-
when you jam down their throats that they could die at any moment, that's how they feel. I've
bit.
talked about this before. Throughout the entirety of my schooling, I was doing intruder drills, active shooter drills. I never thought there's just at any moment they could walk in here, right? This is certainly in part due to the level of prominence of discussion and how much we jam it down their fucking throats. It can happen any time. There's AR-15 fucking everywhere. Anybody can come in here any fucking time and shoot up the whole fucking school. It could be fucking anybody.
Yes, it's a scare tactic. And all you do is beat that narrative down, and next thing you know, everybody's too fucking terrified, and then you win more people to your argument.
Yeah, so the children whose parents are consistently talking about how guns are dangerous and they're scary and people who have them are a danger, right? When they go to school because their parents are fucking psychopaths
Yep.
and they're telling people they're scared of being shot up in school because their parents are fucking psychopaths.
Yes.
That's not a problem, right? The
Yep.
guns are the problem. It's not what their parents are saying. It's not the way they're being raised, their influences, the things they're being taught, right?
Yep.
That has nothing to do with it at all.
No.
Maybe there would be less problems in school if the schools weren't so similar to prisons.
Tiffany, I'd love to argue with you, but I completely and utterly agree with you. You are not wrong at all.
Why do you need an AR-15?
I don't know why you need
protect
one.
your house.
You have them in your building where you work.
Police
you
officers.
Have, no, your bodyguards.
Don't denigrate the cops.
I'm not
Tucker.
denigrating them.
They work
I'm
hard.
glad they're there.
They
No, no.
shouldn't be outgunned, and they're
He
outgunned
thinks
right
he's
now.
doing
Wait a
good
second.
job,
I
too,
went to the
which is
funeral
funny.
for 4 police officers who
Right.
were killed by an assault
You
weapon.
don't actually
And
care
his-
more than
oh,
I do.
dude,
We
his
care the
eyes
same.
twitching
So it's not a
hard.
question of who
Okay.
cares.
Do you think
Both
cops should
care.
have
He's getting
guns?
nervous. He's getting upset.
I think that your bodyguards should have the same guns that I have to protect my family.
They're America's bodyguards, Tucker.
They're not. They're
Don't
yours.
denigrate
They're
them.
America's bodyguards, Tucker. The people that you pay for with your tax dollars that we steal from you, that put their lives on the line and also buy their weapons and their ammunition with your tax dollars,
Yep.
those are America's cops.
Also, let's I mean, it would not be hard to find, but let's in our minds play a clip during fucking George Floyd while he's talking about how we need to, address the demilitarization of the cops, and we need to stop, we need not put as much funding behind there, and that they're all racist. And now you're going to get on Tucker and be like, yo, I really like cops. I don't want them to be outgunned. I want to be
My
protected.
dad was a cop. Those
I
were
want to
America's police officers.
give them the upper hand to make sure they have the monopoly on force. That's what he's really concerned about,
Yes.
even though 2 years ago he's arguing the opposite.
Yes.
You're a fucking liar, two-faced piece of shit.
Like that.
I'm not denigrating.
They work too
oh, really?
hard.
Can they come to my
And
house
they're
and
out-
protect my wife while I'm at work?
If you call the police, yeah.
Oh, but can I have a Capitol Hill when you go to work? They
They're
hang out and
protecting
protect you.
protecting the
Well,
constituents.
no, they're protecting
who come
you,
in.
actually.
I don't have
So
personal-
why
so
not?
Tucker,
but
I
hold
don't
on.
have personal
Why
security,
shouldn't
bro.
my wife have the
They're
same
protecting
firearm
the
at home
constituents that are coming
your
in. That's not why they're there.
No.
That isn't why they're there. I do know how I know that they're not there. Fucking Jan 6th, you dumb piece of shit. They're not there to defend the people who are coming into the Capitol. They're there to defend you. That's why they're there showing up saying, everyone died that day and the whole fucking world almost fell and the guy with the horns almost became president and everything was almost over. Get the fuck out of my face that they're there to defend the constituents. Yeah, that's why they search them and make sure that they have nothing that they can hurt anybody because they're there to
Yes.
protect them.
Of
right?
course, even
You
though
don't need
they-
weapons. We're here to protect you. That's
Yeah.
why we're taking your shit.
That's why we murdered that chick.
Yep.
I didn't realize we're going to be breaking down this clip today. I'm super here
Bodyguards used to protect you. Is that fair or is that unfair? Why is
That's
it
a
unfair?
ridiculous argument.
Oh, why?
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? Because you're more important than me?
No, I don't. You are trying
No,
to.
I'm asking a sincere question. Why should you get to protect yourself?
Our cops
with
should not be
shooting guns?
outgunned.
No,
Period.
I'm talking, not our
Okay,
cops.
so do you hear that? Do you hear how there isn't a fucking answer? There
No.
not an answer of, do you think that you're better than me? Do you think that you deserve more than me? You're trying to change the subject. No, I'm not. I'm asking you a fucking question. Do I and my family do we not deserve the same level of protection that you have when you go to fucking work every day? You changed the question. I am not.
I don't have personal
because
security.
he doesn't have a fucking answer because he doesn't believe that's the truth.
That's right.
He does believe he's better than you. He
Yes.
does believe he deserves more than you. That's why he's trying to deprive you of the same thing that he has. So, they're America's cops. They're here for everybody. This is dog shit.
Yes.
He does believe he's better than you. They all believe they're better than you. Everybody who's trying to take your guns from you believes they are better than you. They believe that they deserve more than you do.
Fact.
Our military
Your
shouldn't be
cops.
outgunned.
No, your cops.
Period.
Capitol Hill
Our
Police.
military shouldn't be
Our
outgunned.
military
That's what he
should
says.
not be outgunned. Even
For
though
fuck's
I'm
sake,
sure
dude.
that you can also find a fucking quote of him saying, you need more than Air-15 to defeat the military. Just like fucking Joe Biden did, right? In what world are they outgunned? There is no... Fucking Brian sat here last week, so there's no
Exactly.
way that's ever going to happen.
Ever.
In what world is the military outgunned, you dumb asshole?
They got nice shit, bro.
Why don't we just limit them to the same gun
Tucker,
I can have at home?
why can't we have a
do
real
that?
conversation about this?
This is a
It's
real
nonsense.
conversation. Why is it nonsense? You're putting
Because
your
you're not
life,
agreeing
your
with
Calling
me.
my
cops
family.
bodyguards.
It's so beautiful because Tucker
Thank you,
Carlson's
Tiffany.
the point that he's making. Why don't we have the same guns that they have? They're not outgunned if everyone has the same thing.
Exactly.
If you reach an equitable level of firearms ownership, no one is outgunned.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has an AR-15 with the same ammunition. If you're shittier at shooting, that's on you. I fucking train all the time. If you don't shoot, sorry that I outshot you.
Oh, but
we
that
all-
means you want kids to die.
Yep.
That's what that means.
Yes. If
Yeah.
everybody has an AR-15, everyone has a fucking full auto or a fucking switch, just like the cops
That's right.
do, right? That's wrong.
Yep. They are America's cops, bro. Or they're America's protection. That's the way that goes. You don't get to deserve. You don't need to defend yourself. You have cops for that. They protect America.
And that's
No,
disrespectful
I'm
to
not
them.
calling all cops
Police
Scotty.
Week was last week. They were all here
I'm
in town
calling your
honoring
cops.
the fallen, and
I'm
you're calling them
calling-
bodyguards.
I'm calling your
My
cops.
dad was a
Calling
cop.
them
Isn't he a
bodyguards.
bodyguard?
He's
No,
saying
no.
you're
He
denigrating them by calling them bodyguards. If you're a Capitol
That's why
Police
you call them
officer-
ghost guns, right, bitch?
If you're a Capitol Police officer, what are you other than a glorified bodyguard? You sit in the fucking Capitol all day.
That's it.
You don't write people tickets. You don't. You're a bodyguard. You're there to defend the members of Congress.
The
That's your
Capitol,
fucking
yeah.
job. What are you? You're a body. You're a security guard.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not shitting on you. That's you.
A
you,
police officer is a security officer.
I've
Like it's the same shit. You're just calling it something else. All right. Why do we call them police?
Should we
Because
look
they're
down-
policing the laws.
Should we look down on armed security guards because they don't write people tickets? Is that what we should do? They're lesser than a police officer.
them
because-
motherfuckers are Gs.
Yeah, and precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. If you're armed security and you don't write people tickets and violate their rights, you're not a piece of shit.
That's
you're
right.
fucking cool.
You're the man.
based. You're like, actually, I want to defend private property. That's what I want to
Yes.
do. You're fucking based. Get the fuck out of my face. Denigrate the police officers. They should be denigrated. You're a fucking asshole.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Fucking shout out Tiffany, man. This is
Text
good.
people.
Do you have
and that's
body-
ridiculous.
Do members of Congress have bodyguards? I notice
You're
whenever
calling
I
a cop
see
a bodyguard, man? That is so disrespectful.
they are.
No.
Disrespectful.
are, dude.
Yes.
They are bodyguards. If they're conducting security for a particular group of people, 100%.
We can't rely just on police. Their response time across the U.S. is between 7 and 15 minutes. That's a lot of time to be left alone with criminals. No
Hey,
one should
fucking
rely
men,
on the
dude.
police. That's
Ever.
precisely. No one should rely on the police
For
You
their
should-
own security.
You should not only have the tools, but the knowledge and the skills to defend yourself and your family. You shouldn't be depending on your safety to fucking anybody. That defeats the whole purpose of being a goddamn American.
Yes.
Your safety is your responsibility. Your freedom is your responsibility.
Manifest
this
destiny.
is your job. This is no one else's job to secure your freedom for you. This
Yep.
is on you. It is not up to the cops. The cops came about from people who have abdicated their responsibility or were unable to overcome groups of people who chose to violate other people's rights. That's the whole point of why they came about, because people weren't able, at that time, literally didn't have the free time to be proficient enough to defend themselves from somebody whose whole life was stealing shit from other people.
Yeah.
If you have
And let's
no
also remember-
responsibilities other than stealing shit, you're really good at stealing shit and killing people. You're really, really
Yeah.
good at it. That's how you kill 90 fucking people before the cops get you. Because you're really goddamn good at it. If you
Yes.
own a farm, a family farm, and you have to do that literally all day, every day
Mm-hmm.
to sustain your family, you don't have that much time to be running and gunning. You know, not in fucking 1850.
No, bro.
So, what are we talking about?
You're just trying to stay alive. You gotta grow some food for the
these
winter's
are-
coming, bro.
These are different times, man. There are different times.
And when you look at the origin of policing in America,
If that's left, it's
I mean,
racist.
that shit was. I mean, they were like barely better than gangs.
Yeah.
Back in the day. I mean,
Yeah.
fucking gangs in New York.
Right.
One of the fucking gangs was the cops, bro.
Yeah.
We're just saying the coppers. I mean, that was the way a lot of this shit went for a long time. Same with like firefighters
So
and shit
fucking
like that.
marshals came about.
Right.
The federal government's like, these guys are all pieces of shit.
Exactly.
all
And
the sheriffs are
they're
pieces
all
of
in the
shit.
pocket of somebody.
Yes.
So you know,
Yes.
there's no. It's not a sacred position.
No.
It is not. It is one of the most. How do I want to put it? It requires so much extra responsibility to become a proper good law enforcement officer. You need a deep understanding of America's history, its founding,
Yeah.
the Constitution. That would be a proper understanding for a police officer to have. I mean, you need to be deeply rooted in why you're doing your job. I'm not here to protect and serve. It's so fucking much deeper than that.
The closest thing you have is like what Kevin talked about earlier is a good sheriff. If you have
Yeah.
a sheriff who's elected by
Based
the
ass
people
sheriff.
because they know who he is and he has actual legitimate morals and understanding of the position, the job, what his rules are, who he's actually fucking
Who he's deputizing?
and who he's beholden to.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's that's a fucking cop. That's like what a cop should
Yes.
be. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Yeah.
And that's like it's a
A peace officer.
yeah, in the anarchistic view, this is somebody that you are willing to delegate specific authority
Yeah.
through being an elected official and
Yeah.
all that stuff. You know, you can argue local policing from an anarchistic point of view 100,000%, and it checks out. Good to go.
100%. As long as it's consensual, absolutely.
Exactly. Consenting authority. There
Yep,
you go.
get
That's I
everybody
always
in on
fucking
it.
forget
Yeah.
that word. Consent, bitch. It's a problem.
Former
Government
police officers.
pays for them.
They
And I was in
protect
the
you
Capitol
and your
today.
kids
No, they're in your
and our
office.
families.
Then can I get the same in my
And they
office?
shouldn't be outgunned.
Taxpayers can pay for it?
They shouldn't be outgunned.
Can I ask a
They're
question?
outgunned today.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to answer any of your
If I walk
questions.
down the hallway in front of your office, you have officers there paid for by taxpayers. Great guys. I'm not attacking them, obviously, and I think they watch
think
this
they're under
channel.
attack.
Thank you for that. They're not.
You're just throwing out
at all.
attacks.
This is the old microaggressions.
Yeah.
This is a microaggression against the cops. I'm not
Yep.
going to give that up because you're microaggressing against my
Right.
cops by calling them fucking bodyguards.
Yep.
What are they doing right now? Are they actively protecting the sanctity of your life and body?
No. Are they enforcing the law? Or are they defending your body?
They're defending you.
Are they guarding you? Are they guarding your bodies? Is that what they're doing? Or are they enforcing the law?
Maybe a bodyguard is more of an act, not a job title.
Yeah.
merely saying that you have better protection than I do. And you're saying that my family doesn't deserve to have a certain species of weapon. You get to decide what we can protect ourselves with, but you're not going to in any way take the ability to protect you away from the Capitol Hill Police.
I'm saying that every police officer in America today is outgunned. For their safety and for the safety of the protection. We should have
They're
assault.
not, dude. New York State, you can't have fucking defensive body armor. They're not outgunned. You're not allowed to own assault rifles, quote unquote, assault rifles in a lot of these areas. In a lot of these areas, you're not legally allowed to possess a firearm. Period. These people are not outgunned.
You're looking at me right now. I can't outgun the Kitsap County sheriffs. I
No.
can't outgun one Kitsap. I might have more ammo on my kit than he does.
But he's got
That's-
deeper pockets.
Yeah, he's got fucking more dudes than I do. I know even if I
Yep.
call all the fucking ammo men and they're all like, yeah, I'm willing to die today.
Yeah.
They got more dogs than I do. And when the dudes come, they got more fucking rounds than we do.
And they got
We don't-
better. They have high level equipment,
They
vehicles,
got nods. They
got
there's
all the things.
There isn't a world. I mean,
Flashbangs.
on the spectrum of people that train proficiently with firearms, I'm towards the more active end. There are tons of people that are way more active and way more proficient than I am. I'm certainly on the second half of the spectrum. I can't outgun the police. There's
we
no
all know
world
you're
in
on
which
the
I can
spectrum.
outgun the police.
Yes. Now
Who else? Like, what else do you have to be worried about? Unless I have fucking, even if I have full nods and a full plates, there's no world. 19 likes, balling,
for fucking 5 years, dude. This thing's been
Balling.
on there for 5 years.
and they don't even show the dislikes anymore.
No, I mean, he's part of the reason they don't.
Yeah.
He's part of the reason they don't. That's rough business, dude. 3.5 or 3.6 thousand views 5 years ago, and you got 19 likes, bud.
on his own YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're done with this piece of shit. Fuck
Yeah.
you. Tiffany, shout out for the fucking epic drop. Thank you very much.
So your
that
sentiment's
was great.
correct, but fuck all of them.
Yes.
This guy deserves no protection.
Joseph, COVID and BLM riots showed most people how much they can trust police. Amen. If they are outgunned, I doubt it. I bet closing our borders would help that situation.
Well, see, Tiffany, that's where I have to correct you, because Eric Swalwell is not concerned about the people coming over the border. He's concerned about the people who look like me, who own kit to protect their family, to defend their country, to defend their ideals.
He's
their
worried
morals.
about people that look like you.
Yes, he's not worried about the people at the border like you are. He's not worried about a reasonable concern. Like, he's worried about people like me who are going to sit on here and tell him that he's a piece of shit and deserves no protection.
Oh, yeah.
That's if you asked Eric, well, if you showed him a clip of this show and said, "What do you think of this guy?" That guy's obviously a far right extremist.
Oh, yes.
Obviously.
Or at the very, very least, a domestic violent extremist, right?
No question.
Of course.
Right, of course. Look at the way that
Jesus.
he's dressed. Look at the language,
Yes.
the rhetoric that he's willing to express on
All
that
that
vile
anti-government.
fucking show. So no, he's not concerned about the border. So you
Not
would be
even a little
right.
bit.
You would be right if he had any sense of fucking reason or logic or morals at all, but he doesn't. He's a
Nope.
piece of fucking dog shit.
Amen.
So, so that's the private sales thing. So let me talk about this 80% private sales, right? I have this little piece here. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? 80% private sales. Home manufacturer, talked about that, obtain the tools to defend themselves, suck on that left. But in reality, the government has no right to dictate the private and consensual commerce between two people that does not violate someone else's liberty. That's what they're talking about here, right? So when they're talking about, let's break down the private sales thing a little bit more. So if I wanted to sell you a weapon and make any money off of it at all, I would have to get a federal firearms license. So if you want to get conspiracy with it, that sounds like a detailed list to me. That
Sure
sounds
does.
like anybody who wants to make money or get rid of a gun they don't need anymore. Because why do you sell something? If you have something in your house, why do you get rid of it? Why do you sell it?
Because I don't want it anymore.
Don't need it anymore. If you can make money off it, what are you going to do? You're going to make money off of it.
Yeah.
It's anti-capitalist to not make money off of it. And it's a detriment to yourself to lose fucking money if you know that something has a higher market value. Why would you lose money unless you're trying to hook up a friend, right?
Yeah.
Why? Doesn't make any sense. It's anti-capitalist to do anything other than that.
And I would assume that because there is going to be some kind of a service charge or a fee involved for the running of the background check
Yep.
at the store, right? You might be like, hey, just cover the cost for running the background check. And I'm essentially giving you this gun. But because there is money exchanged to cover some portion of it, that could be considered profit in the government's eyes.
Yes.
And
you
so-
sold it for more than you paid
Yes.
for it.
Yep.
Yes. So anybody who wants to sell a gun that they don't need, again, we're talking, if you have fucking 7 AR-15s, probably don't need 7. You could sell 3 or 4. You'd be just fine. You'd be
yeah.
good to go.
And
you
there's
know?
some very upstanding citizens out there who could probably use those
And
too.
if you get hard up on cash, why not? If you got 7 guns, get rid of a couple. There's no why not? Could
be very lucrative.
You can only shoot 2 guns at a time. And you can only shoot 1 long gun at a time. So
What
why
about the
not,
pistol
you know?
brace? It makes it more accurate.
So that's right. Yeah, more accurate. It's better. All better. If you use a pistol brace, everything's better. So,
I do almost feel a little bad for like the newcomer to the show. I mean, this is some deep 2A level
Cutting in
cuts
heavy,
in this
but-
one. But it's all good for you.
Yes.
It's all good for you.
On top of
pee
it
already.
all, well, that's all right. We're getting there. On top of it all, these decisions in the case of private sales are being handed down by executive administrative bodies that seem to have no other purpose but to violate the natural rights of American citizens with zero actual constitutional authority.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
this is all dog shit. This is nonsense. They're limiting the ways in which you can defend yourselves and try
yeah.
and procure the tools to do so.
Yeah.
There's no government,
For you to fulfill your own God-given rights.
no just government who wants you to be safe would limit you in the ways that you choose and can defend yourself. That doesn't make any sense. It's immediately cuts against their purpose.
100%. You see the cartel guy crossing the border with a quote kit you'd be jealous of. They are armed with the weapons we sent to Ukraine. Shout out Joseph.
They're definitely armed with our weapons.
I've seen some interesting
I did
kits
see
down
that
there.
just recently.
Yeah, the dude, because he was like leading that group of people across that river and shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same video.
Well, and I saw like some trail cam footage of dudes coming through that are like
Oh,
a couple
yeah.
of them in kit, yeah, with rifles and whatnot.
Oh yeah, there's definitely no shortage of footage of the. Dude, it's wild down there. That's all I got. It's fucking wild.
It's getting crazy. I understand. I don't agree with them, but I understand why you're starting to get Republican candidates that are like, we need to be sending the fucking military down there.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, if you don't have a good set of principles, I can see how you get there real quick. You know, when
Like
you
I could-
see videos like that and you're down to the border and you're talking to people who are like, I literally see dudes with guns cross the fucking border every day. I can see how you get there real quick. You know,
Man, okay, so a little background here. I've been getting more and more convinced in the lack of need or probably like a constitutional level argument that there should not be a standing army in the
Okay.
United States.
which certainly wasn't the goal or
It
the
certainly was
intent
not.
when we started. Yeah,
Exactly, and
John
can-
Adams would be rolling over in his grave to see the state of the
word,
military now.
especially our standing military.
Tons of shout outs to John Adams
Fuck,
today.
yeah, exactly. You deep in it.
The Adams family, we're balling.
Yeah, the Adams family.
That's right.
But
Get Morticia up
I
in
could.
this bitch.
Ooh, yeah, don't tempt me with a good time. The especially the Morticia from the Wednesday Addams show, the Wednesday show.
I have not seen that.
I enjoyed it. It's fun. It's probably not built for people like you and me, but it's fun.
Yeah.
And it's not. Oh shit. Big Latina actress, been around for a minute. Fuck, I'll have to look it up because I'm blanking on the name. But top tier talent, top tier talent.
Is it
Both in
Sofia
acting.
Vergara?
No, fuck. I'm just gonna have to look it up
do it.
real quick. IMDb. I'm gonna kick myself in the fucking balls when I see her name.
She plays somebody's mom,
Yeah, she plays Wednesday's mom, the
Morticia.
Morticia. Fucking.
Oh,
Where are you?
oh, Christina Ricci's in it.
Yes. Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, she's in it.
I like that.
Oh, yeah. There's, it's star-studded, to be honest. Morticia's probably going to be towards the buzz, isn't she? Okay, who's this? We're just going to click on that.
I don't know what her name is, but I know
that?
who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Right? What the fuck? Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Oh,
Michael
yeah.
Douglas's wife.
There
There
you
you
go.
go. Yeah, yeah.
Good for him.
And, man. And, God, how old is she? I mean, she got to be...
Has to be in her 60s.
60s, man.
Yeah.
And she's still... They don't build them like that every day. But I to get back to the point, I've been... sorry.
I love this show.
I get a little sidetracked
I
sometimes.
love this show.
Dangle a little something out there. I get distracted. But,
Oh, I love this show.
I could, because I've been getting involved with this argument about not having a standing army for the
Yep.
United States, right? When I think about like Vivek talking about like getting some kind of like fucked up war going on with the cartels down there,
Yep.
drone bombs,
Yep.
something like that.
Making Mexico get their shit
Yeah,
together.
having military forces down on the border, I feel like you can make a decent argument if you were to be able to reform the National Guard system, to be able to have the state, like Arizona State National Guard, the Texas National Guard, anybody that's down on a border I could see definitely a good reason, a good argument that you could do that constitutionally,
Certainly the governors
100%.
could mobilize the National Guards.
and just through sheer officer presence, you might be able to extend some of that, but that allows you to get around the idea of the federal government stepping in and then getting involved inside the borders of the United States, what they should not be allowed to
Right.
do, period, full stop, hence the worries about a standing army
outside of some
locally.
type of invasion.
Yeah, because the National Guard is a good way to build an always ready, always prepared militia to defend the state in case of any kind of
I think they just
any kind.
I think they just don't like the look of fucking
Then it's not
soldiers on the border.
Yeah.
It's just not a good look. Like,
Well, it's tough geopolitically too, because then like we'll talk about in part 3 a little bit. Poland sending a bunch of troops up to the
Yeah.
Belarusian border.
they just don't look
It
good.
always builds tension.
Yeah.
which is not a great. Although it's Mexico, what are they gonna do?
Just be like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, we beat their ass in Alamo. We'll do it again. No, I'm just kidding. I can't wait to show you my new favorite Twitter account. That's grab bag style.
Well, let's talk about assault weapons ban in Illinois real quick.
Okay.
This is an
You
article
lead
I have
off
from
while I get a-
CNN real
while I
quick.
pee.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. So this is an article from CNN, and this is from the 11th, so yesterday actually. The Illinois Supreme Court on Friday upheld the state's assault weapons ban in a 4-3 ruling after months of legal challenges sought to dismantle the law. Excuse me, we're talking about this partially because it's 2A and also because we have an assault weapons ban that's going on, shit's going on with courts in our own state of Washington. State lawmakers in January passed, and Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker signed into law a measure to ban assault-style rifles and high-capacity magazines. Those who already own such rifles face limitations on their sale and transfer and must register them with the Illinois State Police by 2024. Ooh, that's even worse than ours. That law, which came about 6 months after the July 2022 Highland Park, Illinois shooting, faced immediate lawsuits in state and federal court that argued it violated the Illinois and U.S. constitutions, because it probably does. A Macon County Circuit Court judge found earlier this year that exemptions to the law, including for law enforcement officers and armed guards at federally supervised nuclear sites, violated the Equal Protection Clause of the state's constitution. I like it. The Illinois Supreme Court agreed to fast-track the state's appeal, and in a 20-page opinion reversed the circuit court's judgment. The majority's opinion claimed to focus on the two core issues brought by the plaintiffs: whether the law violated the plaintiff's right to equal protection, and if it constituted special legislation that created laws for some firearms owners and not others. The majority opinion notably did not decide if the ban violated the Second Amendment, asserting that the plaintiffs had waived the issue, which is fucking dog shit. We express no opinion on the potential viability of plaintiffs' waived claim concerning the Second Amendment, they wrote. However, one of the plaintiffs, we express no opinion on the potential viability of plaintiffs' waived claim concerning the Second Amendment. However, one of the plaintiff's attorneys, Jerry Stocks, told CNN the majority justices misrepresented their arguments. Stocks said the Second Amendment is a fundamental right inextricably linked to their arguments and thus should have weighed heavily on scrutiny of the ban. Ignoring the issue altogether was improper, he said. We have a circus in Illinois and the clowns are in charge right now. Illinois.
I like that language.
That's really funny. Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul said the new law is a critical part of the state's efforts to combat gun violence, and Pritzker's office hailed the decision to uphold a common-sense gun reform to keep mass-killing machines off the streets and out of our schools, malls, parks, and places of worship. Nancy Rotering, the Democratic mayor of Highland Park, called on Congress to act on tougher federal restrictions and said Friday's decision sends a message to residents that saving lives takes precedence over thoughts and prayers and acknowledges the importance of sensible gun control measures. Did you know that in this, the people have to register their assault weapons by 2024? So, yeah,
So this is
Those-
everything that is in private ownership before the ban.
Those who already own such rifles face limitations on their sale and transfer and must register them with the Illinois State Police by 2024.
And Joseph, you're very correct when you say this. Vote local. That's where a lot of this stuff matters.
Yes.
And I will tell you, for a place like fucking Illinois, dude, how many decades upon decades upon decades of the same people being in power trying to do the same fucking things over and over and over again, and the situation keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Do you not decide, I can't be here anymore?
Yeah.
If you have to find a way to get out. If you're there, because this game continues to be played, and it will continue to be played every fucking time. These places are where rights go to die. That's where they go. You can bring up all these cases and you can fight it out in the courts, but at the end of the day, you're still going to get hosed.
And
You're still going to get hosed.
And we're far enough. It's hard for me to disagree because we're far enough now in the history of the judicial system of America that we're basing shit off of precedent now. It's not off of the actual Second Amendment or anything. That's why they're comfortable waiving this argument. That's it should be at the core of any decision they're making on a law that deals with gun rights.
Yeah, it's kind of
The
their
Second
whole
Amendment
job.
should be at the core of all of these decisions, but because there has been precedent already handed down from the Supreme Court, these lower courts can go off of that and not the Second Amendment.
And that
So-
was what was so difficult with overturning the Roe v. Wade decision at that point.
Yes.
It's because you get so caught up in precedent that you lose track of like the base argument,
Yes.
and then you just rely on precedent. That's why every fucking confirmation hearing for every possible Supreme Court justice is all about, are you going to continue to do the things that we've decided through precedent are legally allowed to be unconstitutional?
Yes.
Word. I'm going to do that for you. Okay, you got my vote. It's all the same flavor of bullshit. Try Europe. They are transing our kids, and we can't do jack shit.
Principled uncertainty. Hello, welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Try Europe. They are, yeah. You're not wrong.
No,
they are
dude.
transing our kids. I love that it's like a verb now.
It is.
It is
The
a
transing
total
of the
verb
kids.
now. And I
Yep.
noticed it during McCusker special that he was
Yes.
if I transed like I would this, and I was like, that's so funny that you're using it as a verb.
Oh, it's a verb,
and it's
bro.
not like
They
it's
made
pretty-
it a verb.
It's pretty perfect. It's like
Yeah.
because it describes exactly what you're talking about, and it's also just borderline enough that you know that they'll bitch about it.
Yeah.
But it's just on the line still, so you're like, well, you're transitioning. Like I'm just shortening my own, language for the ease of use. It's like it's very well designed.
Mm-hmm. It is very well designed. And
Whoever said it first,
I
deserves
still
credit.
remember when someone that was considered trans was going from point A to point B. I remember that.
Yeah.
There was an era when that's what it meant, and then it changed into something totally different. But that's kind of, there we go.
That's because then I think we were more willing to accept or kind of give grace
Oh.
of like, if you've transitioned, we're going to call you a woman because we're not. It's not a fucking
It's not a big deal for me, bro.
no, not right now. If you're doing your shit, like I don't need to. You're not asking for much other than like that level of recognition, which after you've shown this level of initiative, I'm more
Yeah.
than willing to grant.
When-
It's only that it
yes.
became more complicated that anybody started to push back of like, well, you're not really a woman. Like when
Exactly.
we were kids, that wasn't really a deal. Like there
No,
was
dude.
people were doing that, but it wasn't.
And this is why, like today,
The
if-
bigotry was a generalized that bitch looks weird and I don't like it. Like it
Yes.
wasn't she's trying to be a woman. It
Yeah.
was that she doesn't look like a woman. It was a whole
Yeah.
stay free. True Americans are a beacon for those us fighting.
that's what I'm saying. You must be
Oh,
overseas.
He's in Europe.
Yeah.
That's I was like, what do you mean try Europe? Like
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, he or
Well,
she.
We're fucking here for you, dog.
You got better eyes than I do. I can't see what's going on there.
Looks like a
But
dude,
shout out
it's
to
also
ya.
just an avatar. So
It is indeed. Hey, man. It's 2023, bro. We can do whatever we want.
should we call you a Z? Is that
Ooh, maybe a they.
Right in
Let's
the
go with
middle?
that. That's a nice,
Yeah.
easy, soft one.
I'm really not sure it will help. We need a deep dive into voting security. Have you
Word?
ever met a Mitch McConnell supporter? How long has he been in office? Oh God,
Bro, I
love
have-
you so much, Joseph.
Oh, dude, I would love to go see who's fucking throwing hardcore support behind Mitch McConnell.
No one good.
Nobody
no one you
good.
really want to be supporting.
No,
no.
that's
I
fucking
did see the videos of him getting booed.
booed, dude.
I
Retire.
was like, damn,
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, he's been looking rough out there, dude. It's
Well, he had that little mini stroke or whatever the other
Yeah.
day. That was a whole deal.
So part of this case also hemmed on like whether it was an unequal application of the law, right? I think this is a great thing to point out, regardless of how they ruled. We've talked about this a ton of times. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm I'm gonna follow my gut and tell you when I think something is wrong, right?
Yeah.
I don't agree. If you're telling me that police officers and there are exemptions to the law, it happens with people who work for the state and have monopolies on violence. This is an equal application of the law, right?
Indeed.
We already have that when they can have different levels of firearms than we can have.
Mm-hmm.
If now we're completely removing another level and you have to either register it or get rid of it, this is the exact same thing. There's a guy using a trans person for
Suing
So
a-
I was like,
s-
whoa!
suing a trans person.
Suing a trans person for rape. He thought she was an actual woman.
That's tough business. I don't really know what to say about
That's
that.
very interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean that's because that's I can. I'm not into the lawfare situation, bro.
You got to keep me
Posted.
updated on that because that's
I want to
real
look
fucking
into that
interesting.
because
Yeah.
there's a lot of failures of personal
Yeah.
intrigue. I think that person would have failed to recognize certain things.
If you didn't ever know who Blair White was, and you met, we've talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no shortage of trans people, though trans women that I've seen online that you literally wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
You literally wouldn't know. Just happens to great work, whatever.
Whatever it
happens
is,
to work really well.
you know?
You wouldn't know. And I've never felt like a trans vagina, so I don't know what the difference is on
Yeah.
that. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know
I
don't know.
I
So-
like what Tim Pool calls them these days: colonic sex holes.
Whoa.
Well, because there's different types, right?
Right.
And one of the types is they use a portion of your colon to create a hole. There,
right.
but, you know,
That's like, yeah. Okay, so
it's a whole deal.
right.
She's
I'm
in
in Ireland.
Ireland.
It's ridiculously hard to get guns here. Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
had a civil war and blew up cities. Yo, that's why. Y'all acting crazy out here, blowing shit up. I'm just kidding. Do you think I don't know that
I'm
much
down.
about that? Give me
The IRA situation.
Yeah. Do you have any recommendations? Because I just a few episodes ago asked about that. Like I brought it up. I was like, but I
Yeah.
don't know shit about that. Can you
Give us-
point me in a direction of somewhere that I can go to learn about the IRA and kind of that legacy from a factual and well-rounded perspective? I would be extremely interested in that.
That'd
and
be
I'm
awesome.
building my stack for next year for my private book consumption. So
Yeah, I'd be
let me know.
super into that.
Needless to say, he felt violated. He didn't tell the guy nothing, just presented himself as a woman. That is super fucking interesting.
That is super
and I
interesting.
like,
But like, I don't know if I would be down with allowing him to like you don't really have standing for a lawsuit. I mean, that seems
Right.
weird. But
I agree that's something that you should tell someone, but
Mm-hmm.
also I also understand where if you're a trans woman who's like completely transitioned,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm a woman now. Like I don't need to fucking justify. Like I get that.
Yeah.
I don't
it depends on what your
there's-
intentions are. I think.
yeah, if you're not trying to fuck someone over, if you're just trying to fuck and
Yeah.
you're a trans woman and,
and
you're
you had a
I've-
good night together, you hung
Yeah,
out, you
yeah,
decided to go back and
yeah.
smash. That's you should not be embarrassed
Right.
to find yourself in that situation.
Right.
If your goal is like a long-term like relationship plus like say I want to have a family or I want to have kids and blah blah blah, if you have that certain, then you need to address that at that whatever
Yeah.
point, and you probably shouldn't be fucking around if that's your whole goal anyways.
When
But
you-
I can understand.
you also never know like if that person's going to care or not, you know, because you could be with somebody
Exactly.
who's like, oh, you could
care.
literally never have said anything and I would never have known and never have
Blair
cared.
White's boyfriend.
Or you could also be this guy who's like, this is horrible. I'm
Mm-hmm.
fucking going to sue you now because you misled me. But it could have just as the dice just rolled in the wrong direction. It could very easily have been somebody else who didn't. There was the fucking the
Swallow your
trans-
fucking pride, get made fun of by your friends, and then move on with your life, man.
There was
Come
the
on.
trans porn star that was on Andrew Schultz, and like she brought
Yeah.
her boyfriend there too, and he was like, "I fuck around." Like,
Oh, yeah.
So you just never know.
never know.
You know.
And like I
So
said, like it takes something
yeah.
to meet somebody, have a time together, and then decide that you're going to go fuck now.
Yeah.
And like, there's a level of attraction you obviously have. There's a level of connection you obviously have, and no shame for you if that's what you're into. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
If you have fucking buyer's remorse afterwards, that's your own goddamn problem. You should probably
Tiffany's-
fix something within yourself.
Tiffany says the wrong guy was out looking for a partner to start a biological
family
family.
with.
And
Yeah.
as I understand, like
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the question in the scenario, I would be very interested to hear more about it. If you want to look at the socials, if you want to find us on here, send me an article or something. I'd be very interested, very very interested because
Where can
that's-
they find us?
You can find us, of course, saltofthestreets.com for all of the information. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Patreon.com. You go there, subscribe. You can send us any messages that you want on there. Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets. YouTube.com, of course, always.
Yes.
But links and stuff is better for the other social media. Principled Uncertainty. I am Scotch Irish. I was for peace. Ireland is now split between the pro-trans and mass immigration left and the sensible right. I have to get some sleep. My boy wants to go morning fishing.
Fuck
I will check
yes.
back in and let people know. What about your podcast? Thank you very much. Thank you. Happy to have you. Keep fucking hustling. Stay free. Let me give you the ending line. Let me give you the ending line because you're
Do
not going to
it.
be here. So I
Do
hope you're
it.
still around for this. This is the ending line that we give everybody. Be smart. Be strong. Be safe. Be free. Get the fuck after it. Thank you for joining us today.
Enjoy fucking fishing, man.
Yes.
Shout out to fishing.
Excellent.
Love it.
Okay, so let me talk about the Saw Weapons ban real quick. I have two quick little Saw Weapons ban. Talk about the 1,000% tax. One more thing, and then we're good to go for part 3.
Okay.
Okay. Saw Weapons ban. This type of arbitrary legislation is meant to paint a clear line. This is why I talked about this because the unequal application of the law. Right. This is in fact meant to paint a line. This is meant
Yes.
to set a class of people who deserve this and who don't deserve this. Just
Yep.
like Eric Swalwell, just like Eric Fart, right? Just the same deal. I couldn't remember his name. But I had to write in Eric Fart.
Fart.
That's how I wrote his name in here because I couldn't remember his name. It's awesome.
When your life becomes a meme.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to read this exactly as I have it written, and we can just all enjoy that together because
Okay.
I mentioned that in here.
I love it.
This type of arbitrary legislation is meant to paint a clean line on the people who live whose lives politicians feel are worth defending and who aren't. Tucker has a great clip with Eric Fart why Tucker's wife's life is worth less than Eric Fart's. Eric has no response because he feels that he is better. Legislation like this makes it clear that leadership looks down on you. The judicial system isn't really here to defend your rights because your rights are not up for debate. Right? That's really the core point at the end of all of this.
It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Your rights are not up for debate. They shouldn't be. That's how you know none of these systems are here to defend you. Your rights are not up for debate. They are rights. They're given to you by your creator. They're instilled in you by whoever it is that put us here. No other human being has the right to tell you what your rights are. I can't tell you that. That's for you to decide. We can agree on a common level of which your rights begin to infringe on mine. I can't tell you what your rights are. Your rights are not up for debate by me, by someone in a black robe, by someone in a fucking suit, in a building, in a big ass house somewhere. You are a human being. You are a free individual. Your rights are not up for debate.
Yep. You have every right until your rights clash with someone else's.
Yes.
Then we have questions and we need to talk.
Yes.
But other than that, go for it, bro.
Yes.
That's what it's like. That's what it truly means to live free.
Yes.
To be free is you have the ability to do whatever you want in your life. And the minute whatever you want to do infringes on somebody else's right, then we need to have a conversation about that. But I mean, the lines are pretty clear at these days. I mean, life, liberty, and property. That's about as far as you need to go there until you're making sure somebody else can't do what they want. You're damaging or removing their property, or you're removing the ability for them to actually be alive by, murder, threats of murder, stuff like that. That's
Yes.
it. That's it.
Yes.
Basic rules, bro. It's real fucking simple. You got to remember, and I talked about this a little bit in my piece for Patreon this month.
Shout out to Patreon.
Shout out to
Patreon.com/on
Patreon.
the streets. Shout out to all the patrons. $5 get you the article.
Boom.
$5.
And I am bereft. I will say this. I will fucking eat crow on this. I haven't been able to intake yours yet, so I
Oh,
apologize.
that's all right. I think you'll enjoy it though.
Oh, I certainly will, because all about the monuments
Yep.
and the memories and
Yep.
all that. But like, I made a point to talk about the fact that this U.S. Constitution here, right? It enumerates some of our rights
Yep.
in the Bill of Rights, right? But what that really is saying is what specific rights the government cannot infringe upon. So it
Yes.
recognizes a number of rights that you have, but they are innumerable, like you just
Yes.
mentioned. You are born endowed with them, inalienable rights. This just recognizes a few that the government can't fuck with, but they can't fuck with your rights. Period.
Yeah.
That's how that goes. This is just a few. It's a small snippet, like a snippet of like, here's some very broad things that we can't do to you,
There are limitations on the government.
and they still can't even. They
Yeah.
can't even live up to that bullshit.
George Carlin has a really great quote, but I'll butcher it, but it's to the effect of like, when it comes to rights, we either have all of the rights or no rights at all.
Yep.
I tend to believe that we have all of the rights.
All the rights.
All of the rights.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's no half measures. When people are limiting what your rights are, they're not rights. They're privileges. That's what we
right.
talked about with voting. This is what our huge
yeah.
issue with voting is. If someone can take it away from you, you don't have the right to vote. It's a privilege. If you're voting
Yes.
at all, this is a privilege that someone has granted to you. They're giving you choices of who you can vote for.
Yes.
These are limitations. This is a privilege. This is not a right.
Yes. Democracy does not give you rights.
No.
Your rights do not entitle you to a democracy. Democracy itself is flawed from the jump.
And
The
almost
fact that
immediately limits your rights.
Yes, it will immediately limit your rights, because if one person more than the other half decides that you shouldn't have this right, then next thing you know, democracy says you can't have that fucking right anymore, because majority rules, we're moving on. It is inherently illiberal and totally against natural rights whatsoever. That's why I don't like democracy whatsoever. Voting is cool, I think, in small groups of people. It works for me. I like it in small groups.
Yeah.
Dig it. But we're talking about fucking federal elections and all that. That is some bullshit.
Yeah.
It's actually why we have the Electoral College. But anyways.
I have one more article that I just sent to you. This is a good example of what you're talking about. This is from CBS. Lawmakers introduce bill to impose 1,000% tax on semi-automatic weapons.
This is it, baby. This is it.
A Democratic lawmaker has introduced a bill designed to curb sales of semi-automatic weapons like AR-15s. the type of firearm used by both shooters in the massacres in Uvalde and Buffalo last month. If passed, the legislation would impose a 1,000% tax on any type of semi-automatic weapon, making the firearms prohibitively expensive for most would-be buyers.
This is so. I have so many problems with this.
The new bill, introduced by Representative Don Beyer of Virginia on Tuesday, comes as a group of 20 senators announced Sunday that they had reached a consensus on the key priorities of a deal to reform the nation's gun laws. The 1,000% tax on semi-automatic weapons would give the Senate an option for further action to address the epidemic of gun violence. Beyond the reform already in the works, Beyer said in a statement. Called the Assault Weapons Excise Tax, the proposal would add the hefty tax to large-capacity ammunition feeding devices and semi-automatic assault weapons, according to the text of the bill. If enacted, the semi-automatic rifle allegedly used by the Uvalde shooter would cost $18,700 instead of its current retail price of $1,870, which is also
It's pretty high to
that's like
begin with, by the way.
that's not fucking cheap. My
No.
first rifle cost $650.
And that's still not cheap either.
So like, just shy of $2,000 is not cheap. That's nothing to sniff at.
No, dude, just shy of $2,000 is. I mean, you're pricing out the majority of the market already.
Yeah.
People that might want it the most are generally going to be probably. What's the best way to say this here? If you don't make a lot of money,
Yeah.
odds are you're going to be a little bit more based.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
And it's going to be that much harder for you to afford
Yeah.
the ability to fulfill your Second Amendment rights.
Yes.
And this has got a sin tax written all over it.
Yes.
And I just remember, we brought it up earlier today. The Assault Weapons Excise Act sounds real similar to like the Stamp Act.
Yeah.
You're just making shit more expensive because you don't want people to do these things.
Right.
It's akin to a sin tax.
Yeah.
Tobacco. Why does it cost 20? Well, I don't know how much it costs these days here, but New York City, last time I was there, $25 for a pack of smokes.
They're like, it's like
25
$10,
fucking dollars.
It's like $10, $11 here. There's pretty.
And that's because the state has decided they don't want you to be able to participate in this market, but they can't outright ban it, so they're going to just cost you out of it. They're going to price you out of the market.
In
Cuba?
maybe it's in
Canada?
Australia or New Zealand. They did ban smoking.
Yes.
Like at a certain age.
I think New Zealand.
You have to be born before a certain year to be able to buy cigarettes, and after
Yes.
that, you just can't anymore.
Yep.
You're just not allowed to purchase them anymore.
And I will tell you, you run with that shit for one generation.
And it's 21
the
now.
next generation. Oh, yeah.
I
They
do like-
already fucked us here.
Yeah, I was
by moving it up
25
to
or something
21.
before it happened, so I didn't remember. I
Bro.
didn't recognize, but
I was 18 years old, in the military, got stationed in Alaska. Alaska state law prohibited smoking until you were 19.
when you were 18.
Yes.
Oh, bastards!
Yeah. And was I smoking back then? You're
Yo, I
goddamn
bet.
right I was.
Could you smoke like on the boat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever the smoking lamp was lit,
Yeah.
But because there's certain times you're not allowed to go outside and, throw down a couple bernies. But
For what reason?
it's usually for like light discipline at night, or, if you're doing any kind of tactical this or that, or if we're doing fueling or anything like that, you shut it all
Can't
down.
smoke when
yeah,
you're fueling.
That's
That makes
right.
sense.
All the fuel ports are right there off the back anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, don't do it.
Yeah.
If they're doing any kind of helo ops, any time where any fuel or explosive may or may not be present, the smoking lamp is extinguished throughout the ship.
Yeah.
Done. But even then, there's only one spot on the boat you go smoke, and it's in the
okay.
very, very back. That's where we have good times out there. You'd be
Yeah.
out there in the Bering Sea in 20, 30-foot swells. You're going up like that. You wait till you hit the peak of a swell, and so you start to get that as the ship drops. You become a little weightless, and then you jump up and you can grab. Oh, bro! But you can't do that because you might fall off, and if you don't do it at the right time. You hit the boat's going up, fucking blow out your knees and your legs, dude. It's problematic.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, dude. Oh, yeah, you get in trouble for doing
See
that
people
shit.
get taken out by that. Oh, that's so
Because
funny.
it doesn't need much, dude. Because ideally, you try to do it at the apex of like
Right.
that, and then you get up, and then you land, and it's cool. But man, if you time that shit a little wrong, you'd be holding on for fucking dear life to that fucking net up there and try to calm down. Oh man, shit gets
that's
wild
so
up there.
funny.
But yeah, But even then, once technically we were stationed in Alaska, so even if you were underway, technically you weren't allowed to smoke. So like, you got to get your smokes from your homies and on the boat. You can't go because we had a ship store,
Right.
and so you can't go to the ship store and get bernies
Get out of
because
here.
you're it's
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's a whole thing. But anyways, this I
That's
don't.
why they love going to Europe, huh?
That's it works. It works. I'm sure. And then it's weird because a lot of times, say, you might be legal to drink in, say, Germany if you're stationed at a German base, because it's like if you can see over the counter, you can get a beer over there. Most of Europe, technically, it's like 16 or 18, depending on where you're at. But if you look
They're pretty
grown,
chill with it.
they'd be fine, and you're not going to act a fool because you're raised in an environment where it's
People
not.
don't.
They're not going to be binge drinking and shit when you're
Right.
kids because.
People are drinking at 10 a.m. in fucking England and shit
Word.
like that.
Yeah, I had a whole conversation about English beers yesterday with a gal that had spent some time over there. It was really interesting. But
Should have talked to this fucking.
amen,
about
the
beers.
Scotch Irish. Let's go.
hopefully it
Going
comes back.
fishing. Yo,
I think he'll be back.
I think so. I like the vibe, bro. But point is, this is a way for the government to kind of it's one of these loopholes. Many different types of loopholes. This is a very common one where they just decide, here's a way we can just price everybody out of the market. So then
Yes.
we didn't take any legal action. There's nothing that says we are preventing you from doing this. You're going to have to make the argument that even though it's an open market, you can still do it. You just have to pay a tax.
Yeah.
It might be $18,700, but you can still buy it if you got the cash. So we're not technically infringing on your rights. You can still buy it.
And it's going to cut people out of the cash market, people who need guns or really,
Yeah.
really want them or going to end up buying them on credit cards. And then there's limitations on that. There's certain credit card companies that are reporting those sales to the federal government.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, at this point, they all are.
Yeah, tell me a better way to flood the streets with 3D printed guns than to price.
Brian missed it. He missed the
What
whole
the
deal.
fuck, Brian?
That's all right. Thank God it's on the internet forever.
You have to go back.
We kicked it off at the beginning of part 2, so you'll be able to.
Yeah, I got
consume
hot. It
really-
was a whole deal.
It was great.
I was literally sweating at one
I
point.
guess you were. I saw your upper lip. A
Yes.
little shiny there.
Tell me a better way to flood the streets with 3D printed guns than to make all of the other guns too expensive for anybody to buy.
And actually,
Like, what else are you gonna do?
I wouldn't hate that, to be honest.
I mean, but what,
still, it's
what else
bad.
is going to happen? I mean, I'm not complaining about it, but they are. They're complaining
Yes.
about it. They're actively trying to pass
Exactly.
legislation to not have that anymore.
Yes.
If you're going to make every other gun too expensive to buy, a Glock is fucking $600,
Oh.
right? So they're talking about rifles, but earlier it mentioned semi-automatic weapons because
just
that's what
semi-automatic weapons.
So. And that's what it says. They quoted it, so that's what it has to be in the text of
Yeah.
the bill itself.
Because they're not that stupid. They know
Right.
for a fact when they're going to make any kind of public talking point about this, it has to be centered in the AR style rifles.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones that are used in the big, news stories where there's
Yeah.
a mass shooting somewhere, this and that and the other thing. The real semi-automatic weapons that are being used to commit the vast majority of killings in the United States are semi-automatic pistols.
Okay.
Period.
Called the assault weapons excise tax. The proposal would add the hefty tax to quote large capacity ammunition feeding devices and semi-automatic assault weapons, according to the text of the bill.
Yeah.
So
And of course, every semi-automatic assault weapons
Yes.
means any gun that is semi-automatic.
yes. So even if I don't know, because that's what it's like. The article, the paragraph above says the 1,000% tax on semi-automatic weapons
Yep.
would give the Senate an option for further action to address the epidemic of gun violence.
And also, let's remember
So
that the writer for CBS News is not going to be
No.
even closely as involved in the world of 2A and just in firearms in general to be able to make that distinction whatsoever.
Yes.
They get their talking points. Everything works for them. They just fire it out. Assault weapons this, semi-automatic that. Scary, scary, scary. That's why they, in the very opening of this thing, they bring up, a Democratic leader or lawmaker has introduced a bill designed to curb sales of semi-automatic weapons like AR-15s,
Yeah.
the type of firearm used by bull shooters in the massacres at Uvalde and Buffalo. So they're instantly bringing the context in. They want you to know that these things are bad.
And so this is from the text of the bill. Semi-automatic assault weapon for purposes of this subsection A. In general, the term semi-automatic assault weapon means any of the following. A semi-automatic rifle that 1 has the capacity to use a magazine that is not a fixed magazine, and 2 has any of the following: a pistol grip, a forward grip, a folding, telescoping, or detachable stock, or the ability to otherwise fold or adjust in a manner that operates to reduce the length, size, or any other dimension, or otherwise enhance the concealability of such rifle. The functional, that's
So
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. This is a very small thing, but the concealability, because I don't know that like that's the function of a telescoping stock is to make it more concealable. It's to make
try to
it
conceal that.
it's to make it easier to stow, not to
Yes.
conceal, but to store.
Yes.
It's for storage purposes. It's so that
Exactly.
you can, and especially for like a folding stock, that's so you can store it.
Bro,
and
they
put it
don't
in,
call me
like-
Big Bird for no fucking reason, man.
Right.
I gotta have a long ass stock if I want that shit to be really comfortable when I want to
Yeah.
shoulder fire that thing. All right, it has to be longer like that, and they would not make a safe long enough for me if I wanted a completely custom build to get that perfect right,
Right.
set up like that. And so you get a collapsible stock that you can extend, and that way I
adjustable. Yeah.
I could store it in a standardized gun safe.
A functional grenade launcher, a barrel shroud, which
Is that a suppressor?
I don't know. I don't know. I've heard
Like a
that term
flash
multiple times.
suppressor.
I don't know what that is. A threaded barrel, which is fucking
All of them.
rifles. A semi-automatic rifle that has a fixed magazine with the capacity to accept more than 10 rounds, except for an attached tubular device designed to accept and capable of operating only with 22 caliber rimfire ammunition. Any
Yeah.
part, combination of parts, component, device, attachment, or accessories that is designed or functions to accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm, but not convert the semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun.
That covers bump stocks.
They're the bump
and
stocks,
the-
FRTs.
yep.
Yeah, even like drop-ins.
Yep.
A semi-automatic pistol that one has a capacity to use a magazine that is not a fixed magazine and has any of the following: a threaded barrel, a second pistol grip, a barrel shroud, the capacity to accept a detachable magazine at some location outside of the pistol grip. So they're talking about with pistols, right?
Yeah.
They're cutting out threaded barrels now. You can't buy a pistol with a threaded barrel on it. You can't have, they make like some of those chassis devices that you can drop a pistol into. You can put a magazine on the outside, so that cuts out the chassis. That's what they're talking about.
I'm pretty sure I got a nice Franken gun that we'll be showing later on today that looks at that situation.
A design which is identical to or nearly identical to a design intended for a machine gun, a manufactured weight of 50 ounces or more when unloaded, a stabilizing brace or similar component, a buffer tube or other part that protrudes horizontally behind the pistol grip, a semi-automatic pistol with a fixed magazine that has the capacity to accept more than 10 rounds, a semi-automatic shotgun that either has a fixed magazine with the capacity to accept more than 5 rounds.
Whoa.
So that cuts out anything more than 5 rounds for shotguns. For semi-automatic, does not have a fixed magazine and has any of the following: a folding, telescoping, or detachable stock, a pistol grip or bird's head grip, the ability to accept a detachable magazine, a forward grip, a functional grenade launcher, any shotgun with a revolving cylinder, any belt-fed semi-automatic firearms, including TNW M2HB and FN M249. 5. Any combination of parts from which a firearm described in clauses through can be assembled. The frame or receiver of a rifle or shotgun described
Jesus.
in clause. Certain firearms not included, such as terms not included in any firearms that is manually operated by bolt or lever action or that is only capable of firing rimfire ammunition.
I'm noticing throughout this
Those are the
entire
only ones
list,
not included.
it does not sound like the standardized pistol.
No.
Maybe with a lower capacity magazine, but like a standardized pistol, which is responsible for all the inner city shootings anyways,
Right.
is not exempt from this.
So
Or is exempt from this.
they're also limiting it to 10 rounds nationally for pistols, because that's the first thing for V.
No more
A
Glocks.
semi-automatic pistol with a fixed magazine that has a capacity to accept more than 10 rounds.
Yeah. But other
So
than that,
you're
10
only
round
gonna
magazine
get-
pistol, you're good to go.
You're only going to get 10 round magazines for all of your pistols, and no more threaded barrels. So if you want any type of compensator or anything on a pistol, you can't have that anymore, which is how it is here now in Washington.
Yep.
That's, I don't know if I showed
some
you
bullshit.
the magazine that came with this gun. Like, I bought these ones aftermarket. So these
Aftermarket before you bought your pistol.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
so
what I love, so
I have
came
those
prepared.
17s already.
Yay.
It came with 10 round Smith and Wesson mags. That the bottom part of it, like probably this much, is just a piece
block.
of plastic.
Yeah.
It's just a hunk of plastic.
Yep.
So you can only, fit 10 rounds.
Which, too, from the manufacturing side, still fucks with your shit because you have to take a product that you currently make and then add another step plus,
Yeah.
however many more steps it takes to create that thing. It's all fucked up. There's so many levels of intrusion here that I just, these people either, well, is it malice or is it stupidity. I
It's
would go with malice, but yeah, you're affecting so many people and their ability to make a living, people that work for these places, the companies themselves. I mean, it costs everybody so much goddamn money.
Layoffs? You want to talk about layoffs? Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, that current price they give in this article, right, of like that
1800.
almost $1,900 gun being like 19,000 at that
Yeah.
point. That's okay. So you add in all this extra steps just for these companies and manufacturers to be able to put out a product that matches these things.
And it goes
That's
straight
gonna
to the government.
It's
The
going to
difference
cost.
goes straight to the government too.
Yes,
An
and
excise tax.
now the market value of that gun before the tax would have been like $3,000
Yeah.
because of all the extra work that has to go into it and all the bullshit extra parts and the material they need to get to use it. That now, instead of almost $19,000, it'll be fucking $30,000. Because
Well, they
you're
can't
affecting
even-
the market in so many different
Right.
ways. All it's going to do is raise that price to the consumer and then hit that 1,000% tax on top of that. That's it. They're not going to continue to charge $1,870 or when it costs them $1,870 to build that gun, right? And then they have to sell it for $18,700. Their margins don't change. But when all of a sudden they have to do all this extra work, their margins do change, and so the base price of that product has to go up with that, so they can still maintain their business and operation, and then on top of that, get popped with the tax on the back end.
Yeah.
It's just multi levels of fuckery. This is an example of the government doing, well, we're not trying to ban your rights. We're not going to try to take your right away. We're just
Yeah.
going to cost you out of
We're
your
just
right.
going to disincentivize you into
Yes.
doing things that we like. That's all ARs. Yes.
They are fear mongering news agencies, not y'all. Thank you, Tiffany.
Yes.
Does
No,
not matter. The
you're-
right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. U.S. Constitution, all gun laws are effectively null and void. Amen, Joseph.
Shout out, Joseph.
Fucking based.
That's all ARs, 100%.
Yeah.
All ARs, any pistol with a threaded barrel.
It's going to make me real hard to get my FAMAS.
Any of the chassis devices, shotguns with fucking two magazines with more than 5
Yeah.
rounds, like semi-autos. So only pump actions with more than 5.
And I was trying to think as you were talking about that law.
Not banned. They're
or
just
the-
all. They're just all subject to the. Because
the
I freaked
tax.
myself out for a second and got confused. I was like, they're fucking all going away. They're not. It's a tax. So
Well, realistically, they are.
effectively, Yeah, effectively. But
Because I was trying to think when you're
they'll
talking
be
about.
there. You just can't buy them anymore.
Yeah, when I'm thinking about solid magazines or not a removable magazine for a pistol, I'm going, what the fuck is that? It's revolvers.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I was like, I've never
Yeah.
heard of a pistol that has a built-in,
Yeah.
magazine. Like a Rimfire 22 has
Right.
that tube magazine built in just underneath the barrel that you just feed shit in, and they
Yeah.
do exempt that.
And then also like lever action rifles, like modern lever action
Yeah,
rifles.
you just feed
know?
through the magazine
Right.
tube. That's what it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
the affixed magazine.
Yeah, if you got one that.
That's the invention
was-
that won the West, baby.
Yeah.
That lever action fucking magazine tube.
If you, I don't know. Yeah, I guess any type of semi. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. That's weird because lever action obviously not semi-automatic, but I don't know.
Oh no, it is. It's it's lever action.
Right.
It's lever action, which it gets pretty dope. But I would love to get one of those fucking things, man.
guess
Old school
depending
lever
on who's shooting
action,
one.
like 308 or something like that.
Yeah.
I read gun sales have increased over 40% since former Vice President Joe Biden got in office.
Yes.
Yes, which makes me also wonder. There's got to be a complicated relationship with a lot of the more government contractor type gun manufacturers
Yep.
who don't necessarily sell to the public on the regular.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, they're going to make more money
They're
with a
still gonna
lot of
get
this
theirs.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. It makes me question a lot. That's why I like to see like the mom and pop shop stuff come up.
Yeah.
Have some real good
Yeah.
interaction
well,
with the public.
and you know that the federal government isn't going to pay this tax, right?
No.
When they have to buy all this shit. From
Oh
the-
God,
they're
no,
not.
they're tax exempt, baby.
Right. They're
Tax
gonna,
exempt.
They're gonna pay the not even the MSRP. The
Nah.
fucking
No, you get that government rate, baby.
Exactly. So
Which, if they're smart, they'll
Yep.
be upcharging.
they still get all of their shit for even less than you do, even less than you did before, and you
Yeah.
pay 1,000% more than you did before.
I would be curious if any of the Amblemen are into the Fed contracting, the Fed sales and contracting of a lot of the major manufacturers of firearms to see who's mostly deeply involved with, like, who provides the vast majority of the M4s to the Army?
Oh,
And you know, I wonder who
well,
is
I know
it Colt? Is it
I know their new rifle is SIG. Like SIG designed the new military
okay.
rifle, but I know they had Colt contracts for a long time. So
because
I
it
know-
makes me question why are you providing a service to this entity that wants to price you out of the market? They don't want you to exist. They want to
Right.
hold you criminally liable
Right.
when somebody uses your product in a criminal manner.
right.
How are you still? How have all of these gun manufacturers not turned around and said, "Fuck you, government"? Oh, I think the Fed is
An arm of the government. They regulate currency. Guns and ammunition should be sold at cost, or technically it could be construed as an infringement. At minimum, should be absolutely tax free.
I'm fucking
yeah,
here
we
for
get
it, bud.
fucked on tax here for ammunition and stuff. There's all kinds of
so
bullshit.
much. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's rough business.
All right, so I got one last thing to say about
'Kay.
guns, and then we can get the fuck out of here.
God, that went fast. That was good.
Yes.
That was a good segment.
Okay. Your government attempting to dictate the methods in which you defend yourself, your family, and your property can be perceived as nothing else but an attempt to tighten the grip of control our government already has on us. People miles away who believe themselves to be your betters are writing rules based on no authority, in fact, counter authority, decided how you can defend yourself with absolutely zero realistic idea of your everyday situation on the ground. No just government would attempt to curtail the safety of its upstanding citizens while crime and global unrest are increasing rapidly. The government has no intention of defending you. It is more convenient for them if you are dead.
Fucking based, bud. Rely on that for every time.
Colt FN and Knights. Yep, there you go. Knights Armament. So, and I'm sure there was some random other,
There's gotta be
whatever.
some, yeah.
with the fucking SF dudes.
I
I'm
mean,
sure
you need
there's-
3 biddings, right?
They
That's
get
the way
into
that goes.
other random weapons and stuff like that
Yeah.
when they start fucking around with like, I don't know. I don't want to talk out of my ass, but if they start fucking with like little 9mm guns and stuff like that, little personal defense weapons, I'm sure they're different. MP5s and
yeah,
whatnot,
yeah,
like
yeah.
those are all HK. So it just depends.
MP5.
But yeah, I think
What a waste of a fucking.
the mass, like the general, the M16s and M4s and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
the Colts, FN, and Knights, that makes sense.
I question their morals. I'm sorry, man. If you're,
No,
if
no,
you're going
I-
to be
no, I
providing
think that
fucking
makes
heat to the
sense.
government like that, and the government is
Right.
doing absolutely nothing but trying to infringe on the citizens' right to
Price you out
carry
of the
those
civilian
things,
market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would kind of. What's going on up there? But it's all big corporate executives. It's all that kind of shit. They don't give a fuck.
The government would also then effectively monopolize the market on firearms because there
Yes.
would be so few people who would be able to actually purchase firearms on a regular
Oh,
basis.
for
that
sure. Yeah.
They would be unquestionably, I mean,
It should be nothing but
they
ghost
are,
guns.
They are now, but they would be the largest consumer of firearms in the United States if
Yep.
if that tax went through. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm fucking heated, bud. This is. You got my blood boiling. Good
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Daniel Defense makes the Mark 18. There you go. I knew there was something. I knew
Daniel
there was
Defense.
something
You've
else.
told me about them
Yes,
before.
I knew there was something else.
Word. Well, but a good segment.
Yes.
Let's fucking wrap this bad boy up.
With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3 of Soul to the Streets. It's kind of grab baggy. We got kind of some random stuff going on, a little bit of Ukraine, a little bit of whatever.
It's gonna be fucking wild.
So, yeah, it's gonna be good. We got some good stuff going on. Breaking Points videos. We got some Breaking Point stuff. I don't really remember, but we're gonna watch them. We'll find out. I was watching them yesterday, and I was like, "That's fire!" So, so we'll watch it. The song. I gotta listen to the song. Yeah,
Yep,
we'll listen
yep.
to the song.
Oh yeah. Boost the song.
Yep.
What's it called now? It's like
There you go. Kevin talked
Virginian
about
from
it up
Northern
there.
Virginia or whatever. I don't remember.
There, Kevin said it.
It's all over my fucking
Good
Twitter
look,
feed
good
too.
looking out, Joseph.
Yes, good looking. Oh, there was so much chat this time.
Music
So
video.
healthy.
The rich men north of Richmond.
Yeah, the rich men north of Richmond.
There you
God,
go.
that's a hard thing
So
to
we're
say.
both I'm gonna go pee. Colin's probably gonna pee. We're gonna grab
Yeah.
a beer. We're gonna listen to the song, and then we'll be back.
Sig just
rich-
won like every contract.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh.
saying. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, Sig just
Word.
they got because they have the pistol contract. That's why your brother got those pistols. And
Yeah.
now everybody's fucking getting shot with them. But the rifle looks pretty sick. The
Does me
rifle they
dirty
made
like that.
The rifle they made looks fucking badass.
Sig makes a beautiful firearm.
Yeah, their
Period.
rifle looks sick.
Yeah.
They made the new machine gun too. They got the new belt fed. All this shit looks cooler than fuck.
I like Sig. All right, so we love Sig, and on that note,
We'll
out.
be back in a
We'll
little
be
while.
back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 3 of episode 154 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you here again for part 3. You can find all this and everything at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can
All
find
the
us-
things, baby.
Find us at Patreon, also patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. All of our segments, including this one, everything after this, before this, forward, is executively produced by Zeke Gata. If you also want to be executive producer, go to the Patreon, subscribe their highest tier. We have lots of other tiers, lots of other things. Of course, if there's things that you want to see that aren't there, let us know.
Indeed.
They're ever changing. We want to provide you the best experience possible. It is for you that we do this every other week.
You show up at any tier over there on the old sweet Patreon there, you get access to the entire archive of our monthly newsletters, which include articles / pieces. I don't really even know what we call them these days. Little essays, perhaps, that we put out every single month, going all the way back. And you can have access to all that, which should include a lot of hours of reading these days. We've been stacking them things for quite some time at this point. But yeah, go there, check it out, sign up. It's going to be a sweet place over there real soon. More and more people are joining. We're building a beautiful thing over there on patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. So come join us.
That's right.
Support us. We'll do it.
We just listened to that song,
yes.
Richmond, North of Richmond. It's a very
Yes.
good song. This one
Shout
I
out
say,
Oliver Anthony.
yes. If Jan 6 was cool and they made a movie about it,
That'd be the theme song?
This would be in the background of that
I
song.
like it.
No, it's a very good song.
It's a very good
yeah,
song.
no,
I like
enjoyed
it
a lot.
because it's not too preachy. You could tell the dude actually, believes in what he's singing there. Because a lot of times, like you get that song. There's the dude that was in Stained. I forget his name now. Oh, Aaron something maybe.
I'm not the person
Fuck,
to
I don't
ask.
remember. Oh yeah, definitely not your genre. But he kind of went off once he left Stained and kind of became a slightly. Aaron Lewis, that's his name. He's got a song that he put out during Biden Trump situations after Jan 6 thing, and it's good, I guess, but it's real kind of like gimmicky. You know what I mean? And like I didn't get that from this Oliver Anthony song.
No.
It's real good, and he's seemingly just a nobody, been trying to make country music and doing his thing. But this song, this music video just caught fire. Just fucking caught fire the last, week, I think. I've been seeing on my feed. There was a day, because fucking Twitter's broken now, which
Yeah.
we'll talk about later on. But
Okay.
Twitter's kind of fucking broken. And so I'll get, if there's like a trending video or something, and I'm in the For You tab, not the Following tab.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like, I'll just give it a nice little scroll, and it's the same fucking video shared by like 12 different people. I'm like, I don't This algo is broke at this point. It's not supposed to work like that. But anyways, I saw it all goddamn day, one day last week, and then it's just been slowly kind of dropping down. But it got so prominent. How about Joseph? We'll talk about Lizzo. How about that? I can always talk about Lizzo.
Wait till part 4. We'll talk about Lizzo.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna unrein off you. I'm gonna unleash
There
him.
you
I'm
go.
gonna let him say anything that he wants. But I've heard about Lizzo. I've heard about
Yes.
banana. I've heard about the things.
All the things. It's fucking wild.
I'm not gonna call anybody anything.
And
so-
also, I think Tim Dillon's got the best take on that whole situation, but we'll discuss that later.
Yes.
But the biggest, coolest thing I think about this guy is, you know who John Rich is?
Yes, Big and Rich.
Of Big and Rich,
Okay.
yeah. He
He's
made
on Tim Pool all the time, right?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
been on a couple
Okay.
times, and he's just, I don't know, he's a
Yeah, I
super
guess all
bass
the
dude.
time,
He's
isn't he? Yeah.
super cool.
I think went to his house and stuff. I remember.
Yeah. He's a very cool dude. But
Yeah.
he reached out and offered to produce this dude's next album,
Fucking
his
good on
album,
him,
an album
dude.
for him.
Good
Man.
on him.
It's super fucking cool. Huge fan. So like we promised, we watched the video in between breaks here. I hope you guys did too. It's super awesome. The
liked
song
it.
referenced Lizzo and Epstein. Yes, that's the big things and the kids on the island. Yes, it was. The dude is deep. He knows exactly what the fuck he's singing about, and either he's a super great actor or he actually believes what he's fucking singing, because ain't nobody in the country music establishment wrote that song for him. That is his lyrics. I guarantee.
No.
I guarantee
Yeah.
goddamn to you.
No, they wouldn't. The
Yeah.
establishment doesn't let you put out a song like that.
Not like that. But it's gonna be. I'll be curious. Be real curious to follow this guy's future career, because I guarantee he's gonna have them.
Yes.
But that kind of like alt country steel guitar type of thing, or
Yeah.
even the banjo stuff. It's real big these days. It's getting a
Yes.
big, huge resurgence. Big, like alt country, I think is what they call it.
Yeah. I'm not
Chad's
a,
turned me on to a lot of good shit.
I'm not a big
I've been
country
into that.
guy, but like I would listen to that.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
I can't stand like standardized like
Yeah.
pop country music they're gonna play on the radio for the most part. It's
like-
just not good.
I like older country. You know, I've listened to some of that just with like
Yeah.
old dudes.
Was
That's
it
so
Big and
fun.
Rich that offered to produce it for him? Yes, it was.
John
I know it
Rich.
was John Rich
Yeah.
specifically. I don't know if Big's involved.
So
but
he don't really fuck with them anymore, right? They're kind of.
they still play. They did a concert
I thought
a,
they
a
were
week ago or
estranged for
so,
some
but
reason.
I don't think they work together anymore.
Okay,
I think
alright.
it was like a thing they did. You know,
I
It's
gotcha.
Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. I think had its time, and
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
know. But hey, if you can go have a
Oh,
good
that was
time,
them, huh?
yeah, that was
Oh,
Big and
okay.
Rich. Yep. Yeah, but I mean, if you could throw a concert, meet up with your old buddy, play the old songs, get a fucking fat paycheck,
Yeah.
please the audience a lot, it never seems like a bad idea. Some bands don't really break up; they just kind of stop doing what they're doing.
Right.
It's not like
A lot
Blink-182.
of those old rock bands and shit that
Yeah.
those dudes can't stand each other anymore.
Exactly.
Have y'all heard of Upchurch? Some of his stuff triggers liberals and the like. I have not heard of Upchurch.
I have not.
No.
I do like things that trigger liberals, though. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really a liberal either. I kind of am. But I'm also kind of conservative.
I still feel very liberal about some stuff.
Me too.
You know.
But I also
get
like
real
liberals like
uppity.
government, though. I'm not into that.
Yeah, I get real uppity when people put us in a conservative tilt. You know.
Yeah.
really don't like that.
Me
Like,
neither. Because I'm conservative in some things, but I'm
Yeah.
very liberal and open. Like, we talked a minute in the last segment about like trans people and all this.
Yeah.
Dude, do you, bro? And
Right.
again, if you have some remorse after like you go out on a date and then go back to some person's house and then it turns out like they're a trans person, that's a problem for you and your Jesus, buddy. I mean,
Yeah.
if you enjoyed each other's company enough, I feel like fucking who cares, man? Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figure y'all from Washington.
Well, and I
we just like liberty and freedom, bud.
When I'm part of, I don't know, I grew up
Oh,
like
yeah.
in the system in a lot of ways, you know, so I very much see the merit in those things. But I also, obviously, as a fucking reasonable adult,
Don't want to pay for all that
I
sometimes.
I recognize the mass amount of abuse that goes in that, you know, if those systems, the various welfare systems, worked the way that they were supposed to work, and the
Yeah.
people who got help needed help, and they were also incentivized to put themselves in a better position, then I think there would be very little problems with that. No,
Yeah.
I don't. We're just fucking with you, but we're just talking now.
We're just talking shit, bro.
But that's just not the realistic application of those things. You know, there are I know for a fact, because I grew up like with state insurance and stuff, that people get the help that they need. But like I said, I also know a ton of people who have abused those systems that I've seen personally. That
That does happen.
I've seen people be de-incentivized from doing better. Like I've seen people. I knew a couple intimately in which the wife of the couple quit her job because she was making too much money and was kicking them out of state assistance.
Yeah.
And the amount of state assistance that they were getting was more than what her paychecks were.
Yeah.
So it made more sense for her to stay at home and say that she couldn't find a job
Yep.
than to have a job.
Oh yeah,
And I don't.
That's a reverse
You
incentive.
you almost can't blame people for doing
No.
that, because that's what makes the most logical sense. You're
Exactly.
in a better financial position when you do that, but that in and of itself is a systemic problem.
Yeah,
that
there you
it
go.
does not incentivize people to do better. Like you said, it de-incentivizes
Yes.
them from wanting better.
Which is why I generally opt for the get rid of the government entity of it altogether, and then we as a society and individuals can figure it out. Because nobody likes to see their neighbors fail, even if you don't know. Nobody wants to see their neighbor go
Yes.
out of business or whatever the fuck. Nobody likes to watch other people's struggle like that.
Right.
Nobody does, man.
So
We need to bring back a society that cares more about each other than. I almost said ourselves, but also you are number one. So I wouldn't phrase it like that, but
But-
you get
but
the sentiment.
Because we live on the same landmass,
Mm-hmm.
the collective experience that we have here together is extremely important. And for us to all have the best individual experience,
Mm-hmm.
we need to have a good and cohesive collective experience.
That's right.
And we don't have to do everything together, but it behooves us and makes our own experience better from a personal and exterior perspective, for us to make sure the people around us don't have terrible lives.
Yes.
You know,
100%.
it makes you feel better because it's the right thing morally to do.
Oh, yeah.
It makes your community better to not have people who are fucking useless and shitbags that can't do anything. That's a good on all levels
Yep.
for everyone to have a stake in the betterment of their fellow citizens. And that's,
Yes.
I think, what initially sold people on those welfare systems, that they're
Yeah.
like, we're going to use your tax dollars, but that just means everybody's bought in. We're all going to want people to be better because it's your tax dollars that are being spent. And that got so out of control so quickly that
Oh,
that
yeah.
message was lost, and
Gone.
it doesn't matter anymore.
Then it just becomes an entitlement
Because
program.
because now, even though Joseph just said people who need help can't get it, right? He sees the value in that system. He
Yep.
also told us he's getting fucked by the system. His
Yes.
tax dollars are being stolen from him. And he's not wrong.
No.
You know?
No, we all
Yeah.
it's theft, bud.
They keep us divided because of that very reason. If we help each other, the government loses more power. 100%.
That's why I love this fucking chat so
Yes,
much.
You're absolutely correct.
I don't know if you guys have been realizing, but y'all keep agreeing with each other and keep
Yes.
propping each other up all day. And every time somebody says something super based, you're like, yep, thumbs up that way or arrow that way. Amen.
Jordan used that term with me last night, collective experience, when we were talking about the spirituality aspect, you know, and that's going to get us all closer to there when we're elevated out of not completely, but when we're able to get out of ourselves and see that greater purpose of, like I said, of life and liberty, that gets us to that. We can see that. That puts us in harmony with that collective experience, because that's what that is, you know? And that's what we've talked about when we're talking about on the show. I can remember a specific clip of myself. I don't remember what we were talking about overall, but I just watched it the other day trying to find something with Brian. And I was talking about the reason that I know people can trust us is because I want to be free. You
Yes.
can trust that I want you to be free, because in order for that to be a fact, I have to be free first.
Yes.
I care more about my freedom than most other things. I have to have you be free for me to be free. That's how, you know, the audience, everybody knows that we aren't lying to you. That's how you know that we are providing you with a genuine perspective, and we're trying actively to get you to embrace and realize and get to that level of liberty, because that's what I want. That's what I want. And you have to have that for me to have that.
And let me just, for pure authenticity's sake, both of us work full-time, OT jobs.
Overtime.
There's no, I had a
I'm there.
I
when
had
you
a
get there
barely
and-
40-hour week.
Yeah.
Right, I had a barely 40-hour week because there was stuff going on
You
this
had
week,
things.
right? And it was so worth it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're blue collar dudes who work our fucking ass off. We've been doing this for 5 years
Closing
now,
on 5.
and we've got little to no incentive to do this job every other week, other than the fact that we care so much about spreading the word of liberty and freedom and its importance and understanding your rights
Yes.
and being able to live free in a truly free society, that we do this day in and day out. And we don't have any fucking sponsors. You guys are our sponsors. That's why we ask you to go to the Patreon all the time. Patreon.com/saltedstreets, FYI, if you want to join up. But it's because we actually care about this shit. There's we don't have any incentive to do this. Our incentive is getting on government watch lists, FBI watch, the whole fucking thing. We've got nothing to gain from this at this point other than trying to drum up, say, grassroots support and spreading the message. That's all.
Can I share something with you,
Please.
with all of you guys? It actually happened today, and I wasn't going to mention it. Well, I didn't really think of it, but and I'm not lying. This is completely true. I have 2 children, a son who's 4 years old, and a daughter who's like 16 months. And
Little baby.
so I went to leave today, and Dax walked me out to my truck, and he sat in the truck, and he gave me hugs and kisses, and then he went to leave, and he's standing at the fence, and Jordan was trying to get him inside, and I could see he turned to the fence, and he's starting to like kind of cry. He just kind of like a fake cry, whine thing, but he's obviously upset, but he's not like crying, you
Yeah.
know.
Well,
And
yeah, Dad's leaving. I'm
so
not down for that.
and usually it's not like that big of a deal. Like usually it's fine, he's kind of doing something else. It's not, it's cordial. He understands like
Yeah.
we're doing the show, but he was saying like this morning before I left he was like, I kind of want you to go and do the show. I don't want you to do this. And so today, yeah, he's standing at the fence at the gate, and he's starting to kind of cry and be upset, and he's like shaking the fence, daddy, daddy. And so I got out of the truck and I went back, and he sits on the stairs, and he's turning towards the house, and he says, I don't want you to go and do the show. And I said, I know. I said, I totally understand. I said, and I would love to stay here. I don't want to leave. I said, but soon, like this will be the only job that I have to do, and I'll have way more time at home. And I said,
yeah.
and I know that this is difficult. I said, but when you are older, this will make so much more sense.
Oh, yeah.
And he's only 4, and I know that he's probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? But it's that same deal that I know I keep doing this. We keep doing this because I know that when he is 28 years old and he's seen that we've been doing this for fucking however many years,
Oh yeah.
so this was worth it. I understand what he's doing now. I get why he spent this time away, because this matters. For people to be free and to want liberty and to
Yeah.
want the betterment of the people around them and to want to maintain American ideals that got us to this point matters. This matters. It's worth the investment of the time that we're spending, the money that we're spending. It's worth this. All of this. You in the chat are worth this. Everybody here, anybody who's ever watching this for the rest of time is worth the time that we're spending here.
It's called you're refusing to say the words, but it comes at great personal sacrifice to you, because it does. It'll be way better soon, FYI.
Yeah.
Because then, fuck it, for a fact, Lil Homie going to become crashing some of the podcasts at the
absolutely.
new studio, which is going to be dope.
Yeah.
Especially because he's getting to the age where he's going to know soon enough. I mean, you've seen him on mic a few times. Brother just wants to have his own show already. He just doesn't
Yes.
really fully grasp what
Someone
that
doing
means.
a show.
Yes, but he knows.
Yeah.
And soon that'll be fully embraced, I think, by him, especially because he'll still have Dad at home.
Yeah.
He'll be just downstairs. And we'll be doing the thing out in the
Yeah.
new studio, which is going to be super dope. But, I'm not one to sit here and talk about, like, because everybody, it's choices people make, right? You can call it a sacrifice, you can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you do, because we look forward to this every day. It's a good therapy. I mean, it's a
Yes.
good way to do it. I mean, we get benefits from this just like anybody else, but it does come at a cost. And we have both experiences multiple things that we've had to, take sacrifices on to continue to do this in various ways. I just think that probably, I don't want to it's not bragging or anything like that, but I
No.
think it just speaks to the authenticity of what you're getting when you come here.
No, and I've also I'm willing to pat us on the back a little bit because I came on here a couple months ago talking shit about that other woman who, you know, the girl that I know that started a podcast and was talking to all these local people and whatever, and then no longer does a podcast, right? I get super fucking mad because you're fucking around with my livelihood.
Yes.
This is I'm staking everything on this. All of the things that I have, all of the time that I have, all of the fucking brain power I'm putting into this. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So I
All
take
fucking
it.
we get like a couple days after the show where like we could just brain dump
Yeah.
for like 2 or 3 days,
But-
and then it's back on.
I take it personally when people belittle the medium in which we are trying to spread this message because
It bothers
we aren't giving up. We're not fucking going anywhere.
You can't stop us, bitch.
This matters too much. It's too important. You guys are too important. So I really hate that shit.
Just the fucking chat today. You guys are nothing but love back there. That's all I'm
Thank
saying.
you. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank
Yes.
you to everybody on the
All
Patreon.
y'all motherfuckers.
You guys are incredible. You guys are helping us get this done.
All right, so now that we've got the gushing out of the way, let's get into some
Yes.
really true soul crushing shit.
Okay.
As per the usual here.
What do you want to talk about first?
I want to talk about World War III, as
Okay,
we do, right?
Ukraine.
Ukraine. And this actually is only tangentially related to Ukraine, but obviously we know it's because of Ukraine.
Look at them with their nods in the daytime.
You know, with night you got to show we're capable of night operation. This is an article from the Financial Times talking about how Poland is going to be stationing 10,000 troops on the Belarus border.
That guy in the middle looks goofy as fuck.
I reserve comment, but yes, I'm sure
And they got
he's
no
a very,
magazines.
I'm
This
sure-
guy is a training photo.
is
Standing
definitely a
guard
training
near
photo.
a village, which separates. It says they're standing guard with no
armed
magazines.
Polish soldiers standing guard near a village in this wherever something gap, which separates Belarus from the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad.
with no magazines.
With no magazines. This is not a proper photo, by the way, because that's not real. That is not. They're not actually standing guard. This is probably
No.
like. This is we're just mustering for
In
the day.
formation, right,
Yes,
yeah,
and we're
they're not standing guard.
No, not even. But the point being is that the Prime Minister of Poland. I don't know why the internet's being all fuckered these days.
That's probably why Xfinity's calling you. Like we're
It's
fucking
probably
with your shit because
what's
you're a
going on.
terrorist.
I think they quit calling me, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But either way,
They don't like what we're doing over
no.
here.
So let's go ahead and pull up a map so we can illustrate to everybody again the importance of what is going on here. Because I present to everybody a map of Eastern Europe. Ukraine, Belarus just to the north, right? We all know that. Well, there's
Belarus fucks with Russia.
yes, Belarus is in the because the UN
Oh, this
not
thing
NATO
stinks.
does it?
Yeah,
Make sure to pour me one.
yeah.
Shout out Raleigh, North Carolina.
that's a fucking smelly beer, bro.
Ooh, interesting. Because the last smelly beer I had was not good.
This one's skunky.
There's a new beer at Rainy Days that just came out called. They do it every year, I think, called Soul Man,
Yeah.
and it's Seoul as in like Seoul, South Korea.
Okay.
So it's named for a guy that they know and like.
A Korean guy.
It's got to be.
That's fucking racist, dog.
But this year, I think it's an homage, buddy. They call it to him, shout out. Because I really, really like the guys at Rainy Days. They do, they make great beer. They're really solid people. I'm not a member of the Mug Club, even though Buddy Tai Tai has been trying to get me to join up. But they do make really good beer. And sometimes when you make a shit ton of really awesome beer, sometimes you put out one that is not going to be
It's
up my
skunky.
alley.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that smells
It's a
good.
stinky beer, bro.
I'm here for it.
I just mean it's very like it just
Very
smells
hoppy.
a lot.
Yeah,
I
very
don't mean
hoppy.
like it smells bad. I just mean it's
Ooh, Raleigh, North Carolina.
it smells fucking wet, like like wet food.
Because it's
you
probably
know?
wet hopped. That's probably why. This is good. You'll like it.
Smells wet.
Take a nice little sip of that. Fucking flight attendant has this. She does this thing now, and I fucking love it. Every time she goes someplace, she finds like the nearest brewery.
It's like way more
Cheers.
chill than I expected.
Right?
It smells like it's gonna punch you.
potent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mug Club, Joseph said. So
job.
around here, we have a very big microbrew culture.
Dude, so many tap rooms and breweries.
As in Crowder,
Not
hard
even
no.
close.
No, not even a little bit.
No, Steven Crowder would look at this mug cup and be like, "That's fucking immoral.
yeah,
I can't
exactly.
believe you would do something like that."
Let me go yell at my wife again.
Yeah.
Piece of shit. Fuck Steven
Watch
Crowder.
it.
What? That's such a good. That's become such a good fucking
We
drop
should
everywhere.
get a clip of that.
Watch it.
Watch it.
Dude. Because who was Tom drops that all the time, right? Segura?
Um,
Somebody.
they talk about it on Matt and Shane's.
Matt and Shane,
Shane's, they
yes,
say it
all the time. Watch it. I know,
Yes.
Joseph. I know you like Crowder. That's fine.
Yes.
I've left the Crowder Club.
Watch it.
But around here, let's put it in the town alone. 1, 2, because we got Rainy Days, we got Echoes, we got Valhall, we got Western Red Brewing. We've got Slippery Pig.
Yep.
We'll just go with that because there may or may not be another 1 or 2. But let's just say in this one little town of less than 15,000 people,
Yeah.
there's 5 fucking breweries that all make dope ass fucking beer.
Yeah.
And so what happens is to try to get people to become like regular patrons of their brewery over other breweries, they offer mug club thing. So like you join, they open up like once a year.
Yep.
And then and everyone has a little bit slightly different thing. My brewery in specific, I got a fucking dope ass growler when
Yeah.
I joined, and then I get like a 15% discount on anything that I buy there ever. It's pretty sweet.
The place by my house, they call we just talked about this, so funny. They call
Yeah.
their club the Secret Society. And so they
Indeed.
have like special merch that you get every year, and then, discount on your beers. And they always
Mm-hmm.
have food vendors there, so you probably get something for that. But yeah, it's a little bit different at every place. But,
Yeah.
you
Like
know,
Rainy Days just did a new thing where you get an actual like customized 2023 mug,
like
a
your
glass
Western
mug.
Red, too.
Yes,
They have those
exactly.
ceramic mugs. Those are cool as fuck.
Yes, yeah, and so they always do all the different stuff every year.
Yeah.
But it really cultivates a
He has
good
Alex
like
Jones now. I saw that.
yeah all the time. Alex
part
Jones
of
be coming on now.
He's part of Crowder's thing, or they're just doing a lot of stuff together.
He's a regular third chair.
Is Alex Jones not allowed to do InfoWars anymore, or does he still do InfoWars?
He does InfoWars,
Okay,
but
he
not
does.
on Infowars.com. They do it at different websites because he's not allowed to do whatever the fuck. But no, he still does a show every day.
I know somebody
sure.
who makes a fantastic wine and mead. Do they make it at their house or do they make it professionally? Either way is fine. I'm just
Either way is good.
I'm just inquiring. Colin used to homebrew.
Yes.
He keeps teasing me talking about
I
brewing some
know.
fucking Salt of the Streets.
Trying to
beer.
work on it.
It's not like you have
Trying to work
anything
on it.
going on, you know?
Not even a little bit. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Jesus Christ. But hey, I guess because it's nice. We're gonna actually have a brewer on here real soon
At their house.
At their
Fuck
house.
yeah.
That's the best place to make it.
Oh, yeah, have the brewer.
Oh yeah, he's coming on.
He'll help us. He can help us design our beer. Our
Oh,
home beer.
he will probably be offended if I don't ask him to
Yeah.
contribute. Plus, he's a goddamn expert, and I want it to be top tier. So.
Talk about what kind of beers we really like. We should make sure we bring some of our favorite beers. Like we should go to Total Wine. You know, you can make your own 6-pack.
Yeah.
Bring some of our favorite beers, and then we'll test all those and be like,
Fuck yeah.
here you go.
Let's go, buddy. That's why one of these things now, because every time Carolina goes out and picks up beers, she gets me 1 or 2, and then she'll buy one for Tyler, because Tyler's a connoisseur, and then it's usually up to me to like make the transfer and stuff
Right.
if she's around or not. But it's fucked up
It's
because I saw him a couple
delicious.
times this week, and I didn't give him his beer yet. I told him I owed him one, but
I make wine and mead. Get the fuck out of here.
yes, Joseph, shout out. It's not that. I mean, there's different levels
Yeah.
of like home brewing and home winemaking and stuff like that, but it's at its lowest cost of entry. It's very, very affordable, and you can do it in your fucking closet.
Yeah.
And it's not that difficult. There's a great spot over near your neck of the woods, Olympic Brewing Supply.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get you all the stuff you need.
All the stuff you need. You could probably go in there and buy literally everything, including the ingredients that you would need to make a batch of wine or mead or even a batch of beer for less than $300. And then next time you go, all you need to do is buy ingredients, which is
Yeah.
nothing.
I
It
know
does not
that-
equate. It's not a cost-saving measure,
Right.
but it's pretty fucking dope.
I know that.
Use honey
like,
from his beehive. No,
Yo.
that's the jam right there,
that's
dude.
cool as fuck.
Dude, that is awesome.
I know Dave and Tyler both got, for like a couple years ago from Bennick, they got brewing kits for their Christmas gifts. And I think they both
That's
made
legit.
maybe 2 batches of beer and then never did it again.
When I
They
first
were like,
worked
it
there,
takes so long, it fucking blah, 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 blah. Like, I thought it was going to be
it's a
quicker and
lifestyle
all
choice,
that.
bitches.
Yeah, like,
okay?
well, you
just
fucking...
get your shit together.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Pussies.
dude, because at my brewery, which it's my home away from home.
Right.
You know, got a good fucking. It's what brought me to the Seahawks game on Monday or
Yeah.
a Thursday. It's a real good deal.
Never even talked
We had
about it.
No, we didn't even talk about it. But I was at the very first Seahawks preseason game. We played the Vikings and we fucking smashed ass against them. I don't think we played any of our starters.
I
don't
heard
know.
they looked very good.
Yeah, and fucking Matt, we got to get Matt on the show because he'll info dump everything you need to know to get caught up on the season, of which players, this, that. It was great. He was trying to
hooked you up?
download on the way to the ferry. I was like,
Nice.
I caught about half of it, and it was real worth it. But
I love football.
yeah, but it's fucking dope, man. I forgot the point I was gonna make, but either way, it's good shit. When I was working at Bennick OG style
Yep.
in the front end,
Yes.
I was still making beer, and I had
Yes.
brought some in on occasion
I remember
and
that.
shared it with the boys.
Yep.
That was back when Ellis was there.
Yep. Ooh,
Shout
yep.
out R.I.P. Dave
Damn.
Ellis, man. Davey, that's both those bows came from Davey. I'll
He would
never
love
get rid
this
of him,
shit.
man. Yes, he would.
He would be a fucking riot to have on this show.
Oh,
he would
dude.
be a goddamn riot.
He'd have more appearances than Dave
Oh,
Z
Jesus
has.
Christ. He would have been asking to come back on. I really
Yeah.
want to talk about this
Let's
shit.
go.
Yep.
What are you guys doing this weekend?
I
You
gotta
gotta-
talk to you boys about something.
God, I love that
Come
guy.
on
He
in,
was
dog.
so
We'll be
good,
there.
man. So good.
We'd just have to set him up with his own recording setup at home. And be like,
Yes.
just
You'll be the
press
first
this
extra show on the
button.
network.
Yeah. Press this button, talk.
Yep.
When this is done, press it again. We'll come and pick
Done.
it up. Yeah,
Yes.
don't worry about it. Don't touch it. We'll come get it from you.
You got 24/7 tech support. You got
Yeah.
any issues?
So
Just call
fucking-
me.
Oh god, he would be so fucking funny. He would have showed up on YMH at some point, saying wild shit.
Yes.
Just a clip of him.
Cool guy club.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, like Salt of the Streets. What is this? We would have been backwards famous YMH for
Dude,
fucking
right?
Dave Ellis.
Oh man. Well,
Hilarious.
fucking shout out to who was it? That was the Scots Irishman that was here earlier.
So something about dignity.
Some no,
Principled uncertainty.
There you go.
Something about
Principled
dignity.
uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's because we get a little spillover from the Timcast crowd, just make sure get some super chats in and start sowing the seeds, or hit up Cassandra. No, she doesn't do the booking anymore, or maybe she does. I don't remember.
Well-
Cassandra McDonald Fairbanks, whatever
Whatever.
her name is now, she's the booker.
Keep
so
telling
talk
him.
to her.
Hit up Timcast. Keep
Let's go.
telling them you want to
Let's
see
do
us.
it. Yes.
Keep telling them. I would love to go.
That would
I
be so fucking stupid, dude. I'd
I
be
would
there in a heartbeat.
Just vomit. I would just vomit on the way there. Be like, I don't understand what's happening to me.
What's happening to the mountains of West Virginia?
Yeah.
Bro, I've seen what mountain you live on. That shit's a hill. I want to talk mountains. Let's
Like
talk
I'm
mountains.
bringing my gats and I'm staying for a weekend. We're fucking going blasting.
That's right.
I'll show you boys how to run some fucking drills. Let's go.
But
Yeah.
just spend like a solid 3 days there. I'll show up and do Pop Culture Crisis
Show
too.
Tim Blue how
Let's
to
go.
fuck around. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He'd be grateful. He'd be grateful and he'd appreciate it. Anyways, listen to
Keep telling
listen
him.
to Tim almost religiously. My wife can't stand his voice, bro. I get that
I used
because
to.
I literally every day, if I don't catch IRL live every night, I'm in it first thing in the morning. That's just the way I do it. It's just a fucking solid show, man. They've gotten better too over the years.
When I used to work out with John,
Yes.
I would go there and I would be like, "What do you want to watch?" But you could put on whatever you want, and I would put on Timcast, and I'd be like, "I just can't listen. He sounds like old people fucking." That's always what he would say. He would always say, "He sounds like old people fucking."
The common thing I hear is when I try to introduce somebody to him, he seems really, really arrogant. I'm like, it's Tim Pool, bro. It's fine.
Yeah.
You just let him
Yes.
talk. It'll be fine. It's fine. Just you don't need to totally agree with it.
He is a little bit of a douche. Just
Yes.
let it play.
Just
Yeah.
let it go. That's fine. He has problems.
So funny.
Oh my God. We were talking about World War III. Poland's massing troops on the border. Okay. We can hit this and then we can move on to more fun things. Just
I didn't.
sorry.
These two people are connected.
Joseph and Tiffany? That's them? Okay. Sorry.
Y'all are fucking with me out here. Y'all are fucking with both of us out here. And they're
Yes.
just laughing. They're fucking.
They're laughing. They're
They're
dying.
fucking. You know what they call it when you troll someone in real life? They
Oh
call
my
it
God,
sea
yes.
lioning. They just
Sea lioning?
Yeah, they just sea lion.
Is that a thing?
Hard as fuck.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm super glad that if Joseph is throwing Tiffany G, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong
We're
with
so
me?
stupid.
Setting us up for fucking failure here. What's wrong with me?
Are you guys in the same location on 2 different devices?
Oh God, I hope so.
I mean, if
That's
you
gotta
are,
be-
you're the fucking realist, and you deserve. Well, I gotta make you
Getting
some
them
of
extra
a
view, bro.
special merch or something because that's so fucking gold.
Oh, I
If
like
you guys
listening.
are.
Yes, see, and I'm on fucking Tiffany's side because I like Phil Labonte and
Like
you don't.
Phil.
I'm
I
a huge
don't-
Phil fan.
I don't really like Phil.
You just don't like his intro.
Oh my god, you
love
guys
it
are
so
the
much.
fucking realist. All right.
Double the
okay.
views, baby. They know what's up.
You guys
Oh my
send
God,
me
I'm dying.
your shirt sizes on Instagram.
You're getting
Joseph
shirts.
has communicated with us. I'm going to
Yep.
make you special merch and send it to you
We're
because you
sending
guys
it.
are the fucking realist. I have to make some stuff for
We
Zeke.
ship international.
Yeah, wherever you are. Yeah, send us your
Yep.
address and your shirt sizes. We're going to make you something
Yep.
special.
Did I tell you I had to return my printer?
No,
Yeah. It would not identify with my fucking computer.
really?
Yeah. And so I worked with fucking HP support because it was an HP.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I really don't know what to tell you. You could do warranty, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I just bought this on Amazon. So I just return, sent it out
There you
yesterday.
go.
So when I went, yeah,
There
when
you
I
go.
when I went out yesterday, I was like, all right, stop at the UPS store. Ship it
I
out.
love that.
It's fucking great.
So there you go. We're working on new merch. Well, like a new
Yep.
round of merch. I think we should design something new. I would love to fucking.
You could do that.
I would love to like screen print something, you know, just because the quality is better. Like it lasts longer if it's screen printed. Yeah, our shit's fine. I don't have any that
It
are
works.
like crackling or breaking up or anything. I think the oldest, like the gray sweatshirt that I have, that one's starting to break up. But I also I worked out in that and like
Yeah.
have gone shooting in that, and that's not a regular wear sweatshirt. That's
Well, and
I've
also
done-
it starts to look vintage after a minute too.
Yeah.
which is cool because it doesn't fully break, but also you know,
I'm
we,
not
we
mad
ain't
at
no
it.
fucking t-shirt manufacturers.
No,
over
I'm
here.
not mad at it. I think the more intricate designs would be easier on screen printing than they would be to design on a printout like that. And then
I'm wondering
you
if we
know,
could get into like because we got some people that have got like the cricket game going on.
Yeah.
I wonder if that transfers over to like a shirt thing. We'll look into it, but
It does, and I think that no, not in the chat. No. Send it to me on Instagram, on Salt of the Streets or my personal one. Yeah, send it to us on a DM on
all
Instagram.
the socials are right there.
Yes,
you could
you
DM,
guys are
PM,
hilarious.
do whatever. Fucking love, but because she doesn't like the Timcast thing because Tim's
Yeah.
a little what's what, you know.
That's
we
awesome.
can distill some things. and
Yes.
now you both can hang out in the chat together as a couple. There you go.
Yes,
And she calls you
and
Daddy Joseph. Come on now.
Jordan has a cricket, and also Riley's wife fucks with cricket too, and I know
Madre's
that.
got one too.
There you go.
She can do
So-
up to I think 12 by 18 or whatever.
Yeah, and the only issue that I've seen with cricket is that sometimes the shit doesn't stay on. But I
Yeah.
think if we hit it with the press at work,
We hit
it's
the
not
commercial
gonna come
press.
off. Like
Yeah.
300
It's one thing if you're
PSI.
throwing an iron or whatever.
Yes,
yeah.
but 300 psi for 30 seconds or 2 cycles, you know, like I don't think it's gonna come off.
We got to fuck
So,
with it a little bit, see what
Yeah,
happens.
I think that might be worth
I'll
it.
just
to
watch
test
that
out.
bitch like 5 times in a row, see what happens.
Right, that might be worth it. And we're perfect. We also have a whole crew of ammo men that will fucking
Indeed.
wear whatever we throw at them.
That's right.
So just put this
Activate
on.
the ammo men.
Yes.
I need you guys to model some shit.
Brian told me he wears our shirt when he goes to Seattle, which I love.
That's fucking awesome. Bro. Okay, so this is something. I don't know.
I'm in
We'll
love
get
with this
whatever.
show.
We'll just get it when whatever. But
Ukraine is
I
bad.
went to
It's not
Ukraine's
good.
bad news. Poland's gearing up because you got to remember there's that Kaliningrad Oblast of fucking that technically belongs to Russia. That's smack dab in the middle between Poland and Lithuania, right on the border of Belarus. So they're massing troops up there.
That's what's going on.
That's not a good deal.
Okay.
It's just escalation in the greater NATO realm. But alas, we'll see what happens. When I went to Seattle the other day, right? I went over
Yes.
there for the fucking preseason game. You know, you can. We hear. I mean, we talk about the stories all the time these days. Seattle's kind of a fucking shithole these days. It's gross. There's homeless people
It's super gross.
everywhere. It's
Yeah.
super gross. It just is what it is, man. I hate to say
We
it.
need
like,
more eco blocks.
yeah, we need more eco blocks. But that only solves part of the problem. There's
Yeah.
still. They didn't fuck with you at all. You know, for the most part, they did fuck with other people. But you know, you're sitting there. We're sitting at a fucking restaurant outside, right out. I mean, less than a block away from the stadium, right?
Yep.
And there's tons of people down at the fucking one end or whatever, because everybody's doing their pregame partying
Yeah.
and shit like that. And
Were they
fucking,
tailgating for preseason?
I didn't see the tailgating, but I mean, there's a couple of like the bars and restaurants that are right there that specialize in like, this is where you come before
Yeah.
the game and shit. Everything fucking packed, bro.
Yeah.
Packed to the gill.
Joseph, Seattle has city council members that are legitimate socialists.
Yes, 1,000%.
Not even democratic socialists.
No.
They're legitimate socialists.
or communists. It just
That's
depends on which one gets in on that cycle.
That's how they ran.
Yes,
It's
but
a dark place to be.
I mean, I saw.
You could see the beauty when you're there. I had like the last time I
Word.
was there, we went to the aquarium and we were walking to the aquarium and I was like, I get it. I get why people live here. Like I understand the aesthetic.
Now that we brought down the fucking viaduct.
But then, yes, now the viaduct is gone. Looks prettier because that was a real
Yes.
fucking eyesore. But then
Oh,
also,
dude.
we got then to the end of that sidewalk, and I told you there were surveyors waiting at the light with us,
Mm-hmm.
and he's telling this other guy, and he's like, "Yeah, now we can't even use the porta potty that our bosses
That's
bought.
right.
It's chained up because so many people fucked it up. The homeless people shit all over it."
Yep.
So within about 30 seconds, I was like, "Oh, I can see the beauty," and this guy's like, "I can't even use a fucking shitter that my bosses pay for because the homeless have
Yes.
fucked it up."
It's literally like depending. It's block dependent.
Yeah.
You can be on one
Yes.
block. It's real nice. You turn a corner, you go, and then all of a sudden it's fucked. It's crazy.
If you go to what's that main square where like
Pioneer Square.
Yes, where
Yeah.
PF Chang's and shit is, that place.
Oh, that's Linwood Center.
yes, that place
that's-
is fucked up.
It is devastating.
That's horrible.
Yes.
I mean, it's a whole
Pioneer Square, which used to be because Pioneer Square. is
Pioneer
down-
Square is bad too, but
It used to be super bad. It's not near
Yes.
because went right through it. And I was like, "Fuck, this is
Yes.
crazy, dude." Sorry, Big Thumb's got to be careful with them. But yeah, I mean, I saw some dregs of humanity, people in the depths of mental illness and addiction, walking around
Yep.
Seattle the other day, which was, I mean, it's heartbreaking when you see it. It's fucking heartbreaking when you see it. I'm sitting here chowing down on a fucking luxury, fucking delicious, oh, dude, do I
seafood
have it in
platter?
the fucking? Do I have it in the thing? It's probably in my.
you send it to me.
I sent it
so
to
yeah,
you, right?
Can pull it up. in
yeah, let me
ours
just
and
pull it
then-
up real quick.
Yeah.
This shit right here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm
Ladies
sitting
and
there.
gentlemen,
I'm sitting there. I'm munching on
those
fucking.
prawns, dude.
Dude, they were, and Matt only wanted one, so I got two. I was like, fucking A, bud. But yeah, I got gooey duck sashimi, both
That's
fucking
what
neck
that is. I
meat
thought it
and
was
belly
ginger.
meat. Oh yeah, no, that's the gooey duck. A fucking half a Dungeness crab, and then these look like just oysters, right?
Yeah.
You'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. Those are just oysters. There's 4 different species, or what do you call
Okay.
it? Types of
Okay.
oysters all around these 3 that are closest are actually the
Yeah.
smallest.
Are they
but they're
smoked or fresh?
they're fresh.
They're fresh,
Yeah, they
okay.
just pop 'em up. But they all have a very, very distinct flavor, which I was very surprised about. Them
Really?
little joints were like super fucking sweet. Just give them a little, just a drop or two of lemon juice. Game on. Let's go. And the bigger ones are a little bit more bland, but I mean they're so fucking good, dude. And so I'm sitting here, this one plate. And Matt and I split it, so it's not a big deal. But it was $110 for that,
God damn.
right? And so we split that. It was cool.
Seattle for you.
It is Seattle. Shout
Oh
out
my
Taylor
God,
Shellfish.
You guys are
Quit
oh my
fucking in the
God.
chat. What's going
oh
on
my
here?
God. What is going on here? What is going on in this chat right now?
Joseph, you're getting late
They're
tonight, bud.
pre-gaming in the chat. Jesus
Amen.
Christ.
This is what happens. Like apparently every 2 weeks, you're on schedule. But so I'm sitting there outside eating this decadent fucking meal. We got a couple really nice beers with us, all this good shit. And I probably saw 6 tweakers walk by during that time. Homeless people and you're like, the dichotomy here is just wild to perceive. Both of our waiters, because we had 2 waiters, which is super. They bring out fucking hot towels for you, bro. Better than the fucking first class flying first class. You get the little hot towel. It's basically like a hot. Oh wait, I'm sorry. You may never have had the experience of flying first class.
I've only flown a handful of times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you do that in today's modern airlines,
Yeah.
after every meal and shit, even before the flight, you get a fucking hot towel delivered to you, and it's like one of those really nice paper towels.
Okay.
So it's got some give to it, but it's nice and moist and it's steamy. You give yourself a little what, and next thing you know, you're fresh. It's nice. They come out with fucking full-on nice terry cloth fucking washcloths, and they're steaming. They're so
Right.
hot. We're fucking juggling them a little bit right when you get to it.
Wow.
And so we're decadent as fuck, and there's homeless people walking by that are tripping on shit, going out in the middle of the street. I mean, it's wild, dude. Seattle,
I told you,
fall
Portland.
from grace,
I
bud.
told you, Portland is Gotham City.
Yes.
It is Gotham City. I
Yeah.
mean, it's
And we did the route. I mean, we hit like I think 3 bars
yeah.
before we went there.
That
But we
shit's
were real
bad,
good. We
dude.
only hit 1 beer per bar, and
Nice.
we were moving on.
Well, it's expensive to get fucked up at the game.
Oh yeah.
It's $11 for a Bud Light when I went.
Well, and it's also $11 for a hazy IPA.
Really? Well, that's better than it was before because I think
Yeah.
it was like 13 or 14.
Yeah, they
for
do a
an
lot of like
IPA.
these self-checkout kiosks now. So there's an attendant at each thing. They each run like 2 self-checkouts.
Yeah.
You go over there, you put your beers on the thing, and there's something that detects what they are. And it shows you, okay, you got 2 of this, and you pay for it, and then they have to open them up for you before you
Oh,
leave.
right.
And we had this sweet fucking lady that was, because the place was right at the top of our thing. Some sweet lady. She was so fucking nice, so funny. Was there just cracking beers for everybody, talking shit, having a good time.
Yeah.
She was great. But you go up there and it's just a big cooler of all
This
these
was
different
years
beers
ago,
and
Tiffany. It was
ciders.
years ago.
It was
way
years.
before
It was
anyone
years.
anyone knew who Dylan
back when it
Mulvaney
was okay.
Yeah, it's before I had children. This was years ago.
Dylan Mulvaney was still doing Books of Mormon.
Yeah.
Or Book of Mormon, which I saw Dylan Mulvaney in, by
I
the way.
remember you
just
saying
remember
that.
that.
That's so funny.
It's, yeah, and then years later you're like, oh, I fucking recognize that motherfucker.
What a time to be alive, dude.
And a reminder, they did have an announcement that he was playing that
Really?
role because whoever was originally billed out for it wasn't there. So they announced Dylan Mulvaney would be doing it. And I was like, oh, yay, cool.
Oh
I
my
don't know.
God.
Yeah. But anyways, you go up there now and there's just coolers. There's ciders and there's like canned wines and all this shit. And there's Bud Light, there's Rainiers, and there's
Was the
Elysian
Bud Light
beers.
full? Was anybody drinking Bud Light?
I did not see any Bud Light. There's a few Budweiser stands.
Yeah.
Nobody had them.
That's so funny.
It's fucking mimetic, baby.
That's
Nobody's there.
so funny.
But I did see people in the stands with Bud Lights.
okay, so
but
some people
they-
were drinking Bud Lights.
Indeed.
But we are in Seattle. you
Yeah,
know.
exactly. We are in Seattle, but yeah, it's super cool. But
I bet there was
Aranya
some
is-
ironic Bud Light drinkers.
Oh
too,
yeah,
you
but
know.
yeah, the local bullshit domestic beer of Rainier is the same exact price as a microbrew.
yeah.
They're all the same price. They're all $11, period, for a tall boy can.
For
Which is-
Seattle, that's I mean,
that's
for
the
the
best you're
stadium,
gonna
that's-
get
yeah,
at a stadium price,
yeah.
right? And so it wasn't bad, dude. It was real nice. I think we had like 5 or 6. when
I
we were
wouldn't
there.
jump to any assumptions, Tiffany. Okay, I'm 28. I have 2 children.
Oh.
I wouldn't jump to any assumptions. Okay. All right.
Also, 15 years, Daddy. Get it right, Joseph. You're gonna get in trouble.
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I take back. You're not getting laid tonight, bud. Sorry.
Oh, it was Joseph. All right, Joseph.
Joseph.
I wouldn't jump to any assumptions. Joseph.
Hey, yeah. If you're gonna give somebody the business, make sure it's the right somebody.
Yeah, Joseph.
Yo, and shout out Joseph for bringing the wifey in for the glory.
Fuck
here.
yeah.
This is fucking awesome.
You guys are balling.
Yeah.
Jordan would never call me daddy because that's what they called her dad growing up, you know. So I would
it's
never
weird.
request that. I see the merit in it. It's not a bad thing. but-
Yeah. Hey, you got some specialized grab bag stuff right over on the Instagram
Yes, if you go to just our
Let's do
Instagram
that.
chat,
to the messages.
I had to use a calculator. That's hilarious.
And then we'll go to you.
We have a thing on our wall in the living room that someone like needle pointed for us or whatever.
Oh,
that
yeah,
has
yeah.
our marriage date in it. So I
Oh,
was
that's
like,
cool. You always know.
right there.
I mean, everybody. You need to pull all the help you can get. You know.
Yeah.
For sure.
Especially as it goes on. I was so young, you know, by the time that I get it now, like I always thought it was silly that people were forgetting, but like I got
No,
married.
you get it. After a few years,
Yeah,
you
we
get
were
it.
21, you know, by the time that I'm fucking, 49, I'd be like, dude, who knows? Like, I don't know, longer than I've been not married. So that
this is
isn't
why-
that what matters? Like, I know, like, I don't.
See, this is why you got to be smart about things, right? So when we first got married, the OG or the legal wedding, Cinco de Mayo. You always remember Cinco de Mayo done, and then it was fucked up now that I think about it because it was less than a month that we planned this whole fucking wedding and did the whole
Yeah.
thing. So we did that on the 29th of May. So I just remember Cinco de Mayo and then the end of May. Nail it every time.
There you go.
It's so hard to forget. It's easy. You just got to set yourself up for success when you start. My in-laws got married on fucking Valentine's Day. Easy way to handle. That's 2 birds with 1 stone too. That's
Yes.
easy squeezy.
We got married a week after Jordan's best friend Kaylee's birthday, and like that's not a big deal, but because they were that close together, it was a big deal. So
Oh yeah. Well, I remember when Dahomey got married to, MJ and JB.
okay,
Yeah, there was some issue there with when one of the brothers got married because it was like real close to their fucking anniversary.
Oh really?
Yeah, and we all know how that turned out.
Yes.
So fucking somebody knew what was going on almost. But shout out because that was real and we all knew it at the time and we all just got proven right. Is this one of the?
Yes.
Because I just see 2 right there. Is
Yes.
that okay?
So not this one, but yeah, this is the perfect place to start.
Okay, perfect. So let's just throw this on. We've already entered grab bag
I love that
territory.
this is
what
what
we're
we're
doing.
Yeah,
I think this is the new standard, bro. This is good shit. All right, we've had a great time today. All right, let's see what's going on. I got audio, desktop audio. Let's
You're
turn it
gonna
on.
like this.
If there's any proprietary music, we're gonna instantly silence it.
Click that. There you go. Just because that's the sound for this.
Do we want sound on?
Yeah, you
Okay.
want to hear what they're saying.
Okay. There's some cooking.
Chop these. I've never used a knife like this.
Christina, take the knife guard off.
Pause button is a little loud. I gotta turn that down for the peoples.
There's the knife underneath.
No,
that.
you didn't.
Surprise, surprise. Turn your knife around. Turn your knife around.
Oh
Turn your
my
knife
God,
around.
What's happening?
Yeah. For a sharper cut or what?
You want to cut something with the sharp end of the knife.
You're pounding crawfish in a mortar and pestle.
What is this?
I thought if you pound it, it will add more. It will bring out some flavor. No.
What show is
I
this?
had no idea it'd be so hard trying to cut the avocado. And then I see this thing in the
Whoa,
middle. And I'm
whoa,
not sure if you're supposed
whoa,
to keep that
whoa.
or toss them.
Finely chop these.
What is this?
It's called The Worst Cooks in America.
That's-
I've never watched this show.
That can't be real.
I've heard of this show. I've never watched it.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! I am offended.
yes.
I am mortally wounded by this. Oh my God! Oh,
Oh shit! Isn't that hilarious?
that fucking hurt me emotionally, dude.
Yeah, we can watch this one too. I sent this one for myself, but
Oh, there's more? Okay, let's
yeah,
go there.
if you go further up, yeah,
Oh my God! What is this?
yes.
Oh, okay. Dude, we doing a double up grab bag today? Is this what's
Yes.
happening? I'm fucking here for it. Because my grab bag's pretty thick. We might have to tap into it early.
I like it, dude.
All right, so let's just see context-wise. We got dude here who's getting ready. Yeah, because we didn't prompt for
Right.
the audio listeners here. Shout out Ashley. I know you're an audio listener, but you got to switch over. Come on, kid. We got a dude who's getting ready to do something on a homemade fucking tree swing here. Looks real sketch. He swings. Oh! Dude! Dude!
Oh,
The hang time on that motherfucker, dude.
So far. He goes
Oh!
so far.
I mean, if you can't tie a knot, at least tie a lot,
Oh,
dude.
God. Yes.
That's rough, bit. That
We
dude
had-
fell like 12 feet.
We had one of these. There was a place when I was growing up, right off John Carlson, right by Esquire Hills, that we used to call Hell's Hole. And it was, I don't know what type of infrastructure it is. It was like a cement structure that had a wire grate over the top of it that you could look down into water. And then there was
Okay.
a couple other big black PVC pipes that came up out of the ground that also had the metal grates on top of it down behind houses.
Yeah, something
So-
like for drainage and stuff like that. Yeah.
and then in the bottom of that, there was like a little creek, smaller than this one here, and up one side of it was a tree that hung at a harsh angle, hard in the ground, like it was
yeah.
very stable. But it was a big fucking tree. I mean, it would take 2 or 3 of me to wrap my arms around the trunk. It was a
Nice,
big
nice.
fucking tree.
And they get super stable because they dive
Yes.
deep in when they're living on the
Yes.
side of the hill and shit.
And there was various rope swings over the years that hung off
yeah.
of this tree.
Yeah.
So when you swing out, you're
You up
fucking
there.
40 feet over the ground. Like you're pretty deep. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we had a girl down there. We took a ton of people down there, but we were getting fucked up down there one time. We had one of our friends, Drew. I forgot about this until this moment. I'm so glad that we watched this. And she went to swing, but it was like she didn't commit, and she was kind of like walking down the hill, but she didn't let go. She just kept hanging on.
No.
And so then she couldn't walk anymore, and she had enough momentum that she swung out, but also wasn't hanging on tight enough to
Yeah.
like really commit, and I mean, just fell right off.
Oh,
like,
yeah, dude.
just flat and then fell right off.
Fuck, dude.
She was
Yeah.
fine. She rolled down the hill, and she get like not all the way, but then she started to roll. And then as she gets up, the wind's knocked out of her, so she's like, "Ooh!" Oh my god! It was one of the funniest things I had ever seen. It was absolutely fantastic.
Oh my God, I
yeah.
can't laugh. I can't laugh. I
Oh,
can't
God.
laugh.
Horrible or hilarious, right? It was just one of those things. Yeah.
Well, because the key to a fucking proper rope swing, right? You have to get yourself out to where your arms are extended fully up.
Yeah.
And then you're just hanging on. But the centrifugal force of your body weight leaving the ground like that, then you have to like catch and hold your own body weight
Yes.
with inertia
yes.
as you go up like that. You have to run out top tier until the swing grabs you and
Yeah.
pulls you off the ground. You can't try to hold on to that
Right,
shit. You're
right.
gonna lose every time.
And this one, it was like this, like it just went out, So you just
Yeah,
went
yeah,
out
yeah.
and came back. You didn't let go, because if you let go, you're just hitting ground. There was no water, no anything. So you just hung on to it. There was knots, so you could stand
Yeah.
on it if you wanted. But yeah, you just swung out and then came back. Like it was just a fun thing that you did. There's a couple like little spots in the tree, so you could get up a little higher and fucking whoa, really whip yourself down.
Oh
But,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
no,
we have
she just-
you've seen the property I grew up, right? Got the big red barn and shit
Yep.
like that, right? Because there's still like the rope swing.
Oh yeah,
That's been there for so long.
Yeah.
We had to replace it at one point, but the one that we replaced when we were kids is still there. But we used to climb up because the back, it was built like in the 20s, I think, that fucking barn. It's a whole classic thing. It's all built out of just timber, untreated fucking regular ass fucking trees
Yeah.
that are up there. And so you climb up this ladder at the peak of the apex. There's a little window there. Every little barn's got a window for
Right.
airflow and all that shit. But you just grab this rope swing and then you climb up to the top of this super sketch ladder that was built in the fucking 20s.
Yeah.
And the way we do it, because my uncle at the time, he was, R.I.P. my Uncle Kevin, he was a good dude, but hardcore alcoholic, ended up killing him. But he built the motocross track. We used to have a motocross track in
That's
the
sick
field
as
at one
fuck.
point. It was great. He was an enabler of fun times. And he built this rope swing so that you could stand on the edge of the hayloft and then grab a certain knot and then be able to hold on to another knot that he put in the rope so that you could swing out on that. That was the baby swing.
Yeah.
It was fun to start with. But then you go hardcore, you go all the way to the apex of the building. And then that's when you could stand on the board that he'd tie up in there and then another knot right where you placed your hands. And then you'd fucking swing from the whole thing. And you go up.
shit.
Whoa, up but it's just, you fall off of that, bro. You're probably dead.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about the time because you're a kid.
Yes.
But god damn.
Yeah, we would
and
get
it was
fucked up
key.
down there and do
but
it,
it was
yeah.
key though because it was the perfect measurement so that the minute you stepped on that board, there's no drop, there's no nothing. You just start sliding.
Yeah.
You got to get the slack out of your rope lines like that.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time.
So I grew up in West Virginia. I know all about swinging on swings. You should
Amen.
not be swinging on. If you
Nah,
can't
bro.
hold yourself up, don't get on. Yes.
Amen.
If it breaks, you're on your own. Yes.
Yes.
I never watched the Hell's Hole swing break on anybody, but I went down there multiple times and the swing was broken. So it did happen, and then you would go down there again and someone else had tied up another string, or like you'd go.
Putting a lot of
sometimes-
faith in humanity like that, aren't you?
Oh, dude, like I said, we would go down
Yeah.
there and get fucked up. Like,
Yeah. Hooverman talked about that with alcohol.
I know. We did all kinds of drugs down there. Most
The inhibitions, you understand the nature of the danger, you just
Yeah.
don't care about it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember most notably, probably the most dangerous thing that we did down there was we used to do a thing called robo tripping. We would take triple C's. Have I ever talked to you about this?
No.
So they
triple C?
They used to make Robitussin pills.
Oh, Jesus.
Right? And so if you take like a lot of the Robitussin pills,
I might have to
then
ask you for your assistance.
You get really fucked up,
Yes. Yeah. That's fucking.
You got to
What's
take
his name? Like he created the whole scissor movement and all that shit.
Yeah.
That was by taking all that hardcore Robitussin and whatnot.
So you got to take a lot of the Robitussin pills. Like the first time
I
that
bet.
the first time I took the Robitussin pills, I took 30 Robitussin pills.
How are
So
you alive?
You got to take okay. The worst part about the whole deal, we did it 3 days in a row, and then the first time, like I had a great time. I want to get more fucked up, so I took like 35 pills the second day, and then you get more fucked up, and then the third day I was like, I want to get even more fucked up, and I took 45 Robitussin pills. It's horrible.
Jesus.
I'm telling you,
That takes time, dude.
you take them handfuls at a time, 5 or 6 at a time. They're small, like a
yeah.
like a vitamin D. Like they were small like that. So you
okay.
you take them like in a handful. So you're taking
Yeah, because like a regular Dayquil or Nyquil pill, that's a fucking horse pill.
No. They were nothing like
little
that.
vitamin
They
D
were much
size,
smaller.
little-
Much smaller.
little dabbies.
But so you get super duper sick. Like you vomit a lot of the times, and then you fight through the vomit, and then you get really drowsy. You fight through the drowsiness, and then you're fucked up for like
Yes.
10 hours.
Yeah, the key is to not fall asleep.
Yeah, so we used to do that down there. We did 3 days in a row. We robo tripped down in Hell's Hole. I remember being on hands and knees next to my homeboy, throwing up in Hell's Hole, and being like, I don't know if this is gonna be worth it, and then being fucked up and doing it 2 more days in a row.
Yo.
We would cut vines, and me and a few cousins would jump on it if it held. We swing off a mountain over the valley. Don't swing on last year's vine.
Dude.
That's awesome.
How are you alive, Joseph?
That is
well, because
awesome.
you knew how to prep. Yeah, everybody jumps on it, make sure
That's
she ain't
right.
gonna break, and then we'll swing one at a time.
That's right. That's so funny.
That's smart. All right, what are we about to watch here? What is
Let's
this?
go. This how I-
Motherfuckers really be reading books like
This
this.
is how I read books.
I fucking believe it.
Wilt thou Holy shit. What the fuck?
That does make sense for you. Oh my god, that's great. Oh, that's fun. Oh wait, get in. You don't.
And then
need
they
to
have
see
a
my
couple
shit.
more on there if you want to keep looking. If you go, this is the sweet one. This one is funny. So
I don't want to. Oh, that's okay. We'll end with some sweetness. How about
yeah,
that?
and you've seen that one already. So we can also play that one if you want. That's
So let's do that.
Yes.
I'm curious about this. What is this?
this
Oh
one,
yeah, okay.
This one's
Yeah,
great.
yeah, this is good.
Isn't sow virginity a thing? Like, didn't they teach me that in history class?
Isn't what?
Sow virginity? Sovereign virginity?
So
What are we
so
talking about?
virginity.
Isn't that a term I learned in history class?
Sober-ginity?
Like sovereign virginity?
Am I? I can't. I don't have headphones on right now. Can I not?
Sovereignty.
I
don't know what that is.
You just said sovereign.
virginity.
Yeah, it was an extension of that. Sovereign virginity.
I'm putting sounds together that I've never heard smashed together. So it's like it's breaking my brain trying to figure out if it's a word. Is it something they're making up?
Supreme power or authority. Sow virginity.
Oh, sovereignty.
Sovereignty.
There's no way that's what you were trying to say.
Isn't
This is a sports podcast. Am I correct?
Oh my god. Yes.
How the fuck?
Yes.
I question humanity at this point. So virginity? Come on now.
It's awesome.
My god.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. This one. That one's hilarious.
I have to pee again.
Of course you do.
Fine. Yeah, this is what I do.
Work here?
Yeah.
Here you go.
What's up?
It's for the gender pay gap.
Sure.
Found a lot of things out. Work here?
Just gives her a quarter. Oh, that's how you solve the gender pay gap. Boom.
Oh god.
There's a quarter, girl. Every time somebody's walking in the store, just flip a quarter to the nearest gal
Yep.
that's working there. You
Gotcha.
solve the pay gap,
I'll
baby.
be here for 15 minutes.
Let's go.
That covers my end of this. Yes. She was so fucking mad too. Thank you.
Thanks.
So funny.
Masked up and everything.
Yeah.
All right, let's play this sweet one real quick.
Okay.
And then we'll have to do something while I pee.
Okay.
I'm turning this shit down. Oh my god, that could be your old living room, by the way.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my god, the baby loving on the puppers. And that, what
Just
a good
wait for
dog.
it.
Oh my gosh. This is heartbreaking.
Yes.
Come on, puppy. Do your sweetheart. Oh, the kid loves it. He knows what's up. He's like, that's my best
Wrap him
friend.
up. Choke him out. Choke him out.
Choke him out. Get him. Leg lock. Oh my god.
I love it. I love it so much.
Oh, that's going to be...
Look at this piece of shit down here in the comments. This is cute, but I never leave my dog around children unless let to play a dog's mood can change in an instance and can be all over. Think smarter, people, and don't come on my comment telling me I'm wrong. I've raised staffies and pits since I was young, and this day my most trained dog is Lucifer, my red nose, and I'm still super careful.
Fuck you. That's all I got to say to that. We all just saw what the fuck happened, and it was adorable. Leave it the fuck alone. My God, dude. Nothing happened. Nothing. That's a sweet dog, obviously.
When Dax was a baby, I would set him in the dog's arms and then go and
Yes.
do something.
Yes.
And I would come back and she was just sitting just like that.
She's afraid
with-
to move.
with her head on the top of the baby.
Yes. Bro, Pen be a good
Yes.
puppers. There's
Oh
so
my
many
God!
more.
Yeah,
There's so many
you're
more.
totally right. You're totally right.
There's so many more.
You're
What is
totally
this?
right. Hit the squirrel.
Hit the squirrel. Is that what he said?
Yes.
Squirrel.
You gotta hit the audio. Bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you.
I'm trying to save you. It's a little chipmunk. And it's good.
Well,
Dude. Well, that's gone. I got to tell you, TikTok is a problem because a lot of the clips we watch generally on the grab bag are pulls from TikTok via Twitter, via Instagram. It's TikTok business, bro.
Yes.
Bro, all right. Do you got something you can vamp with for a minute? I really got to pee. I've held it for a minute, bro. I'm about to burst from this
Oh,
bitch.
Jesus Christ. Let me look at my notes.
Let me look at my.
Let me see what I got here.
I could just throw you a random article and then see how you do. It would be funny. Oh my God.
Well, let's just take a break and we can come back with the grab bag if you want.
Oh yeah, actually this is perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
All right, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4 with the grab bag. More of this type of stuff. Yes, Daddy Facts. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking funny. I love you guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. I'm Donovan.
I'm Colin.
You can find me at alpaca_Donovan Salt at Instagram, Salt of the Streets on Twitter. Colin is a Big Bird Outfield, both the same. I'm doing it in all different order, so I'm lost on everything.
Just doing it.
Yeah, Salt of the Streets for everything. Patreon.com. Everything is by Zeke. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Bye.
We love you.
Peace.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
This is episode 154, part 4 of Salt of the Streets. We are thrilled to have you here. This segment, every segment that we have ever done from here on out, is executively produced by Zeke.
The man, the myth, the legend.
If you would also like to produce these segments, go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, and subscribe. Top tier gets you executive producer. All the other tiers have other unique
perks.
Yeah, unique perks that are there. Of course, if there's anything you want to see that you won't see, we are building a new studio. There will be a full studio tour that is a Patreon exclusive when we are done. It's going to be great. Maybe I'll show you something else in my house, maybe my office or something. Who knows?
The inaugural episode is going to be a fucking fantastic episode.
It's going to
too.
be sick. Yeah, we're going to have
Yeah,
some
we're gonna
fucking
christen that bitch
fools
right.
on, and yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be excellent.
It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how many of them are actually down to fucking get drunk like that. But either way,
Yeah.
either way, I think it'll be fun. So It's great. Yeah, you can find us, of course, at Salt of the Street on Twitter, and I'm at alpaca_Don on Instagram, and call us and Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com. This is part 4. This is the grab bag. We're balling right now. We started the grab bag a little bit in part 3.
We had an overflowing grab bag that we had to address at an earlier segment.
Yeah,
So.
the thing, okay, so we had Ukraine stuff, right? We talk about Ukraine every fucking week.
Every time.
And the point of this show is freedom and liberty. So we can only tell you so many times they're trying to kill your children. And eventually I just feel like a fucking downer about it. So I don't want to tell you that every week, but that's the reality of what's going on. So they're trying to enter us into some type of global warfare in which your children's lives are subject to death.
Or your life.
Or your lives, or your sister's lives, or your wife, or your, whatever. Anybody who could potentially serve in a combat role. So that's the core of that. And so there is Ukraine news. We just cannot stand to talk about it every week because it's
like the same with the Trump business too, man.
It's too much.
Like, trust us, we follow it all, like, microscopically.
Yeah, you know what the core of the Trump thing is?
Tough.
They're trying to fuck you. They're trying to fuck you. If they can fuck you, they will. It doesn't matter if you used to be the president or if you are running a show with a few people watching it. They'll try and fuck you if they can fuck you. They will use the system against you anyway because that's the point of it being how it is now.
The multi-tiered justice system holds no prisoners.
They will get you.
Well, they hold all prisoners.
They'll try and get
But
you.
you know what I mean. All right, so we're going to have some more fun here with the grab bag and lighten everybody's mood up.
Let's go.
This one I'm really interested in because, yes, it shows the opening of one of my favorite Gundam animes ever.
Yeah.
This is a pull from, I think they even say it in the chat. At the risk of committing blasphemy, I do like both 0080 and 0083 more than 8th MS Team, which are all various Gundam shows, which I do own on Blu-ray. I can tell you all of them. But only just, I was obsessed with the Epsilus. Oh, the Epsilus, when I first watched this. It's a giant robot.
Yeah.
And I absolutely did not expect how brutal the show got. Still one of the best Gundam series ever made. I want to live. Okay. So there's obviously a fucking OG that's posting this and knows what's up. The best thing about this show, I will just right off the bat, there's a war going on.
Yeah.
Right? And there's two parties. It's the space people and the people who live on Earth, right? People that moved out to space colonies, now they want some fucking rights. They're going to fight for their own shit, and they got to fuck up the United Earth fucking government to do that.
Okay.
But like many complicated political wars, there's good guys and bad guys on both sides.
Yep.
This particular series follows a group of Earth Federation forces that are fighting guerrilla warfare in the jungles of Earth.
Okay.
And now apparently this 12-year-old me preparing to watch a brutal depiction of guerrilla warfare, because that's what this show is.
Yeah.
It's fucking brutal. People die. It gets sad. You will fucking shed a tear. I'm telling all the laughing you be doing at One Piece. Congrats, by the way, for finishing up the Netflix side of that. You fucking putting
on a
that shit away.
Crunchyroll, less than a month. 381 episodes in less than a month.
This particular show is only like 24 episodes long.
Ballin'.
And it's done.
Crushing One Piece.
Single story.
I'm obsessed with One Piece.
You're killing it, bud. Shout out Trenton for getting you turned up to that. I'm so glad.
He just showed me that he bought a cover for one of his clubs, and it's Luffy.
I love it.
Great.
I love it. All right, let's see what this is all about. Oh, yeah. This is the opening series. They got music on the beginning of them. Just have a good time before I realize my life's about to get crushed. That was it. Just a good time. I don't even know what I'm about to watch, but it's going to be brutal. Let's see. What else you got here? What is this this Game Boy
There's
thing?
a throwback for you. Look at this. There's mad combo throwback.
You know what's fucked up? My first Nintendo or Game Boy was before Game Boy Color was even a thought.
Really?
It was the old school brick.
Black and white?
Yeah, where it was green and white. Or green and black or whatever it was. It was super weird.
The first one that I had was a Game Boy Color, and I had it. I went to visit my dad. It was the first time I went by myself, so I flew to Arizona, unaccompanied minor, and I had it in a gallon Ziploc bag with like 8 or 10 games, and I left it in the seat. Yep, and
Devastating.
Never got it back. Yeah,
Bro, some flight
called
attendant
even
made out
even
real-
called,
real
you know,
good.
like tried to get it. Yeah, no chance, no shot.
Man.
Borrowed people's games, lost other people's games. Yeah, it was horrible. I
The
felt
worst
terrible.
friend as a
I was
kid,
like 9.
bro.
You know, I felt horrible. Yeah.
Although I will say, even a grown ass man, Jake gave me a few movies to watch at one point, some old school DVDs.
Yeah.
It's like 3 or 4 of them. I still have them.
Yeah.
I still got them.
I have DVDs of yours. Yeah, I have, yeah.
Right? It's just a thing that happens, man.
Yeah, I remember when we moved,
right.
Jordan was like, "Who's like, are these yours?" And I was like, "They're Collins. We have to take them with us." I was like, "We have to take them with us. They're Collins." So we still have them. We packed them and moved them. I remember it.
I don't even remember what you
So
have.
whose are these? They're Collins. We have to take them with us.
Either way, it's probably a really bad movie.
They're
so
like
it's probably
they're
fine.
old war movies, is what they are. No, they're
Oh,
good
word,
movies.
word,
Yeah, they're
word.
ones you really liked. Yeah, they're old war movies, and that's also why I was like, you have to fucking pack those.
Hold
like,
on to them
Yeah,
shits.
just get like throwing stuff away,
High
you know,
quality.
donating things. Like you have to pack those. They have to go with us.
That's hilarious. I've probably replaced them all on Amazon Prime at this point.
Probably. I really want to watch this.
I got
think
a
I have
fucking,
it.
I got a sweet library, bro.
Oh, I bet.
Sweet library. All right. So let's see. Let me ask chat real quick. What's the first video game console that you ever fucked around with when you were a kid?
Oh,
that'll date you.
The first console I ever owned was a Super Nintendo. Me and my sister owned a Super Nintendo together, and that's the only thing we had for years and years and years. And
oh wow,
my sister would.
That was a dope system, man.
Oh, it was great.
I never got to have that.
My sister would crush ass at Mario. She was incredible at Mario. And I remember we would sit there, my mom's single mother, you know, she's fucking working double shift, stuff like that. And she would come home and we're sitting there. Raven's playing Mario. That's my sister's name. She's playing Mario. And I'm like, Mom, I really want to play. And so my mom would be like, all right, Raven, when you're out of lives, so you have to let your brother
there
play.
you go.
But she knew all the things to get all extra lives and like fly.
She's
from
like,
there.
sure, Mom,
she's got
no
like
problem.
25 lives and she's never going to die. Like, Mom, I'm never going to play. She's like, Donald, you have to wait your turn. I'm like, what the fuck?
Ooh, Atari, bro.
That's a classic, bro.
Yeah. See, all my first video consoles, because my first video console ever was Atari as well.
Yep.
But it was I was very young, and it was a very limited exposure. I remember playing, I forget what it's, maybe it was called Adventure or whatever, where you have to like run and you jump and swing over like the alligator things.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
there
okay,
was
I know what
that,
you're talking
and then,
about.
like asteroids.
Yep. Atari came out before me,
Yeah.
but I had played the first Nintendo. My neighbor had the original Nintendo
Yeah.
with the square,
Yes,
the NES.
'cause that's what we got
Yes.
heavy into. Because
With
my
Duck Hunt and
grandparents
stuff.
had the Atari.
Sega
and then-
Genesis.
Yes.
My uncle had Sega Genesis and played Sonic and stuff like that. Fuck yeah.
I think that was my first real console that like we owned, and it was fucking in
Yeah.
my bedroom, dude, next to the waterbed. Because I had a waterbed as a kid. It
Yep.
was legit. But yeah, but I lived next door to my grandparents.
Oh,
And-
yes.
And they had an NES, the original Nintendo shit.
Yes.
And so, because they also had the Atari, but that came and went quick, and then they got a Nintendo.
Yeah.
Because my cousins were a few
Nintendo's
years older
lasted,
than me.
bro. You could, if you still have an
Yes.
NES, you could still
You can
play
still
it
play
now.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need a different TV adapter.
Oh,
but
for sure.
Other than that,
but
you'd
you
be
could
fine.
still, yeah, it'll still run if you
Actually, because it just
took decent care of it, it will
yeah,
still run.
for sure.
Even decent.
Even decent.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's. Remember how you had to blow out the cartridges when it
Right.
didn't work?
You're just fucking them up every time.
And then as an adult, you realize if you flipped it on the back, it said "Don't blow the
Yeah.
cartridge."
just ruining fucking
Exactly.
games. Thinking we're fixing them.
But yeah,
ruining
fucking
games.
like Duck Hunt, the OG Duck Hunt / Mario 1. Me and my cousin would have fucking marathon runs. This is, okay, you just go as long as you could survive.
Yes.
And then you swap out and see if somebody could beat you.
Yep.
And it was fucking great. And tons of great games on the Excite Bike, the original Excite Bike, running around dirt bikes and a fucking
Yeah, okay,
the
yep.
attempt to do 3D animation in a 2D
Yes.
space. It was wild.
I grew up a poor boy from West Virginia, so PS1, and I wasn't that young. And after we had the
I went
Super
from
Nintendo,
Sega Genesis to a PS1. That was my leap. That was the big jump.
I went from Super Nintendo to PS2. Like when the PS2 was
Oh,
new,
yeah.
my grandma got it for me for my birthday. So
Mhm.
I remember that. But yeah, we had the regular Super Nintendo for a long time.
You know what was really fucked, right? I remember this being a kid. It was because Jake always had Nintendo stuff, right? So he had the Super Nintendo. I think he had a Super Nintendo. But then he got like the Sega Dreamcast, and then
The Dreamcast.
The Dreamcast was tits for
Oh
a minute,
my
dude.
god.
The OG,
That fucked up controller.
and then the Cube,
The GameCube.
the GameCube.
Yes.
when we played the OG fucking, we would fuck around with the Super Smash Bros.
Yes,
dude.
They
hella
had that
tournaments.
on the N64. The
Yes.
original, yeah, the N64.
That's where we started, and then it was an upgrade from there.
Yes, my neighbor
GoldenEye.
Yes,
GoldenEye, dude.
On the N64,
endless.
You still have your
Endless
N64,
hours.
right? There.
Yeah,
we have to
that
play
Josh
that.
gave us.
Yeah, we have to play that.
I got that shit packed up right now.
Yeah. My neighbors, the Butlers, they were Mormons. They're great. They were my best friends growing up. They always had the newest gaming shit, you know? And so they had
good neighbors.
They
to
had
have.
N64 when I first moved in there, and I remember crushing those games. Those were the first people I knew that had beat Zelda. They had played the entirety of Zelda and Ocarina of Time. Yeah. His older brother David had beaten the Ocarina of Time.
Yo,
and I was like,
fucked
what
with
the fuck do you mean?
Zelda Link to the Past, which was the NES Zelda.
Yeah.
It came with a golden cartridge.
Really?
Yo, that shit was fire.
Yes.
I played
Master Race.
Frogger until I beat it and didn't come back.
Yep.
Like it broke when I beat it.
Yes. Been playing Counter-Strike for 20 years. Fuck yeah.
That's right. PC Master Race.
Yep.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I don't fuck with consoles. Now
No.
it's all just PC Master Race.
We had a Jordan had a GameCube. We even had one until we moved into this house because we didn't have a TV that fucked with it. And we would play that. We busted out every now and again and play like Super Mario Sunshine and like random shit, hella random stuff.
That's awesome.
But yeah, GoldenEye forever will be the tits, dude. I'll play it. We have to. Yeah, next time I'm here, we have to play GoldenEye. I'm like, I'm not gonna be home till late
Yeah, I
because
wonder
we
if I
have
have
to play
GoldenEye.
fucking.
I might have to eBay that bitch.
If you don't, there's a couple of different
'Cause we
shops
got-
around town that have
Josh
shit
hooked it
too,
up with a
but-
couple games.
GoldenEye was the fucking
Yeah.
tits, dude. It was the tits.
Yo, it was. So did I tell you? Just throwback because
Wow.
this is fucking grabbing. This is what we do.
Nostalgia time, dude. That was incredible.
There was a period there where Jake and I were both going through some shit, right?
Yep.
And we had like a homie nostalgia night, and we went
Yes.
back, had a fucking dude date night, and we fucking
Yes.
broke out the 64, and we played some old school Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Right.
Bro, and I'm telling you, there was like a multiplayer function of that shit. So there's like a Saving
so
Private
funny.
Ryan like moment in this thing. So like in this game, just to explain it, there's two groups of guys. The bad guys are the teddies, the teddy bears, and they're all fucking Nazi'd up and super German. They're real bad. So they're in the bunkers on the beach, and then you, the squirrels, are down there. And you're fucking, your old school U.S. Army
Oh
fucking
my
greens, and you're, getting ready. You're storming the beaches, and then you got to run out the beach, and there's all these little checkpoints and shit. But bro, after going back, you go back to that era of like, I don't even know how we even played these games. It's so
Yeah.
fucking hard to like move around and aim and jump, and you can't see shit.
It's
And everything's
horrible.
all fucking polygons, and like you
Yeah.
used to get lost. And it all happens really fast yet really slow.
Yes.
It's so weird. So fucking weird. But that shit still holds up.
We had
GoldenEye, StarCraft. Do you remember StarCraft?
Yep, on the computer.
Because
neighbors had that too.
there was a StarCraft 64 that Jake had.
Okay.
And so me and him would stay up and we'd play like a team game.
Yeah.
There was a map called fucking Bloodbath. And it was this perfect, like, 4 versus 4 or 2v2 type of map. Is like each, and then you had an X basically that went to like a center point.
Okay.
So everybody battled over the center point, and as soon as you got to that, you could just go into everybody's base and you just fucking fuck everybody up. So me and him, we'd make a pact and be like, all right, so we're gonna be on team for a while,
Yeah.
until we kill off the computers, and so we'd spend 6-8 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Having staying up till all hours of the night,
Yes.
early into the morning. And then as soon as we kill off the computers, be like, all right, guys, so 15 minutes, prep for the war. And then we just go at each
All
other,
out
and whoever
war.
wins,
That's so
wins.
awesome.
It was fucking so great, dude.
That's awesome.
All right, so let's see what this Game Boy action's all about
right.
here. I remember when I got my first Game Boy Color. It was pretty
Yep.
sweet.
Oh
was like
boy, the
turquoise.
Oh,
tricked
look at
out
that.
Game Boy Color too. This is, once you get color going, you're good. He needs the light for it though, right?
You got to get the
Yeah,
magnifying
okay, that
glass
one's got
going
the
on. There you
built-in
go.
there. Look at
Giant
that.
ass game cartridge.
And the
What is
Game
this?
Genie, dude. This guy's
Game
got
the light.
all the bells and
Oh, the
whistles.
Game
I
Genie.
didn't have this many. I wished.
Whole.
Yeah, he does.
Do you remember the size of this thing when you first got
Yeah.
it? All right, well, it was small.
Yeah, it's so
now it's
small.
this giant monstrosity. All these
Yes.
extras, plug it in with the
Let's have the little squiggly light
some
on there. I did
crazy
have one.
ass fucking
And the
European
AC
shit.
adapter.
bro.
A little
Game Boy,
fan.
look
Oh
at
my
this
God.
giant ass thing,
Now
dude.
that's gaming in style.
Turn it.
Ain't
Look at
that
that controller though. Has
Yes.
that's essentially become the standardized
Oh, for sure.
game controller.
Yeah.
Back then, dude. I hunt and fish with real. That's what I've evolved to now, too, Joseph. It's fine.
Beauty, ladies and gentlemen.
So basically, it's the build of the monstrosity.
Yes.
That's what that was. Holy shit, man. That's wild. That is wild. All right, let's see what we got here. I got a few little fun things for us to watch here. This is a beautiful video of a dude who had probably the luckiest day of his entire life, and you'll find out why now. Again, for the audio listeners, I apologize for this one, but you need to go over to the YouTubes and
Grab
watch
bag is
this
video
one.
only, you fools.
This is how this goes. Shout out Ashley. Be watching the YouTube. Farmer dude bringing a bunch of people back on a little wagon ride, whatever. In the distance, you see, he's peeling out a little bit, which is
he's
not great.
cooking.
Car's coming, not going to stop. Smash! Whole front end of the tractor. Whole front end of the tractor.
And he just sat right down.
And he just
we
stood
gotta
up.
watch it again. Holy shit.
Because what happens with these old tractors, right? There's a single pivot point in the center. And so there's an axle that comes together with this dope-ass joint that can manipulate and move. And all that did was detach, and the dude just kind of slid off it. He just kind of slid off his
Scared
thing.
the piss out of him, but
Dude.
holy shit.
Everybody's cool. Everybody's cool. That's some crazy shit.
Ever been so far offshore
Lucky.
you can't see land anywhere 30 miles or so? I feel
Yes.
Yo, Joseph.
I feel home out there, buddy. Yes, Joseph. Only the people that have experienced that can understand that. And I 1,000% understand it. When for days on end, morning, night, doesn't matter. All you do is you go outside and there's nothing but water everywhere you see. It's a different experience in life, bro.
Yeah,
It is
no,
a
I've never
thing.
done that.
Okay, it's powerful. When I first joined the Coast Guard, I had tried to be a pilot for a long time.
Right.
But for one reason or another, mostly grades and not giving a shit about, growing up and all that, I was kind of cut off from that situation. And so I ended up just following in my dad's footsteps and going waterborne and was part of the Coast Guard. And then that shit just bites you, dude. You go out to sea, there ain't nothing like it.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing like it in the fucking world. And it is impossible to convey what it feels like. But it's just this, you drop everything. There is not a fucking care in the world when you're out at sea because you don't have any cell service, so you can't even call home if you wanted to. So there's no problems coming at you.
Right. You get
None at all.
intermittent emails.
Yeah, and even back in the day, you didn't even get that. Nowadays, that's kind of cut off. But it was just, when you were at sea, you were at sea. That was it. You deal with your problems when you come back, and then you fucking escape your problems when you go back out. It was a fucking sweet deal. But yeah, it's a fucking deal, man. It is a deal. So this is one of my new favorite fucking Twitter follows. It's called Riz Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I've just recently discovered this new term called Riz.
Riz.
I try to stay up on the cultural touchstones of the days. Riz is like your...
It's like game, right?
It's your game,
Yeah.
right? This chick got hella Riz. This Riz is real. Well, actually, the dude is got... So her name's Madison. She's 22. I'm assuming this is on some dating app somewhere because she's 80 miles away. And she says, looking for someone to take Thomas Jefferson's place in this last pick,
That's
basically.
hilarious.
And she's being adorable, sitting on a statue of Thomas Jefferson.
Good old TJ.
Greatest pickup line you'll ever hear your entire life. Remember, her name's Madison.
As far as presidents go, we all know Jefferson came before Madison, but I'll make sure that's not the case. That was literally the absolute best pickup line I've ever heard. That's
right, buddy. Because you read it and you're like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, Jefferson came before Madison.
That's awesome.
I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Good for him.
That's fucking shout out to the Riz on that one, dude. Whoever that dude is a fucking homie. Oh, we need sound for this bad boy. I like this one a lot. Make sure it's turned up. So this is at like a German beer bar.
Yeah.
As you can tell from the giant beer steins.
A lot of head on that beer.
I live in Florida, and the only two places I felt at home are offshore and mountains of West Virginia. Amen, buddy.
Doing it in a helicopter is scary as fuck, especially at night under night. Stars
Whoa,
look like city
whoa,
lights.
whoa.
There's no distinction between sea and sky.
Yeah,
I love Brian so much.
Yeah, Brian's a fucking G, dude.
You got to come back again, Brian.
I fucking miss you already, dude. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's watch this one. So this is good. Hopefully you can hear it. Yeah, I'll watch the volumes.
Do you know about the drunk goat?
The drunk goat. Do you know about the
Do you
drunk
know
goat?
about the drunk goat?
What goat?
A drunk goat.
A drunk goat?
Yeah?
No.
Oh my god.
Only in the halls of an actual beer garden can you do that, or a
That's
beer
so
hall.
funny.
They got a couple good ones when I lived over in Jersey. There was a couple, or when I lived in New York but worked in Jersey, a couple actual legit like German beer halls where you can go. It was a big open venue, kind of like a converted barn type of thing. And it was just this giant open space, and they come out with, they specialize in all German beer, so you get these giant ass fucking beer steins of like this
Nice.
lager. Only in a place like that could you get away with that.
That's so funny.
But that was real good. Oh, this one fucks me up every time.
Fuck
I don't
this.
like snakes, bro.
Dax has a book right now they just got from the library that's about anacondas. And there's one of the pictures. So towards the end of the book, it says just random stuff about anacondas. Like,
Yeah.
look at how big it is. And
It's
it
weird,
does
but-
this with its tongue. And the ladies are bigger than the guys.
It can
and
eat you and digest you over like 3
then-
weeks.
Then it's like the anaconda is hungry. It needs to feed. What's it going to eat? A caiman, which is a fucking small alligator, right?
I mean,
so
sometimes small.
So then it shows a picture of the feet and the tail of the caiman sticking out of the anaconda's mouth. So its fucking mouth is like 8-10 inches open, you know? And I was like, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, he's going to hate this. Like, it's going to terrify him.
Yeah.
He wants to look at it. He loves it. He's
What?
like, it's so crazy that it can eat this.
Dude.
Yeah. And then the next picture is the same anaconda with the caiman in its belly. So it just has this giant fucking, and he's like, what is it? I was like, that's the caiman that it just ate. I was like, and it's going to like, it says like, you know, now she's full, she won't eat for weeks. I was like, it's going to like eventually, it'll get smaller. He's like, how? I was like, well, you know, there's like, because there's juices in your belly that are hot. It's like, I know,
Yeah,
you know,
and
they
they
break
eat
down
it
all
all
the
up.
stuff. It's like, so it's like, it's just going to break down the caiman and then she'll do the same thing again. Yeah. Loves it.
Did you equate it to like how he eats food and stuff?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's, I was talking about his belly and stuff like that. So it
That's
breaks down. And
funny.
that's why I told him, I was like, that's why when you poop, it doesn't look like food. It looks like poop. You know, it's just like brown, whatever. So
Fucking getting the science lessons right off the bat, dude. Listen to Joe Rogan. Black caiman got over 15 feet. Yes. And I was just going to say this, right?
fuck that.
I made the mistake of looking up a particular video that he talked about on the show about a
It's
caiman.
always questionable whether or not you should really look up those videos.
You shouldn't, because then your algo is going to be all fucked up. And I have seen
Then your algo's all fucked up.
I have seen so many
The ate a
pictures.
saltwater crocodile. Get the fuck
Yes,
out of here.
Yes. I have seen so many videos recently of like saltwater crocs cruising through a thing with the dude's arm or leg hanging out of him.
Just snapped him up.
Those
That's
are-
savage,
they're-
bro.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second. I was like, I don't want to put that in the grab bag.
You live
That's
somewhere
too
where
rough.
there's gators, you should move. You should, like, where they're doing that.
That's
where
Flo
they're
Rida, bro.
taking- But
But
they're
to-
not
to
taking
ask all
people's-
these Flo
They're not
Ridas.
taking people's arms regularly in Florida, though.
Nah, you got to
They're
be
not.
another level of
Yeah,
Florida
you
man
go,
to do
like,
that.
you go find them. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes they're out on the streets
You have
and shit.
Crocs and gators
Right,
in Florida.
but for the most part, you go find them. Like they're not. They are sometimes, but not all.
Or
they're
just
not,
become a golfer.
They're not just regularly chilling on the streets. You know.
No.
Yeah, they're on courses and stuff.
Golf
like in
courses.
the waters, people's pools,
yeah,
like
yeah.
places that make
People's
sense
pools,
for them to
yes.
find them play themselves. You know, they don't
Yeah.
naturally live there. For the most part, you gotta find that shit.
That's
you
true.
Know? Fuck that, dude.
Oh, dude,
Saltwater croc.
no,
Yeah,
no,
fuck that.
no.
Or you go to the beach.
I'll fuck with an alligator, dude. I don't
Yeah.
want no saltwater
Or you go to
crocs,
the
man.
beach.
Them things are straight. Like an alligator is like, I could see how that used to be a dinosaur.
Yeah.
You look at a crocodile, that's a grizzled ass alligator type. That motherfucker's been around since before dinosaurs.
That's
Fuck
what
that.
I'm saying, Bobo. Hanging out by canals. You should move. You shouldn't live there. If that's
Not
what they're
into it,
doing, you
dude.
shouldn't live there.
What if that's the only place?
I don't
for-
mean like leave Africa. I mean don't live in that particular location. Now, but they do like snatch pets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last week there's one in my crossing. What I'm saying. Yeah. My uncle lives in Cocoa. I remember he drove me out. I've been to Florida one time, so I know like a lot about Florida. We saw.
shouldn't have zoomed in. That would have been good.
We saw like manatees and stuff. That was pretty cool.
I have a manatee thing. We'll see manatees.
Yeah, that was
It's
pretty
real
cool.
good.
Seen him up on the
Yeah.
fucking shore, being all fat and
Yeah.
shit.
Well, you ever seen a
Crazy
dude,
looking animal.
Have you ever seen a dude like from India or whatever who does like the cobra shows and all this good
Yeah.
stuff? At a certain point, you got to realize there are good cobras and bad cobras.
Oh, yeah.
But how do you pick from the good ones and the bad ones?
You just got to find out. You hire a dude to find out.
This is the dude. He
Oh, that's
knows
so
how to find the
awesome.
good cobras. You pick him up. No, not that one. I don't like that one. I'll just reach into this
This is a
giant
room
bag
full
of
of snakes.
It's a room
This
full of
is
cobras.
just an entire room full of snakes.
It's not just
He
snakes, bro.
just
You just
slapped a
beat the
cobra.
motherfucking cobra. They're
That's
all
how you handle
cobras.
it. You just hit him on the head, huh?
And say, fuck you. Yeah, good luck.
This one's looking like it's gonna bite him, and he's probably
Yeah,
like, "Hey,
he's
fuck
just
you.
real. Yeah, you
Get
jump at
the
me, fuck you.
out of here."
Exactly. Do you remember watching
That guy's a psychopath.
Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, the one with Sean Connery in it?
Okay.
The very beginning scene, they're on like a train.
Yep.
You know, they're having a little fight on the train.
Yep.
Homeboy falls into the pit of snakes.
Yep.
That shit gave me nightmares to this day.
Yeah.
I watched that movie when I was like 6.
Yeah.
Okay? I still, that shit, no fucking thank you. Just kill me. Just kill me. I'd
Jordan.
rather die than be thrown into a pit of fucking snakes.
Jordan's stepdad petrified of snakes.
Oh, dude. Which is
Petrified of
good.
snakes.
That's good. I could bring that
Some of
shit
the
back
shit-
to like when we were monkeys in trees.
Some of the shit makes sense.
Justified.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, some of those
Justified.
things people make fun of that I'm like, that's biological. That makes sense. Like that's evolutionary.
Joseph,
that
you be hunting gators? My biggest gator I've taken was 11 feet 7 inches, and it was intimidating for sure.
Joseph,
you're a fucking badass, dude.
I cannot wait to fucking hit it so we can just come and visit Joseph and make content all
dude.
weekend. Be like, this is Joseph. He's an OG fan. We're gonna do some wild shit in Florida for the
Yes.
weekend.
Oh my god.
My whole family on a 12-foot boat with like, get the fuck
No,
out of here,
dude. It's the size of your fucking boat, dude.
Just the nose of it and the tail fucking sticking up both ends.
And I will say though,
Wow.
because gators are really underutilized.
Tiffany, you saw
resource.
this? You were there for that? Hell yeah, he does. I got the pic. Get the fuck
Yes.
out. All right, when you send us your shirt sizes,
Send us that
send us
shit.
some pictures. of
Yeah, I
gators
got to see that
because
shit. We'll throw
put
them
them on the story. Yeah,
that shit will be
God damn.
dope. Because gator is a very highly underutilized source.
It's delicious.
Resource. It's fantastic. It tastes great. You can the hide, we'll just say, is very, very usable for
Mad
lots
tough,
of great things.
right.
And there are a fuck ton of them.
It was so big I had to ride on it back to shore.
No, you didn't. Quit talking about your husbands. You know what?
Oh my goodness. That's insane. You guys are savages.
You fucking Florida man.
Florida
Go
man
strong,
Joseph,
dude.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Florida man is strong. All right, we've talked a lot. You know what's up.
I've seen this
Okay.
man. This is some of the craziest shit I ever seen.
This is the no-handed shooter. This is the no-handed shooter. We talked a lot about 2A today, and this dude is making it fucking happen.
We
There is
still
no
have his
reason.
preserved head. Oh
Yes.
my god.
Oh my god.
I cannot wait to come to your house.
You guys are my best friends now. All right, cool. So, this guy is an illustration of why you have no excuses.
Nah.
What up, guys? No-handed shooter here today, and we're gonna go
The
over
no-handed
how
shooter.
I shoot pistol. So, most
I do not like ESP like I used to.
It's just okay. I was really hyped on it when I bought it. It's just okay.
It's been a while since I had one.
Nothing super fancy, and it is what it is, I guess.
He
Right
made that
arm,
specific holster from JB Weld by
Yeah.
himself.
I have this thing made out of JB Weld and some zip ties that basically
I thought you
acts
already
as a
said that, my
gas
bad.
pedal and just a safety loop so I don't drop the gun and all. Nothing super crazy. Looks pretty wild.
Nothing
bro.
super
But it
crazy.
gets the job
No,
done.
because it literally is just a bunch of like molded JB Weld.
Right.
Which is also JB Weld is not the OG anymore. There's a I can't remember what it's called. I have it out in my toolbox. Brett Weinstein, in the early days of the Dark Horse podcast,
Yeah.
they were doing. I think they still do it. It's been a while since I watched the show, but they give recommendations instead of like they do some ads and then they will give their own ads to like just stuff that they use all the time.
Okay.
And with no payment, no nothing. And it was the stuff, the same shit as JB Weld, just half the fucking cost. And you can buy it at the Home Depot. It's dirt cheap. You mold it into whatever shape you want. That's what this shit is right here. That holds the
Okay.
electrical thing in.
Yeah.
It's the same shit, but it's half the cost as JB Weld.
Interesting.
And it's fucking dope, man. That whole material where it's a soft, pliable thing. You mix the two parts together. There's a chemical reaction over time, but you have time to mold and shape to whatever you want. And you can
Yeah.
make any kind of fitting you want, and then it drills out. And so, like, if you want to make something that's threaded, you can do that and then do your thread thing.
Yeah.
And then make some, whatever. It's the dopest material on the fucking planet, in my word.
Reloads, standard MBX mags, and I put some paracord on the bottom, kind of act as like a Ranger loop type thing. Nice and easy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna load up, we're gonna shoot a bill drill, and just kind of show you guys real time how it all works.
Dude's legit, dude. Boom. Easy peasy,
What up,
bro.
guys?
The no-handed shooter is
Gang, and
legit,
wanna go
dude.
over how
I love this guy, man. He's killing it. PSA, you have no excuse. Get your reps in.
Yeah.
And I feel like you resonated with
That
that,
guy's a banger,
100,000%, dude. He just kills it. He knows what's important in life.
Oh, God.
All right. Al Sharpton. I almost brought this up in part 1, I believe. And once he starts talking, you'll understand why.
Oh, God.
Because this shit goes... It's like there's an elephant in the room you're not addressing, bud. Here we go. Al Sharpton, the biggest fucking grifter on the planet. Go for it.
One day, our children's children will read American history. And can you imagine our reading that James Madison or Thomas Jefferson tried to overthrow the government so they could stay in power? That's what we're looking at. We're looking at American history.
Do you imagine a world where the founding fathers would want to overthrow the government?
Do you mean like to make their own government?
Oh, like exactly what they did.
You fucking
is
idiot.
what you're saying? Like exactly what they did.
Fucking idiot.
You're a fucking moron,
or
bro.
that maybe, you know, at some point in time they would have both written that, hey, if the government ever fucks you over, you got to destroy it. You got
Yes.
to take it down. Because they both did. You fucking fool.
Mm-hmm.
You absolute fool.
Oh, no. I fucked this one up. I fucked it up. Is that it? Oh, I did fuck it up. I fucked up the flow. Which means we'll get to it in a minute. This is more of an inspirational post, right? This one I like a lot. It has to do with the Paralympics, not the Special Olympics, but the Paralympics,
Okay.
right? Paralympics are for people that are physically disabled.
You're not retarded. You're fucked up.
Your words, not mine. I get in trouble all the time, bro. Okay, this is your words.
God.
But this is fantastic, right?
You're
So
getting
this is
canceled for that one.
This is a blind runner with what they call, I believe it says in the post, the Hero Guide.
Get the fuck out.
Yes,
She's blind.
and so you're a runner who wants to participate, but you're blind, so you have to have somebody to be able to guide you with this shit. This is fucking awesome.
This is
Watch
what you cook.
Watch this couple just run, dude. They're just killing it. So they have like a bound hand so they can keep track of each other's pace. And it's just going, dude. She's just going at it, pushing fucking hard. And then right towards the end, he takes it one step back. That's it. That is fucking legit. Yes. Oh, wait.
I thought
a race baiting piece of shit.
I thought he was talking about me for a second. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, that was funny and it was a joke.
Oh, no, they got to take a second from macking on each other to
That
talk
was-
some shit.
That's really pretty incredible.
That is awesome, dude. I love
To be able
because
to
you have to
run
have
like-
somebody that can run exactly the pace that you need. That's awesome,
as
dude.
as a dude.
Yeah, this is definitely a dude.
But to be able to run
And they're
full clip with your eyes closed, like that in
Yes.
itself is very impressive.
And is it weird that every running partner to these female runners are dudes?
No.
That's all,
You
that's all I'm
gotta
saying.
be
That's
able
all I'm
to
saying.
be faster than them.
What are you saying? Men and women aren't completely fucking equal?
I'm saying that if you look at the numbers, men are faster than women on a professional level.
Tell me you haven't seen this clip.
Oh, I have. It's
Oh,
incredible.
God damn it.
No, I
All
want
right.
to see it again.
Because what are you going to do
Fuck the police except for this guy.
if you're a goddamn cop or some form of law enforcement officer? You're not allowed to partake in the beauties of cannabis products. If you're standing next to Snoop Dogg and he hands you a fucking blunt, what are you going to do?
Gonna
You're
get
going
high
to do
with Snoop
this.
Dogg.
Let's fucking turn that shit down. That's too much. Snoop Dogg just sitting there
Smoking a
puffing.
blunt,
He's
big old
chilling, getting the
backwood,
grill.
hands it to
and
the
then
cop.
hand it over. Just do that. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, hold
Yep.
the tie. Let's
Yep.
go. He's like, I know what's up.
Yep. That guy's looking at him like, you motherfucker.
Because
He has dogs in prison.
Nothing else in this world would suffice. You have to do that. If you're standing next to Snoop and he does a puff give,
You have
you got to, and you got to. This dude, you could see on his face, he's in the moment. He's like, okay, I understand there might be consequences here, but I am sitting
gonna
here
do
fucking
it.
smoking weed with fucking Snoop
Like
Dogg,
if I
dude.
get fired for this, it's worth it to the
Yep.
homies.
And I mean, let's be real. He took a Elon Musk level little puff. Might have inhaled a little bit.
It's all right, better than
might have
nothing.
inhaled a little bit. But I'm like, bro, fuck yes. I got more respect for you as a cop if you're going to do that.
Yes.
Come on now. Come on now. Oh, this was a stupid little one I saw this morning. I'm not even going to blow it up for this. So this says, this is a scene out of the
Nicolas Cage movie?
Yeah, where he plays himself.
Okay.
With, what's his fucking name?
Pedro Pascal?
Pedro Pascal.
Nick Cage
right?
is coming back, right? Like he's making a resurgence, yeah?
Nick Cage does what Nick Cage does. He has peaks and he has valleys.
Leif told me that there was a script for Nick Cage to be Superman. And it
Shut that down.
Like long-haired, kind of like almost anti-hero Superman.
Ooh.
And I was like, you mean long hair like Con Air? And he said, just like that.
Ooh.
But Superman.
Con Air's a fucking great movie, dude. I literally have nothing bad to say about Nick Cage. He is one of my all-time favorite actors.
Jordan hates him, but I can't construct an actual, like, legitimate argument against why he sucks.
The
Like, or
worst
for why he
argument,
sucks.
the worst argument you can make against him is that he does bad movies sometimes.
Yeah,
you got to get paid, bro. I'm an actor. I got to get paid. This is
yeah,
what we're doing.
and he's had some issues.
He's had some issues.
He's had
You know,
some
you gotta pay some
life
bills, bro.
ups and downs, along with his
Yeah,
movie
buddy.
ups and downs.
That's
And
right.
That's where you make 4 national treasures.
What was the that's when you make 4 national treasures?
Yeah.
Yes. There was a movie he did, Leaving Las Vegas, where he drives down to Las Vegas. He's like a failed writer, and he wants to kill himself with drugs and alcohol.
Okay.
And so he goes down to Vegas. He hires a hooker to just keep him company while he slowly kills himself with alcohol, right? And after a while, the two of them kind of connect on a level and all this shit. Like, there's a whole thing. He hires her, and then she's like trying to fuck him the first night. He's like, no, you don't get what I'm trying to do here. Like, I need to end this thing. My whole life is fucking destroyed. I'm checking out. I just want somebody to keep me company while this happens.
I don't want to be happy.
It is a fucking powerful movie, bro. It's powerful, but it's kind of indicative of some of his life, which is kind of fucked up when you look back at it in retrospect.
Yeah.
Because he is a high highs, low lows type of guy. But I challenge any. I would fucking hang out with Nick Cage any goddamn day of this week because he is one of my favorite actors. Sometimes he makes garbage, sometimes he makes brilliance, but he is great in everything he does.
Yeah.
So this is a scene from that movie where he plays himself, meeting Pedro Pascal, who's a drug dealer and all this shit, right?
Okay.
So, but the looks on the face. So this is one that's going to be fucking lost on anybody that's not watching this shit. So the initial thing is Normie starting to realize how bad things are getting,
Okay.
and then another caption will come in to be like me when I'm realizing that it's going to get so much worse. We gotta let this thing roll a little bit. We'll just do. He's just looking over it. I'm like, yeah, buddy. I know it's gonna get so much worse, bud. Because
That's awesome.
I feel like that all the time, dude. Because we've talked about this a little bit. I've been like recultivating a brand new social life.
Yep.
And it's meeting lots of new people, having
Yep.
lots of new conversations, and I'm like, when you crack open the beer that you're about to digest, which is me. Sometimes you're gonna be surprised about some things that we're gonna talk about, right?
Yes.
And it might kind of fucking blow your mind.
You don't look
and
like
then
you
a
hate
month
the
later,
government.
exactly. And then like a month later, when things are happening, and all of a sudden you're like, "Motherfucker, how the fuck
Yeah.
did you know what was up?" I'm like, "Well, fucking base, bro. That's what it is."
It feels weird to. I'm sure that you've been in this situation before. It doesn't happen all the time, but every once in a while, you start talking to somebody, and we're just fucking blowing ourselves now. But you're talking to somebody like in a bar, or whatever, or like in a group of friends, and you're talking about politics, asking you questions. You start talking about it, and you start talking. Eventually, you're like holding court.
Indeed.
You're like, yeah, you're
Next thing you know, like, were you all?
you have
there?
like multiple people that are like talking and asking you
Indeed.
questions and like, so what about this, and like explain this. That's a weird.
It's a weird deal.
It's very weird.
But I think it's not masturbatory to say that it's what happens when normies realize they're talking to somebody that's deep in the game.
Right.
It's nothing.
Can answer the questions.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
if you stay tapped in politically enough, you're going to have something to say about anything that anybody says, essentially.
Right.
You're going to have something to offer up. And it's mostly just kind of like a hazard of the job. Can man fuck up nature?
Pontificate
Joseph
on that,
says.
I have to pee.
Okay. Yes, we'll pontificate on that. I was like, well, I just made a fucking point. We're not going to be able to do this. So, which means we're just going to pull up a secret fucking clip that Donovan doesn't know nothing about. and we're just going to let him miss one because that's what we do here, apparently. Actually, no, I will pontificate on that a little bit. And we're not a prevalent part of nature. Ooh, there are so many people who are uninformed that it's scary. Yes. And see, it's a thing, right? When you actually, if you spend a lot of time on the internet, I would imagine you would be, considering you're here at this show at this point, but you occupy multiple worlds. I mean, most people, at the end of the day, let's put it this way, most people that you encounter in your everyday life are wholly and utterly incompetent in the grand matters of the world. That's just kind of the way it goes, because at the end of the day, they don't have to interface with anything that we might be dealing with when you say something online and then you see stuff and then you get in the grander conversation. The everyday world, if you shut yourself off completely from social media and you get off the internet and you're just living off the grid and do all this, you don't deal with these problems. You don't see these problems. It's just only when you start to tap into like the cultural vein of things or the political vein of things and you pay attention every day. Like Donovan and I, again, I don't want it to sound masturbatory, but we've been doing this for so goddamn long. It's become the way we live our lives. I mean, we both work a job which we're lucky enough that we can intake content from YouTube, from audio to visual all day long for 12 hours a day. And then we come back and then we do that shit in our own personal lives because we're just kind of in that world. But most people are not in that world even a little bit. And that's when you strike up conversation with a rando somewhere, odds are they're going to be a normie who is not totally up to date on things. They might have seen some headlines. They might subscribe to like one newspaper or one magazine or something like that. Facebook posts are huge, yes. But odds are they're not going to have an actual well-rounded exposure to what it is that we're talking about. And that it's nothing against them necessarily. Like, you could argue that like it's not okay for people not to be informed, but at the end of the day, if you approach that conversation, even though you might feel like they're coming, because they'll say something they saw in a headline, or maybe they get the CNN feed on their fucking Facebook or Twitter or whatever it is, and that's the only thing they intake. You have to also understand that like they don't intake this shit 24/7 like some of us regularly do. So you have to go into that conversation with a very soft, open-minded approach.
Yes.
And if you handle them with kid gloves at the beginning, odds are you can slowly bring them to understanding where you're actually coming from and why you're coming from that point of view. But it takes a delicate hand, delicate touch, and it takes experience and time.
I talked about a girl. I don't know if I talked about it on here or not, but it was, I think, for Trenton's birthday, and so we were at Cody's house, and a girl I'd known for a long time was there, and I had just finished up that 12.5, that short rifle, and so I brought it over there, and I just picked up this new pistol, and so I brought him over there. I was showing him to the boys and stuff like that. And this girl's real anti-gun, and so I was telling her all the stuff, and
I don't think we saw your new tattoos, Kevin. That's all I'm saying. Did you see them?
No.
Well, we got to see them.
And so I
DM
was
us real quick.
explaining all this stuff to her, and Bob, and she was being very condescending, very contradictory, just not a positive person to have an interaction with. But I continued to just be chill with her, and before she left, I shook her hand and I thanked her for being genuine. And then like a month later, I saw her at Cody's birthday, and she got drunk and then asked me later, she was like, when I left last time, you thanked me for being genuine. She was like, did you really mean that, or like was I being a dick? And I said it to her because she was being an asshole. That's why I said it to her. It's like I thanked her for being genuine because she wasn't being genuine, because I was, and she was trying to get a rise out of me. Like, she asked me about the legality of that rifle, like, so it was like fully automatic, blah blah blah. And I was like, no. And so I explained to her briefly the pistol brace thing, and I was like, technically that's like, it's federally illegal. I was like, but it's a very arbitrary thing that's like going on. I was like, it's a very, very silly thing. And her response to me was like, well, I bet that makes your girl real hot, that it's like federally illegal. I was like, that has nothing to do with any of this. It's like, I'm just answering the question that you asked me about the gun that she had taken a picture of it. She asked me if she could take a picture of it for her mom, and I was like, oh yeah, for sure. So I stood back. I gave no instruction at all. I just handed her the rifle and let her do things. She's got her finger on the trigger. She's fucking, I made sure no one's in front of her. Obviously, I made sure it's clear and it's safe. But because I knew
you give them the room to fuck up.
Because I knew she was gonna fuck around.
Yes.
I was like, yeah, go ahead. So yeah, she's got her finger on the trigger. She's fucking doing all this shit.
Yep.
Nothing. I'm not gonna. You're making yourself look fucking ignorant by
Yes.
doing this here. So yeah, she left, and I was like, I thank you for being genuine in this conversation. Like, I appreciate that you're willing to do this.
Yeah.
And then a month later, she's like, did you mean that, or like what's that? I was like, no. I was like, I would never.
It's been sleeping with her this whole time,
She's
dude.
living rent free in her fucking brain because I didn't give it a second thought. I got drunk, talked about it afterwards.
That's what we do, bro.
To the people there, like, she was a real fucking dick. I told them, like, she was really fucking give me the business, And
'Cause she
so
was.
she absolutely was. But no, after that, I didn't give it a second thought, and I lived rent free in her fucking brain for a month, and it's a goddamn beautiful thing,
Amen, bro.
So it's. I wrote that down before the last episode of like tactics to deal with difficult people, and so I love that it came up naturally. Just to
because it's
just be.
There's
better.
a tact to it, bro.
Yeah.
There's a tact to it.
Yes.
And to get new convertees, you do kind of have to like take a small little personal sacrifice when you do that, because the odds are they're going to say something that kind of like triggers you, for lack of a better word.
Yep.
And you have to have the willpower and the wherewithal to step back a little bit and then dive into their world a little bit. And
They're
see
not
if you
going to
can
see
pull
it
them
at
out.
first. Yeah, they're
No,
not going to see
they're
it at
not.
first, so they'll laugh it off. That's like, when the term anarchy, people laugh off, and so
Yes.
like I almost avoid it at this point because it's not. It receives such an inherently negative reaction that it's almost not worth mentioning.
Well, yeah, because it's black flags, fire, destruction, and fucking
Antifa.
yeah.
If you bring people there naturally through individual choice and responsibility, like that's a much easier sell, than than anarchy, even if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And speaking about bringing new people into the fold, I mean, shout out to the flight attendant right now. She's at a brewery. She sent me some pictures and a video of it sitting there with a nice fucking tap list too, I might add.
Yeah.
But she was talking to somebody.
Where's she at?
I'd have to look. I thought
She's somewhere.
I thought it was D.C. Dulles Airport.
Okay.
I think it was there. I could be wrong though. I'd have to check the itinerary. But she's at a brewery, and she's like, "Yeah, shout out to the new follower. We got a new follower. Her name's Tommy.
Let's go.
Watched for a little bit and joined. So
I love
shout
that.
out, man. She knows what's up, bro. She's turning up people on to the thing. We got to catch up on the chat. There's
We need
been
to
a
get more
lot of
business
chat
cards.
activity.
Okay, see what they got.
So, let's see.
Kevin, they care more about their NFL team is doing as bread and circuses, same as Rome as it fell. We've talked a lot about that.
Yes,
we went
100%.
When Zeke and his brother were on, I was reading that book about Rome, and I was like, the dancing and like all
Zeke and Ivan? I'll give him a shout out. Shout out
Zeke
Ivan.
and Ivan. And then I caught a bunch of shit in the comments about like the world isn't ending because people like to dance. I'm like, that's not what I said. It was so funny.
You can dance.
Yes.
We can dance.
I use politics and news as entertainment. That's how I stay so informed. My family comes to me when they want to know about a story that's in the news, and that's how it starts.
That's the
how it
best way to
starts.
be,
Yeah.
man. When you become somebody's kind of clutch go-to, be like, hey, man, so I saw this thing. What's going on?
And just be cool about it.
Yeah. Like, oh, yeah.
Just be cool about it.
And then also have some ammunition in the wings. Be like, oh, yeah, so here's this little video, or here's something non-subjective.
Yeah.
Like, it's not an article. Articles won't do things, but
Nah.
videos of politicians saying things or activists saying things or doing things, that says a lot more than like, oh, here's an article from Fox News that I found that's going to prove my point, right?
Right.
And then they go, well, that's the enemy, right? They're bad people. This comes from InfoWars, blah, blah,
Right.
blah. He's crazy, right?
So you saw, when we talked about guns today, a bunch of the shit that I found, it's from gun websites. They're
Exactly.
From AmmoLand.com, Bearing Arms. Like, that's because those are the people that care about this issue and they want
Yes.
people to know about it.
Yep.
And they're willing to, they have articles, like references embedded in there.
Yes.
But if you give that to someone who doesn't like guns, they're not going to consider AmmoLand as a legitimate source. Even if I don't care what AmmoLand is doing, they're reporting on legitimate information. And that's what matters to me, is that the core of what they're saying is fine, even if there's a lot of shit that's involved in it.
Yes. Okay. All
Look
I'm
at
saying
that,
is, Kevin,
dude.
Kevin, we got the shit. We're not going to show it unless you give us explicit permission to show it. But that is fucking dope. And
Memento
also,
Mori, that's fucking.
look at that motherfucker.
You look
look
great.
at that dude.
Kevin,
Fucking
you look
killing it,
incredible.
buddy. fucking killing it, dude. Jesus.
I saw him. He's been working his way through. I think he just finished Meditations.
Those
by
are the
Marcus
names of your
Aurelius.
dogs, I'm assuming, because of the stamps and the names. I'm
No.
just
One
assuming.
of them says Memento Mori, and I don't know what the other one
Oh.
says. I think that he had the paw prints previously.
That's either way, dude. I respect the paw prints too, bro,
Yes.
because I fucking miss my goddamn dog, man.
Tiffany says, I think part of our problem as a species is we lost touch with nature, growing food, hunting food, gathering, repair broken items. For sure.
Yes,
Absolutely.
1,000%.
Life has become too easy due to the prevalence of mankind. We are destined for war because life is too easy for us. Stupidity will prevail.
I like
That's
that.
very interesting.
I like that.
Tattoos.
Did you
I
see my
say
tattoo?
take
Yeah.
the warning labels off.
Yo.
Just send it to the IG page. Thank you very much. We are part of nature and we will be regulated by nature. That is true. Some people are incapable of having actual conversations and being reasonable. That is also true.
Yep.
I don't like it here with stupid. I have always thought I was born a century too early or a century too late. My hard work should mean more. What that means, Kevin, because...
That's Joseph, but that's fine.
Yes. What did I say, Kevin?
Yeah, you said Kevin,
I'm
but
just
it's
reading
Joseph.
forward.
Exactly.
I don't like it here with stupid. Yeah. So what that means, Joseph, is that you're in the correct time and you have something to teach the people around you.
Yes,
That's what that
means. If you feel like you're born in the wrong time and you have values that don't fit in this era, it means that you need to proselytize those values and convert more people.
Yes.
That's really what it is. Because odds are, if they're values of the past that don't exist today, that those values did have weight in the past, and we've lost the value of that weight.
Yes. Kevin says we could show it. They say Memento Mori and Amor Fati.
Oh, shit.
I had the
All right.
popper
We can
before.
show it.
Memento Mori means remember your death. Yep. And Amor Fati means love your fate. That
There
is
we go.
incredible.
This is it right here. That's shout out to you there, big guy.
Yes.
That's fucking dope.
Kevin, you look incredible.
Also, I'm kind of thinking now I want to get paw prints. I want to get my paw print for my girl. Because that's...
Did you
Ooh.
get anything like that from the vet?
Like
a print or anything like that?
We did get a print done. There we
They
have
can
our
use
ashes
that.
and all that stuff. Yeah, I got to get...
So we have for the cats, we have like a little clay thing that they did an imprint of the...
We made those maybe, I don't know, a few years ago.
Yeah.
When everybody was relatively healthy.
Well, that'll do it,
Minus
yeah.
the short king, but we made them into Christmas ornaments.
There
so
you
they're with
go.
our Christmas stuff, so you can hang them up.
There
They're
you
little
go.
homemade Play-Doh type stuff.
Yes.
The,
Yep.
the salt, the flour, the whole
Yep.
thing.
That'll do
yeah.
it. That'll
yeah,
do it.
it's good shit. But
They can
God
even just
damn
take
it,
a
man.
picture of it and trace it out, you know? And that'll-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fucking... God damn it,
Yeah.
man. These
If you
stupid
think
fucking
If
dogs.
you think I won't be doing the same thing for Penny when she's gone, you're a fucking fool.
Well, bro, and I got to tell you, like...
I'll get a whole fucking full body portrait.
I don't
want
want to get all like super rough on you right now, but like you got to also understand like that dog means something to you, means something
Yeah.
to Jordan, right? It means a whole different thing to young Dax.
I know he's gonna.
Reason
be old
will
enough to
probably
give a
be
fuck.
because how old's Penn?
She's 6. We got time. We got good
Oh,
time,
so
you know?
both the kids are going to be involved, man. Because that's
It's gonna suck.
she's
really
been there
bad.
since before they were there.
Forever, Yeah,
Oh,
it's gonna suck.
my heart breaks just thinking about that.
It's gonna suck.
All right, so let's go to something even.
I know I'm gonna have to not be upset at home because they're gonna be upset. I'm gonna have to be upset in private, which is unfortunate.
But you got to be
Well, not
upset
in
a
private,
little bit.
but-
You got to be upset a little bit
Right.
together, though, because
Right.
they got to know it's okay to be
Yeah.
in that state a little bit. And if the man, the myth, the legend, Dad,
Right.
is going to be tore up about it too, that gives them permission to be tore up about it too, because you need to be tore up about it. But I've been shouting out fucking Timcast a lot these days, but
Shout out Timcast.
he does a thing every time. He's super into animals, big time. He loves his pets, loves his cats, all the
Bunkus.
things, right? And it actually, because it happens every now and again. Oh, I'm gonna try to not get emotional. Sorry, I just keep thinking about it. There's too much. There's too much of the fucking dog talk, real quick. But every now and again, you have a super chat that comes in,
Yeah.
and it's a dude, somebody talking about like, oh yeah, my pet's just passed or whatever, or they have like a terminal illness and they're looking for vet bill things. He'll shut them out every time.
Yeah.
And then he'll personally donate to the GoFundMe because he understands what's up. But every time you're in a position to lose a pet like that and you get tore up about it. You know, last year on my birthday, I had to put another one of my fucking family dogs down.
Right.
It's been a rough couple years as far as the pets are concerned, right? But just remember, every time you get tore up about losing an animal, all that pain and suffering that you're going through at that point is just an expression of the love and the memories and all the good things that happened during that pet's life and your time with it, because it changes you as a person.
Yeah.
If you're doing it right, it changes you as a person. And you can never be ashamed of that, and you need to embrace it, and you need to let it flow, and just remember that it's not, yes, it's sadness, but at the same time, you're upset emotionally because of all the good times, the memories.
Right.
That shit stays with you forever. And that's why it's okay to fucking break down. That's why, like, whenever that does happen, thank God it's not going to be for a minute, so you got some time to prep. But, like, you need to break down too. And then you need to help explain that to your kids a little bit and be like, hey, this is fine, man. It's okay. Because that just means, because if you weren't like this, that was a bad time.
Right.
It's like this because she was great and she impacted your life that much. And she was with you when you were a baby. And then you show them the little pictures of the cuddling and all that stuff.
Right.
Oh, fuck. It's been a while, bro, since Chloe had to bounce out. But not long enough to not get you all tore up.
She was such a good dog.
Oh, she was such a good dog. And I fucked up so bad, too. First dog.
Yeah.
Come on.
Everybody makes
I was
mistakes with first dog.
21 years old, barely. And fucking, she hung out like a champ, dude. It was wild.
Why is it not an option to super chat?
We don't
here,
deserve
or-
dogs.
Or am I missing something? I don't know anything about super chat.
I could tell you exactly right now is because you need a specific amount of followers to become any kind of monetization. So we need followers. We need, and there's thresholds that YouTube makes.
You got to boost us.
Yes, but hey, there's a plus side to this, because if you do feel like you want to just support us in whatever way, there are multiple ways to do it. You can go to Patreon and sign up to do that. That's a great way to do it. Or you can I think we got a Cash App. We got all that shit.
Yeah, we have
can do
Cash
that.
App and Venmo. If you go to
Check the description.
of all of the podcasts on
Yeah, it's all right
Spotify,
there.
all of our stuff is on the bottom of there.
Yeah.
Whereas we also sell shirts and stuff too. We're gonna give you guys some anyway because
Because you guys are G's.
Yeah,
You're-
'cause we
y'all
talked
getting
earlier,
them.
But yeah, we have other stuff and we can make more things. I know you live in Florida, but. You probably wear a sweatshirt like twice a year, but
Yep.
we can make those tank tops, that type of stuff too. So
They're blood acclimates. I'm pretty sure. I think that's how that works.
So whatever, but we can do that. We
Yeah.
can talk custom things for sure. Those are all options.
All right, so this is a fucked up story.
If you have a favorite shirt that you want to say "Salt of the Streets" on it, you
Yes.
can mail it to me, and I'll put a thing on it and mail it back
Yeah.
to you. That's also an
Oh,
option.
bro, I don't want to read all those chats, man. They're all too good.
Yeah,
it's rough business.
It's hard
All I'm
to
going to
lose
say,
a furry loved one,
Yep.
especially when they grow with you. We have one that's
your
going on
family.
11. Yeah.
Oh man. And you know my story about that whole thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about it now, but it was an extra weight,
Right.
It was a whole thing. Which is why I'm going to talk about Soho House and Company Inc.
What
right
is
now.
Soho House?
Soho House and Company Inc. Okay.
Southampton, is that south of?
It's south of Houston Street in New York City.
Okay.
If you're south, so it's like that's downtown Manhattan,
Okay.
basically, right? If you're south of.
Right.
So it's a picture of this dude's. It's a public company somehow or other. He got it public and it's making money, right? So
Yep.
he's up this, that, and the other thing. And this guy, Jack Rains, he's got this story about how he did this. I successfully generated $90 million in Q2 revenue for Soho House through a fake Hinge profile, and I have a 50K call option position going into earnings today. So the way this dude breaks it down, I just kind of want to know if you think this is fucked up or not, right? The way he does it. As many of you know, Soho House & Co. has an earnings coming out tomorrow. What you might not know is that I will likely make $343,000 tomorrow as well. Here's how. Soho House is the quintessential, quote, classy but not snobby membership in the Western world. The type of membership that 22 to 28-year-old men with a few grand to blow will gladly invest in. Back to how I'm going to make $343,000. First, I created a female Hinge account using AI-generated images to masquerade as an 8/10 brunette.
An 8 out of 10.
So an 8 out of 10, bro.
Hilarious.
You peep, but you're not
Right.
that peak.
Realistic.
Marketing specialist who went to Penn State, now living in the West Village, Manhattan.
Village, okay.
I then made my first prompt, quote, "The perfect first date would be espresso martinis at Soho House." And then I simply agreed to every single date proposal, always at Soho House, that came my way, because every single guy wants to take the hot girl to her favorite place. So he creates a dating profile that really likes to go to fucking the Soho House. That's
Yeah.
where it happens, bro. But you need a membership to go to Soho House.
Oh,
right?
oh my
And then I simply agreed to every single date proposed, also at Soho House. Yep, came in first place. Would I ghost the guy? Of course. I'm a 6'3", 225-pound man who did not go to Penn State, though I am a brunette. But that didn't matter, because I know that each of these guys bought a membership so they can act like they were going to they were locals at my, quote, favorite bar. Now, for some math. Annual membership for under 27-year-olds are $2,450.
Good God.
It's for a year. And if you got a little extra spending cash because you're making some do-re-mi and you want to go act like a fancy fuck, you buy a membership to that fucking private bar. And 27 plus is double that, essentially. Damn near $5 grand. It's $4,900. With 70% of my matches being under 27, the average membership cost is around $3,600. Multiply this across my 3,000 hinge match, 30,000 hinge matches. ChatGPT has been handling the conversations, and I estimate that I contributed 90 million plus to Soho House top line in Q2. Of course, this isn't priced in. How could it be? So I bought $50,000 in call options expiring next week, knowing that they will print money after Soho House earnings. If all goes according to plan, I'll be rich come tomorrow. Thoughts?
So he invested in Soho House and then did all this shit.
Yes.
Jesus tits.
So he's bringing gangs of single women single dudes to his establishment, where they require an annual membership of that amount of money. And if you can get them to buy that membership, and then you ghost them on the date so they show up and then the bitch ain't there.
Oh, the feds are going to find a way to regulate this.
That's what I'm saying.
Feds aren't going to like that.
Not
The feds are not going to like that at all.
Because I hate to say it, bro, but this kind of feels a little bit like fraud.
It's flirting with it. Yeah.
It's got to be flirting with it a little bit.
Because you're directly impacting the numbers of that restaurant, that club, that whatever, that would likely not be there had you not done that.
You're not getting at least that bottom line, and especially because it's a publicly traded company at that point, because you're already saying that, like, you got Q2 earnings calls, the Soho House and company. Let's see where this is at. It might have multiple locations too. There's one. Oh no, just downtown Manhattan, down in Soho. And it's a private club.
Yeah, you got to pay.
Let's go to the fucking
It's a
street
hotel
view.
also.
Where is the street view?
It's right there. Oh, the street view? I don't
Yeah.
fucking know.
Can't see it. Oh, there's the little dude. Boom. So, oh, dude, and there's tons of pictures from inside the club.
Wow, cobblestone streets.
So there's, Tudor, so it must be up top. 'Cause a lot of these people, there's Soho House right there. So you come in there, look at all them Amazon packages, bro.
I don't need a bar that bad since I've been married to the right one for years. I spend so much less drinking at the house than sitting on a sure thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy's an animal. This guy's an animal.
I fucking love these guys. Jesus Christ. So yeah, I saw that shit. He's bragging about it. He's bragging about it on social media. I was like, that seems kind of fucked up that you're just about to, like, respect the hustle, but
It's
also
certainly
kind of like
underhanded.
It's certainly underhanded shit, but word to the wise, bro. If you get off the maps, bro, if you're not meeting gals in person, I don't know, man.
That's very interesting.
Yes. I have an adverse reaction with the apps. I don't fuck with the apps.
Yeah, go touch grass, you fucks.
Amen. Love you, Daddy. Tiffany says. That's right.
God.
Okay, so this was the main one I wanted to talk about earlier today. So there is a full-blown, the latest episode of Tucker Carlson, 55 minutes long. This is former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund.
He looks like a police chief.
And this is an older interview that happened after January 6th, but then Fox Nation never released it, right? Because Fox Nation was their live streaming app
Is this
that
a
Fox
TV
News
set that
created.
he's on?
Yes, this
So
is
awesome.
this is his old school, and I think it's actually at his house in Maine. It might
It
actually
is
be.
actually at his house?
I know his new one is.
I hope so.
But I'm pretty sure this is an old interview that he is just re-releasing
Right,
because Fox
right.
never failed to air it. But the important part is covered in this clip that came out a while back, and it's weird because it's a little choppy, and I think it's probably because it's some weird B footage or whatever.
Yeah.
But I watched the whole interview, and this is definitely on there. And so I just wanted to preview this 2-minute, 51-second clip. We'll probably stop it beforehand because you'll get the gist of it as you go along. But this is at the time of Jan 6, the head of the Capitol Police. He's the Capitol Police chief talking about what he experienced on January 6th. You have not heard this.
No.
Finally, I found something today. I've been like just coming up dry today, bro. All the shit you've seen already.
Very restrained and rational and not give an overstatement, obviously, but the facts that you're describing are shocking.
I was going to say, the reason why I've had a lot of people ask me, why did you write this book? I try to do what I can.
Because you put a book out to talk about it.
Yes.
Okay. They didn't want me to testify on February 23rd at the Senate hearing.
Yep.
They don't want to.
Courage Under Fire is the name of the book.
In the positions on the Hill. I actually had to go and talk to a friend of mine on one of the oversight committees and say, I will come there in person. I want to be there. I want to testify. So I'm glad you think I'm reserved. I'm
They're like, no,
to
shut the
be honest
fuck
with
up.
you, I'm a little pissed off. Because it doesn't have to happen. If people were.
Again, it's choppy, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
But now on the last episode, Tucker Carlson on Twitter,
It's better.
it's better. It's the whole thing too. It's great.
Reporting the intelligence correctly, if I was allowed to do my job as the chief, I got a significant experience. If I was allowed to do my job as the chief, we wouldn't be here today. This didn't happen. Then see how you're out there, you're lambasted in public, and it's all everything appears to be a cover-up. Like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when
If you didn't catch it, everything that he witnessed on January 6th and predating that seems to indicate a cover-up.
you look at the information the intelligence that it had, military had, it's all watered down. I'm not getting intelligence. I'm denied support National Guard in advance. I'm denied National Guard while we're under attack for 71 minutes. You're in a fight?
Yeah.
A fight for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, 1
wears
minute.
you out.
1 minute.
I was going to
1
say,
minute's tough, bro.
60 seconds, 3 minutes. Let me tell you, it wears you out. My officers were fighting for 80 minutes before the
71.
Wait, can I say, so you described this as a failure to get the intelligence to the people who needed it, but it sounds like worse than, it sounds like they were hiding.
Also, this is why you got to be watching Tucker Carlson on
Yeah,
Twitter
what
right
the
now.
fuck?
Like, the dude is, as soon as he started to come out with the Jan 6 stuff and the footage and all that on Fox News, and he was talking, and the assassination of JFK and all this shit,
Yeah.
the dude's been on fire lately, and he has not stopped since he switched to Twitter.
All right.
It's so good.
So-
The intelligence.
And that's what I'm
How
getting at,
often is he on?
I believe once a week he drops an
It
episode.
actually-
I think this
if
was
something happened,
15.
you kind of wanted something to happen. It doesn't. It's not a far stretch to begin.
I don't know what the other explanation is.
It's sad when you start putting everything together and thinking about the way this played out. It gets concerning. What was their end goal? You look at what's happening. Was that their end goal? I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's no question that what happened on January 6th has really helped the Democratic Party.
Democratic
It's
Party.
Yeah.
Bravely.
Yeah, I mean, we get the gist here, but I highly, what is this? I commend to you episode 15 of Tucker Carlson on Twitter. So just follow Tucker Carlson on Twitter, and they have the entire 55-minute and 20-second interview of that
Okay.
clip that we saw. And this one got no issues with it.
Yeah.
It's real good. And
Wow.
I made sure to check that same clip is in this. You got to watch it because all of the questions that we had about federal involvement, agents on the ground, they're all answered right here. He will tell you exactly. And he, at the time,
why would
being
he
the chief
lie?
of fucking Capitol Police,
And why would he lie?
he doesn't
for
have anything
what
to lose.
reason would he lie?
No.
Because he hates the government as chief of Capitol Police? He
Because
just really hates
he's
the
been there
government?
his entire fucking career.
Right.
Yeah. So Highly
Wow.
commend that piece to everybody.
All right, this
Please
week-
check it out. It's real good. He goes hard. It's fantastic. I'm a huge fan. Okay, this one's real good.
Oh God.
I'm just gonna play it because, I'm just gonna add a little bit of context. Remember your comedy bit a while back.
Yep.
And just tell me you need to do this at some point in your life because I know for a fact it's gonna happen. So please remember this.
Just put it in your mouth and swallow it and pretend like you like it.
She's like, stop it. Little kids, like you trying to drink some medicine or something like that. It's like, come on now.
That's awesome.
You softballed it in there, sweetheart. You can't not accept that.
That's so funny.
God. Okay, where are we? Oh, this is a nice little
God.
fucking throwback. We'll just let the commander-in-chief speak for himself on this one there, big guy.
You know, think about this. The world's going to Hades in a handbasket.
Hades in a
We are
You can't say
desperately
him on
concerned
TV.
about the circumstance relating to avian flu. We don't have enough vaccines. We don't have enough police officers. And we're going to debate the next 3 weeks, I'm told, gay marriage, a flag amendment, and God only knows what else. I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act, where we've all voted, not where I voted and others said, look, marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that. Nobody's violated that law. There's been no challenge to that law.
Please do your
Why do
jokes
we need
again.
a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here?
That's your That's your current your current fucking
Love
president,
him.
baby.
You gotta love him.
You gotta love him because he's got. Oh man, I will say there's no corn pop in the early days, man. There's no corn pop. There's none of that. It's just hardcore. Oh, it's just bad news all around. All right, so we talked earlier about this. I gotta prep this a little bit. Twitter ain't Twitter no more, right? I fucking missed the comedy, so please do your jokes again. Please, Joseph said.
We'll send you the link for because it's an individual clip. Colin clipped it out.
Yes, it's on there.
We'll send you that.
Yep, it's in there.
It's on the YouTubes.
Vice former Vice President Joe Biden looks.
That was a couple weeks ago, so they won't be as fresh and as good. I don't have mine down.
Yours is pretty fucking evergreen. I don't know what you're talking about.
It'll
That
be-
shit was fire.
They're there. I just mean if I
not
tell
where-
it now, I won't
Oh,
have
yeah,
it
yeah,
down
yeah.
like I did.
It's just not. Yep, I'm not gonna say it. It's fine.
I tried to retell it to Jake at your birthday, and I could. He still laughed like it was still very funny, but I didn't have all the lines, you know.
So Twitter, aka X, as it is,
this is the CEO.
temporarily known. This is the newer CEO, Linda Yaccarino.
Okay.
Fresh out of the WEF. She's running at World Economic Forum.
Interesting choice, Elon.
Indeed, we all had thoughts about it at the time.
What are you doing, bro?
But she
Guy lost
will
his
state
brain.
here kind of what the rules in the new Twitter are, and the rules in the new Twitter will just say ain't too dissimilar as the rules from the old Twitter. But I will let the CEO of X explain that for herself.
Staggeringly, they take it down. And that reducing that hateful content from being seen is one of the best examples how X is committed to encouraging healthy behavior online. And today, I can confidently sit in front of you and say that 99.9% of all posted impressions are healthy.
How do you define healthy, though? Is porn healthy?
Because there's a lot of porn on Twitter.
Tons of porn on Twitter.
Let's not get it twisted. All right, it's all over my feed for reasons, but it's still on there.
Are conspiracy theories healthy?
You know, it goes back to my point about our success with
Ain't
freedom
nothing wrong
of
with the healthy conspiracy theory.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with it.
Especially when you look at
We
the track
talked about this
record, bro.
before. If you're too fucking dumb to know the world isn't flat, that's your own goddamn problem. I don't feel
Exactly.
bad for you. If you're getting botted on that shit, that's your own fucking problem. I do
Mhm.
not feel bad for you. We've at a certain point we need to leave it up to people to be not goddamn idiots. And if you're going to be a goddamn idiot, then I just don't care.
I just don't care.
You know, we'll
Yep.
tell you what's what, and if you're going to keep telling me the world is flat, then I'm going to say, you know what?
You're a fucking dum-dum.
That's fine.
Congratulations.
Yep. I'm not going to keep fucking trying to convince
Exactly.
you that the world is an oblong ball. I know that's fine.
I like the Hollow Earth the best. To be
Hollow Earth
honest.
ain't bad.
Especially because we got a Hollywood movie that supports that
I like
situation
that.
at that point. King
Monsters
Kong versus
on the
Godzilla.
inside of the Earth seems pretty fucking cool to me.
I'm here for
You
it,
know?
dude. I want
Terrifying
that.
but cool.
I'm here
We
for
sure
it.
hope they don't ever wake up, crack the Earth open. That's some bad news.
You ever watch Pacific Rim?
No.
Oh, you need to
The
be watching
fighting-
those
the
movies.
fighting robots?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
real good. Fucking the dude from Sons of Anarchy. What's his name?
The main guy?
The main dude. Yeah, the kid.
I
God damn it,
thought
what's his
Hugh-
name?
Oh, Real Steel. His Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, it's Real Steel.
Kamala has been broken by whatever she has been enlightened to. That's what
Hey,
Colin
hey,
said.
we'll
That's-
get to Kamal in a minute,
Oh,
Joseph.
shit,
Sit the
yeah.
fuck down. Wait your turn. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
let Linda sum up how she's ruining fucking Twitter.
Speech, not reach. And if it's
speech, not reach.
If it is lawful,
Sounds like my account.
not reach.
Yeah.
And if it's
Oh, we got to go back a little bit.
Conspiracy theory is healthy?
You know, it goes back to my point about our success with freedom of speech, not reach. And if it
That's
is
the key.
lawful, but it's awful, it's extraordinarily difficult for you to see it.
But how many millions of people?
If it's lawful but awful, it's extraordinarily hard for you to see it because she's adopted this new freedom of speech but not reach. You know what that's code for? It's fucking censorship.
Yeah.
That's what that's code for. The new Twitter, just like the old fucking Twitter. If they don't like what you're saying, they'll shut you the fuck down. That's exactly what's going on here now. They just implemented a brand new, because this whole rant is basically about how fucking Twitter, that she's tanking this shit. We had a good
Yeah.
thing going on for a minute when shit was the Wild West again, but it's slow. It's right back to where it was before, damn near. I mean, you could still, you know the gal Melanie Mack? You know her at all? She used to be on GameStop TV. Now she's a big carnivore, butter, fat, keto
Okay.
person. You know, she's fucking adorable.
All the things.
All the things. And but her posts have become like it's a bit rough. We don't,
Yeah.
I don't hang out with her content no more
Yeah.
for reasons, but she's a dime piece. But
something broke her brain.
Yes. Yeah. Something broke her brain. Yeah. It's called the World Economic Forum. That's how do you make money by not pissing off your advertisers. So we're playing the
Right.
same goddamn game. Yes, Twitter might be paying out certain creators at this point because they are.
Some people are.
Some people are getting paid. The initial wave of payouts was stupid. And on this last payout session, people like fucking Timcast even got paid yet. He ain't got paid. A bunch of people other got paid, but the rates have dropped at this point. They're starting to level out. They're doing this and that and the other thing. But Twitter's never been a platform that pays out before to its creators.
Right.
And they are now. But with that, where do those dollars come from? Some of those dollars come from the memberships, but the vast majority of it comes from the
Ads.
advertisers. And the advertisers are still hella fucking sensitive. And so I don't like this, I don't like that. So they have to play ball with their advertisers to get anybody paid, including themselves, right?
That's why Elon has this woman and not himself, because
That's
he
exactly
would tell
why.
everyone no.
Because he wants Twitter to become a more or less free speech platform where where creators can show up, put out content, and get paid.
And do everything else.
But once Linda Accarino got in there,
Oh, Linda.
things have changed. Things have changed.
Listen, Linda.
Now,
you
I
gotta
still
chill.
see, maybe it's just because of who I follow, but I still see some kind of fucked up shit. A lot of, I don't even know if I can say it on YouTube, so I probably won't, but
Oh
a
my
very
goodness.
derogatory term towards gay people that might be defined in early English as a bundle
That's
of
coming
sticks.
back. It's coming back, though.
It
I've
is.
heard people say it on
Like if I want to, I
on
gotta,
YouTube.
I gotta
like
smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
If I'm in the UK, I'm gonna be like, "Yo, bro, you got a fag on you?"
No, I've heard people say it on YouTube. Like it's coming back.
Oh, where it's coming back?
Yeah, it's coming back. I don't know why. I
Can
don't
we
know
bring
how.
cunt back?
But
I want to bring it back. I've been bringing it back in person.
Yeah, I know. Like
and
it's
been
you know,
widely
people still
accepted.
go for it, but I've heard people say drop the F bomb, and
Yes. It's not
played,
fuck.
You know, nope.
Yes.
For me, I say it in my private. No, I'm not fucking throwing it around all the time. But I mean, like in a private life, it's only on YouTube that I'm willing
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
play but a little bit of.
And it's never
Gotta get them views, dog.
It's never a derogatory term used towards gay people.
Nah.
No, it's like, hey, this is fucking stupid. This
Yeah.
dude's being a fucking dum-dum. You know what I
hit
mean?
my cat with it all the time.
It's South Park did it best when they were talking
Yeah.
about the bikers. You know, if you're being super fucking annoying, all this stuff, we're gonna drop it. That's what we're doing. You're being a fucking dum-dum.
So the last time I used it on Thursday morning, I went to go to work. And I went downstairs to get some clothes, and I saw that my battle belt was on the ground because I was putting stuff away and I let Reason play with it. So I picked it up and
Oh,
put it
yeah.
back, and it goes on the same shelf. There's like other dry storage.
Did you call your daughter?
Nah.
Oh.
And there's no, it was early morning.
Okay.
Because I was going to work. So I put the battle belt back, and there's a bag, like a Ziploc bag of cat food that's there. And there was this really odd hole in it, like the shape of a snout of a fucking giant cat. And so I looked at Mark's giant stupid ass, and he's fat sleeping inside of his cube. He's just laid out fat sleeping. And I said, Mark, you're a fucking, and I hit him with it.
Yeah.
And I grabbed a bag of food and I put in something else, and then I went upstairs. So
Yeah, dude. That's the way
it
it
happens. But yeah, it's coming back.
That's why I'm bringing back the See You Next Tuesday, bro. It's
I'm
been
here for it.
highly successful in the personal life. I'll
You
say
ever
that
seen
much.
Clerks 2?
It's been a minute.
So in
It's been a
Clerks
minute,
2,
yeah.
one of those guys, he's talking about how his grandma used to call him a porch monkey all the time. And he's saying they're working in a fast food restaurant when this is happening. So he's saying it while they're working at the cashier. And Wanda Sykes is in that movie, and she and her black husband are standing in line, and he's talking about how his grandma used to call him a porch monkey. And she obviously gets
Yes.
extremely upset.
Yes.
And then he uses masking tape to put porch monkey for life on the back of his work shirt. And he wears that for the rest of the movie. And he says, I'm bringing it back. You know, someone
Bring it
calls him
back.
out on it and says, your shirt say porch monkey? And he says, I'm bringing it back.
I'm bringing it back.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's awesome.
Well, speaking of people who are not bringing it back,
Oh, God.
Sam Harris's brain is still broken.
Oh, God.
So we remember the Simmons-
Trigonometry didn't kill him, did they?
It
I mean,
did-
I thought they would have.
They, no, Sam Harris on trigonometry tried to kill himself, but it didn't work. And this is the same fucking argument he continues on today. This is from Impact Theory, which is a show I do not watch.
Okay.
But
I think I've heard of it before.
he makes, yeah, I have too. I recognize the situation,
The
the
set's
studio
very
setup, the
cool.
whole thing. It's very gamer though. Like you
Looks-
don't put Sam Harris in that kind of chair.
The set reminds me of the Death Star.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
it
it's
looks like-
popular on Twitch.
It looks like the wings of a TIE fighter.
It doesn't not look like the wings of a TIE fighter.
You know what I'm
so
saying?
shout out. So listen to this and tell me where the holes in his argument are.
You felt that it was obviously wrong to force people to get the mRNA vaccine for COVID, right? Now, I would grant you, certainly in retrospect, that seems true. But if we change a few of the variables,
What?
I think your ethical intuitions and certainly political intuitions would totally change. So
If the
again,
situation was different,
it would be a different situation.
Like, what the fuck?
Right? This is the same exact argument he made in the last time in that same trigonometry video. Listen, you'll recognize the talking points that he's still using today. That was how long
A year
ago?
ago? It's got to be close to a year ago.
A hot fucking minute.
Yeah.
And the internet backlash to go with it makes you think, well, maybe I should double check my thinking.
you make it a much more obviously effective vaccine that really does block transmissions, like a sterilizing vaccine.
What the fuck?
Oh, it gets worse.
Oh my god.
It gets worse.
You make it a much more dangerous virus. You make it a virus that's actually preferentially killing kids rather than old people,
One of the offense.
right? So now we're in an environment where like you're deciding not to get vaccinated is putting my kids at risk.
Yeah.
At that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have.
Oh, I love it because they cut right directly to the whole thing. So, Sam Harris's argument to this day, which I used to have a great deal of respect for Sam Harris, loved
You
his
used to
podcast.
love Sam
It was a great way to bounce my own. I had a bias. I
read my
had a
first
thought.
Harris book in high school, and I loved it.
Was it Waking Up?
The End of Faith.
End of Faith.
Yeah.
Because that was one of his first big ones.
The opening sequence of End of Faith is he's talking. He like opens up describes a scene of if you're on like a bus or a train and then you see someone and they have a fucking suicide vest and you know, everyone gets freaked out and then it explodes and like, what color do you think this person is? Like, what do you think he looks like?
Yes.
And then he's like, why do you think that that's what you think? You know, and then lays out this huge case for like, obviously Islam is not terrible and all. He's like, but there's some serious fucking problems here.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So
and that led him to the Ben Affleck moment, which led him to you know everything else because he used to be a part of the fucking
IDW.
What was it? The IDW in intellectual dark web.
Yeah,
right?
what a fucking time, dude.
A fall from
were
grace,
like,
bud.
We're like, shit might be really coming back. Like, we
Word.
got a fucking squad now. We got people that are down. They believe in it. We might really make a comeback with just free thought.
Yeah.
And quickly they were like, you shut the fuck up over there.
That's right.
You shut your goddamn
Dude.
mouth. Barry Weiss can't work here anymore. And everyone can't be
Yes.
on the internet. Shut up. Everyone shut up.
But it's
wow.
It was
Sterilizing vaccine, Tiffany, by that he means like a vaccine that actually killed the virus. Like it actually did what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
I love you. No, that's it. I do find it interesting that his argument
Hashtag Bill
was,
Gates.
If you change, he says like minute variables or something.
Yes.
But then if you change,
Those are the variables.
Yeah, if you make
all
it so
of
that
them.
the vaccine was effective and that the virus killed people all the time, mainly children, then maybe it wouldn't have been wrong for us to force people to get a vaccine that actually worked to save children. Yeah,
'Cause- yeah.
yeah. Maybe you're fucking right. If we were all scared that our kids were going to die, maybe we would have got a vaccine.
Yes.
Probably you wouldn't have to convince us. We would have just done it.
Yes.
But when people aren't dying and you tell us that they are dying and you're lying about how they're dying and you're lying about how effective the vaccine is and we can see that, but you're still lying, you're not letting people tell the truth and we can see that also.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Because exactly this, exactly that. Part of the problem, Dave Smith and my boy Robbie the Fire, shout out Robbie the Fire, they made that exact point after that trigonometry video came out, right? Because he made the same exact point on the trigonometry show. If we take this scenario and we change everything about the scenario and make it not the scenario we're arguing about, you'd have a different outcome, wouldn't you? Well, fuck yeah, dude, because we're not talking about that. If you, yes, if
Sam
the
Harris?
vaccine worked, if the virus was ultra fucking deadly, specifically to children, you would never have to
Oh, and it's
enter
from
a
Benjamin
world.
Boyce.
Yes.
I love Benjamin Boyce.
Benjamin Boyce is legit. And, dude, you see the people he's bringing on that show lately?
Dude, he's lit.
He's blowing the fuck up.
Benjamin Boyce is dumb lit.
Yes. But I'm just saying.
I know we should have tried to get him
you-
years ago.
Oh, I know.
We
We should have done it.
We might have been able to get him
God
then.
damn it.
We might still be able to. He's still local as fuck.
He's still
You know?
local as fuck, and he's dope as shit.
Yeah. Mad based.
But yeah, you can't form an argument where all the variables involved in the argument you have to alter to win the argument.
Right.
Yes. If
Right.
everything was different about this situation, yes, things would be different.
Yeah.
But that's not the situation that we fucking lived
Right.
through. That's the situation we actually dealt with, and we actually took the stances that we did. So you can go fuck yourself, Sam Harris, the fucking intellectual. I'm a neuroscientist. You're a fucking dumbass piece of shit, dude.
It's a weird way for him
God damn
to
it.
not have to say that he's wrong. Like
Yes.
instead he can say, well, if it was like this and this,
Just say you're wrong, bro.
He can say if it was like this and this, then I would be right.
Yes.
It's like, well,
You're not.
certainly, but all those things considered, the fact that that isn't the case,
That
means
never actually
what?
happened.
Right, means that you're wrong.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. All right. So I'm trying to just speed through this so we can get through the rest. Because
Joe Biden
it's
has
all
a
good.
grandkid he had to acknowledge, right?
Indeed.
He was
yes.
pretending wasn't real, or
Yeah,
like,
there's Hunter Biden's stripper baby.
yeah, all right.
Yeah. And he finally did acknowledge that there is. He didn't acknowledge. I believe the kid's name is Navy, by name. But he went
Great.
from like, I got 6 grandchildren to I have 7, and everybody's like, oh, he finally acknowledged the kid.
That's really weird.
When they had a settlement and all this shit, and like the kid couldn't use the Biden name, but
my God.
had access. It was gifted like a bunch of like Hunter Biden's paintings, so that at least there'd be some kind of
my
financial compensation. It's all fucked
God.
up. Yes.
You could sell them for 40 G's. I don't remember. Flirt Cheap, right? We've talked about his content before. He had a really, really great post maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago about art. and Hunter Biden's art in particular,
Mm-hmm.
and how you can buy like prints from Basquiat online for like $6 or $7 but these prints from Hunter Biden sell for like 40 or 50 grand. And he's like,
Almost
"Isn't it-"
as if there's something to the name of Biden.
So he's like, it's interesting that this is how it's done. He's like, but let's be honest, like this is obviously a bribe to the Biden family. So he said just the same way that Chelsea Clinton's first job outside of college for $900,000 a year was an obvious bribe to the Clinton family. He's like,
100%.
it's like this is how these things work in our society, and we need to either accept it or completely fucking change it. You know, he's like, but this type of stuff is absolutely ridiculous. That we have well-known, legitimate artists like Basquiat who are barely making money off their prints, but Hunter Biden, who's never made art before and is obviously involved in corruption, is now able to take fucking dirty payments and funnel them through art into his family. Yeah, it's like, it's horrific.
And I've seen it from multiple people that it actually they have fuck you money, and they look at Hunter Biden's art and go, you know, actually, I'd fucking buy that.
Right.
That's fine.
It's
You know,
funny. It's
a whole thing. There's multiple tiers to it, but it can.
You can ironically
because
own
of
a Hunter Biden piece.
Because art, a lot of times, there's two veins to art. There's cultural and there's historical.
Yeah.
The historical art will always maintain its value. The cultural art maintains value generally throughout your lifetime.
Yeah.
So if it's popular for reasons when you're alive, will become
the value of that
it'll
artist
still
and
be
stuff.
valuable. You
Yeah.
can still buy, trade, do the whole thing. But how do you can't really stop that.
Not through
Because-
something like that, not through art.
No.
Because it's all subjective.
It just
It's
is what it
all,
is,
you know.
exactly. And if the corruption is there, if the Biden name has money to it, that art's going to be worth money.
Yep.
You can't stop that.
Right. Even just
It's
because
just
his
going to be
name
what
is
it is.
prominent.
People
Yeah.
would not have to buy it.
Yeah.
But when outsiders buy it,
Yep.
and then it sets the value at that point. After the first purchase is made,
that's
everything
what it
goes,
costs.
bud.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's dark. All right. We're gonna take a religious turn.
Oh shit.
Because I
okay.
have two clips here that involve the religious community, and I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Oh god.
But I'm fucking here for it. It drives me nuts. It's the Clinton Foundation.
With a physical aspect, yeah.
And that's my problem with it, is if you're going to try to launder a bunch of money through a bunch of artwork because your name is so-and-so, there's no way, you can't stop that. It's a
No.
good grift. It's a good grift. I got to
is.
shout out Hunter Biden. The dude knows how to do what he's been doing his whole
I wonder
life,
whose
man.
idea that was.
I'm going to go work for Burisma, an energy company over in Ukraine that I don't have any expertise
I
in.
can't believe we have to talk about it next time. But I can't believe how much shit is coming out about that and how
So
the
much,
Democrats are
dude.
still like, this is fucking nonsense. Like, this is dog shit. Like, wait, we have documents. Like, we have like actual documents. We have like audio
We have
clips.
bank statements,
Yeah.
audio statements, text messages.
Yep. Democrats are just like, this is a fucking witch hunt. It's like a
Yeah.
hilarious reverse
Yes.
of the Rushgate stuff. It's
And-
really,
oh,
really
dude.
funny. But like even worse. you
And the
know?
whole time.
Because this is real.
Yes.
That's what makes it worse is this is real and
Yeah.
that was made up too.
And I'm blanking on his name right now. McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy,
Yep.
the head of the House GOP, right?
Yep.
And we saw like 2 weeks ago, maybe even before that, might even before last episode. He's like, he had a video about, now is the time that we may or may not be thinking about possibly bringing up the conversation related to starting an impeachment inquiry.
my God.
Like, you fucking piece of shit.
He's such a pussy, dude.
God, I fucking
He's
hate him.
Such a pussy.
God. All right, so let's bring in
These people
you,
don't care about you.
and they definitely don't care about you, and they want you to die. That's the way that goes.
Yes.
So tell me what is happening in this clip. Dad and son.
Candles.
Dad and son. He's
On
right there in the
sticks.
middle.
Oh shit.
He's got his kid on his shoulder.
Why is he
running.
running?
He's running towards the altar.
What's he doing?
Jumps up on
What
the
the
altar.
fuck?
He puts his kid up there. He moves over. He jumps up. He's got to get his
Why
little
is he
kid.
doing this?
How old's that kid? Maybe 3 years old, 2 years old. Throws
is
him up,
going on?
Puts him up on the fucking that's got to be the Mary
Why did
figure,
he do
right?
that?
And then just walks off like a G. I'm out.
What is going on?
I have no idea. But it's fucking wild. Nobody does anything about it. They're trying to stop him from jumping up there, but he just runs in, puts
He
his
kicks
kid
his shoes
up on
off.
the altar. Yes.
What the
Yes,
fuck?
because he's got to make distance. runs up. Don't ask me why. Gets up there, put the kid up there, multiply, get up there,
I
with the St.
know.
Mary.
They just stable like that. One guy tries to stop him.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
What the fuck?
Puts him in the middle of the altar and then fails.
And that guy's like, "What are you doing?" Oh my god!
And that's it. What is that? What the fuck is that for? Why is somebody doing this?
This kid has a tail. This kid has a tail, and he's like, "I don't know what to do. I'm terrified."
Well, that might explain the next clip, to be honest.
Joe Biden. Wait, what did that say?
Oh, it says Joe Biden delivering,
Desperately trying to get his kid's miraculous plea deal. Oh
Yeah,
my god!
Yeah, that's the meme.
What the fuck?
But
what is that?
But at the end of the day, this is a real life clip of somebody doing a thing. So like the meme aside, I get the meme. The meme
That's
is great.
fucked up.
The meme is great, right? But what the fuck, dude? What is happening here? I don't understand. So this one's not a meme. This is just something that happens at a Catholic mass somewhere.
He's obviously king now. Oh my god.
Shout out Joseph.
Hilarious.
He's probably king now. So this is what else happens in the religious world, apparently, these days. Boom. Drops
She might have
this
killed that
dude.
guy.
She might have killed the dude. He's old.
Yeah,
Luckily,
he's old.
it looks like he's not that old in this particular clip.
Do you think people beat her ass afterwards?
Oh,
They're upset.
I would fucking hope so.
She really fucking
She's a
gets
larger
him.
woman too. I mean, you can see the difference between the muff top and the t-shirt.
And she
at
really
a certain
gets him.
point, and she gets it. She just, well, yeah, she weighs more than him.
Do you know what? If she
Body
if she
check.
really wanted to get him,
Yep,
she would have fucking just dropped shoulder into his back.
that's true. So
But
she
she
just
might have-
shoves him off
yeah.
the stage, and then stands there like,
Watches.
oh wait,
him.
what did I do?
She's laughing. She thinks it's funny.
Yes, and then she makes a mistake. She goes down front.
You shouldn't have done that.
You shouldn't have done that. He's just a boy. Boom. And you hear the drop, dude. The drop is
That's
rough.
a thud.
Oh,
If she would have dropped shoulder, she might have followed him though. So that's
true. That's
she
true.
probably made the
yeah,
right
you go
choice.
full NFL, you're gonna have a bad time yourself.
She might go with him.
Which is problematic. Oh,
Let's
yes.
go.
So you remember Kamala Harris?
Yes.
We talked about it earlier.
Let's go.
This is the problem.
Her shit's is insane. It's psychopathic.
Tim Dillon does the absolute best at summing up exactly how I
love
feel
him
about
so
how
much.
Kamala Harris speaks.
One more year from now.
There's no way.
How?
Newsom is coming up and trying to run. There are other people that are circling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he runs.
The minute Joe Biden dips out for whatever reason,
There's any question at all, he's going.
Newsom is there.
Yes.
And that's why he's doing that's why he's doing the debate with DeSantis.
Yeah.
He's making himself relevant for reasons that may or may not come to fruition,
Yes.
but he is 100% available.
Well, and that's why he's making the videos about, gun laws and all that type of shit.
Yes.
We need to do this and yeah.
He's hedging the bets, going, the DNC
everything's-
is being fucking retards right
Yeah.
now. This is not going to work out the way they fucking think it's going to.
Yes.
I'm going to be ready when they come to call.
He
because
saw
they're going to
what-
call.
He saw what they were willing to do to Bernie, and so he's like,
Mhm.
if this is how they want to fuck around, they could fuck around. But
Yes.
yeah, like you said, when they call, I'll
Mhm.
be here.
And Tim Dillon says it right. Why? This is something you should fucking pay attention
Yes.
to.
Again, I can't see it. I don't see it.
How do you think they get Kamala Harris to step down? Because she's rightfully, if he steps down, until
Kamala Harris cannot say a sentence. She's almost worse than him. She talks in like gypsy curses. When they ask her something,
thicker. Because tell me that's not
Oh
right,
my
dude.
God.
Tell me that's not how it goes. You
great.
put a fucking any Kamala Harris speech up here, which we have looked at multiple times. Gypsy curses. How did I not realize that Kamala
so
Harris was
funny.
putting gypsy curses on everybody?
Everyone in the crowd.
That's how that goes. She speaks in gypsy curses. This is why Tim Dillon is such an he's such an important human being.
So funny.
Because he sees and says things that like we cannot understand. Okay. We spoke earlier about manatees.
Yes.
For
the
some
sea
reason,
cows.
the sea cows. So watch this clip.
I used to have a book about all these animals that I don't even know why I had
Planes,
these.
trains, and animal-biles.
It was a series of it was real life stories about animals that had been found in fucked up situations. And so there was one about a cat who got left behind by its family. They moved and they just left their cat at their house.
Bitches.
And it was eating bird seed to stay alive. And one of the faucets dripped, and so it like drank just drips of water for 2 weeks or whatever until someone came to the house and found it. Yeah, I never thought the same deal. I didn't think about this till now.
That's fucked
There's a
up.
whole series of books that were like this that came with tapes to listen to, and so
tapes?
I remember listening to them. Yeah, and so there's music and like dripping for the cat and like very sad shit. And there's another one about a manatee in Florida that gets fucked up by a boat. Like a boat goes over it and just tears its shit up.
Yeah, that's tough business.
Yeah,
That
and I
happens
don't
all the
remember.
time.
All the animals survived. Like that's what the
Mhm.
end of it is like, and it's alive now. At the end of the book, there's a picture of the animal with its like new owner or its new habitat or whatever. So it's
Mhm.
happy at the end.
That's
but
nice.
they went through real bad shit to get there.
Yeah.
So,
well, this is a video of a guy in a boat that is on the reverse end.
Thank God.
So this is you in a kayak.
Yeah.
And you have to witness this.
That was one.
So you're around. There's something in the water. I can't see it, but there's something in the water. I don't like it because I'm in
fuck
Florida
that.
or whatever.
What the fuck?
And then you're thinking,
What the
and then
fuck?
what the
Oh my
fuck
God.
happens everywhere? Word. So I watched this clip and I'm like, what the fuck is happening, right? What the actual fuck is happening? Well, there's a video for that. Thank God. And I think I pulled it up here. It's in the comments of the same video, right? So let's pull this up. We'll make it big and we'll play it again.
I had this exact same scenario happen to me when I was younger, and I was in a little John boat with my mother in the Indian River. That right there, that's what happens when you spook manatees. I'm not joking. Manatees have one very large tail, and when they get spooked, they will move a lot quicker than you
When they
think, and they
spook,
can
they
displace a
flip
lot of
shit.
water very quick with that giant tail.
And they're kind of hurt animals. So
Their
like,
tails
they'll
are
do
big
it
as
at-
fuck,
They're
yeah.
huge, and then because they got the little flappers up front,
Right.
so their only real mode of transport is
They
to
do chill-
flap the big one.
Just ask Flip the dog here.
Yeah, I saw this one too, a little pup. I saw that one separate.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. The dog ends up being okay, which is
Dog's
good.
name was Flip,
Yeah,
too.
the
That's
dog's
so
name was Flip.
funny.
It bolted
I
out.
think
It's hard
Flip
to
was
tell,
just
but,
sent
like,
to
he-
the
he
upside
sees this
down.
shit
That
and then starts
manatee,
bolting out to the left. He ends up being okay.
manatee sent him to a different dimension. The dog's gone.
Oh, you okay.
On a
You just
serious
see him,
note,
he's
just be
dipping. But yeah,
respectful. This is a huge stressor
manatee
for
freaking
animals
the
such
fuck
as
out.
manatees and can actually lead to a lot of health effects.
There you go.
Oh my God.
That's fucking
That's
terrifying.
crazy.
Shout out you fucking crazy ass Florida motherfuckers, Joseph and Tiffany.
That's wild.
You be fucking around with manatees. I don't even know how that works, dude.
I
that
like
shit's
that shit.
crazy.
Vivek, let's go.
My boy Vivek,
Is
like
that Ashley
cake.
St. Clair? No, that's not her, is it?
That's not her doing the interview, but this is
Okay.
from Ashley Sinclair. She recently went blonde, and the internet's not been happy.
Oh.
But she told the internet to fuck off. She
All
likes
right.
being blonde.
Well,
because Ashley Sinclair
good for
can
her.
do whatever the fuck she wants in this world. And
I
I'm going
know
to be
her
okay
name,
with it.
yeah.
She's been on Timcast a couple times.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure, but listen to her talk, she's a Long Island bitch. Because I recognize Long Island gal when I see her. So this is a good one. I honestly don't even remember what this one is, but I remember it was fire.
She's got a little nose. Good for
Ooh,
her.
climatologist.
You've coined this term climatism.
Yeah.
Climatism.
What does it mean?
I think it refers to an ideology that says we have to abandon fossil fuels and carbon emissions at all cost to
Why, Vivek,
stave off
the G.
existential climate risks for humanity. I think that is a religious conviction. It is not a scientific conviction. So I think we have to reckon with the facts to say that are global surface temperatures going up? Yes, it appears to. That's a
They
fact.
are indeed.
But because of the emission of carbon. which
Because
is-
of broadly man-made causes, including but not limited to the emission of carbon, and also non-man-made causes. Yes.
Isn't that the fucked up thing, though? When you think about climate change at this point, this year, the water down in Florida is like over 100 fucking degrees. There's that. Shit's changing.
Everything's bad.
Shit's different.
Yep.
Bad, good. I'm bad. Yeah, bad or good. I'm not going to argue one way to other, but
one way to other.
One way to other. It's like Tuesday. It doesn't start with a T. It starts with a CH. Tuesday.
Washington.
Washingtonians.
We gonna talk about
But this is something that that indicates to me the dude knows that like there's something going on, right? But doesn't necessarily mean we need to alter our entire way of fucking life to address something that we may or may not actually have much marginal control over.
Yeah.
And he really nails it at this point.
The guy's not
man.
dumb.
No.
He's definitely
He's
not
fucking
dumb.
smart, dude.
Is that an existential risk for humanity? No, it is not. Does that mean that we should abandon or even abate the use of carbon or carbon dioxide emissions? No, it does not in my book. I think the right question we should be asking is what advances human prosperity? That's what I care about. That's what I will care about measuring as the leader of this country, rather than obsessing over a cult of carbon.
When
It's a small
people
dude, huh?
Yeah, he's not a large man.
Yeah.
He runs businesses. He
Yeah.
doesn't lift rocks.
point to
His
the
hands look small.
101
Yeah.
degree water temperatures in Florida, or the heat waves throughout the country, or the unparalleled storms and climate events.
By the way, I looked it up in the Atlas today. It's hot as fuck, right? Well,
is hot as fuck.
especially next week. It's going to be super hot. It's going to be in the 80s,
Yeah, it's
mid to
gay
upper
as
80s.
shit.
You know, I understand that. Do you know what the ultimate So I looked at the. Oh, I might even have it pulled up. Actually, let me switch over because I might even have this pulled up in this tab. Oh, I might. Is that it? Oh no, that's Plain Lady. Oh no, I don't have it. So I looked up the average temperature I looked at the average temperature and the average high of our local area, essentially, right?
Okay.
And to see what the ultimate difference is since 1870 something, when they started keeping track of this stuff, the average temperature, the average high temp during the summer has gone up an average of 2 degrees.
Really?
Since the 1800s. That's all I'm saying. Every year is, and I think we should fucking understand this as people that live in the social media age where everything happens every other second and the world
Right.
changes super fucking fast. And I've talked about this every time I talk about climate change with this, you got to understand that you need to take a step back, and the Earth itself, our planet does not measure things in our lifetime.
No.
Okay. It doesn't measure things in multiple generations of lifetimes.
centuries.
We're talking, it measures shit in the millions of years.
Yeah.
Which
The Earth is very old.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like some 4 billion or whatever the fuck,
And
right?
it will be here for a very long time.
And what became humanity has only been around for a snap
Yes.
second of that
An
as it were.
insignificant amount of time.
Yes. So if we pretend like we have a great understanding of how all of this shit works, we need to take a step back and remember how old this bitch is and how crazy shit can get.
We can even only measure
we
back
can't
so
understand
far,
that shit,
and
dude.
then from there we can just hypothesize of what we think it
Yeah.
was. Like you
Climate
can,
models, bro.
Right.
You've been doing that for maybe 100 years.
Yeah.
The climate's been kicking for millions and millions and billions of years.
Right.
We do not have a good fucking read on what that ultimate up and down cycle is. Even with our longest projections out, it's still a tiny, tiny, tiny snapshot in time. Yes, carbon's a bad deal, but it's also plant food, so you should fucking remember that too, because also
Right.
plants and this and that, oxygen,
does make trees.
It does indeed, and that's not accounting for extraterrestrial incidents like comet, meteor impacts,
Yeah.
fragments of
I can only
volcanoes. Every time a volcano goes, we got lots of
Right.
volcanoes this year.
Well, I can only speak for our area, but we have some pretty sick working forests around here that like
We
you
do.
can't touch. Like you can't
No.
do anything in there,
Mhm.
and the trees are dense,
Mhm.
like dense. And I've lived here my entire life, so I've seen them, especially on the way.
Tiffany is a fucking G. She knows what's up. Go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean
I've
to-
lived here my whole life, so on the way out to Shelton is a perfect
Mhm.
example. That on the way
Yes.
there's a
We
ton
got a
of
big working sign
ton
forest.
of working
Yep.
forests that I remember when they were like fresh planted, and now they're the
Mhm.
size of a Christmas tree. You know, you
Yep.
could cut any one of them down and bring them home, and you
Oh,
would
yeah.
be thrilled with the Christmas
Yes.
tree that you had.
Exactly.
And those are young trees still. Those are baby
Mhm.
trees, and you still can't touch them. You can do nothing in
Mhm.
that forest. You can't. It's too thick to hike. There's no chance to hike in there. So there's no chance
No.
of camping or
I've
anything
hunted
like.
through those things, and they're a bitch.
Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
no,
dude.
you couldn't do anything fun in there. You know, it's only
No.
the hard part of hunting that you do in those parts of the woods. So, yeah, there's nothing fun in those forests. So,
no.
There's the trees like it, you know.
Yes.
I'm not a huge climate guy. I don't fucking.
You don't fuck with climate.
I'm of the same mindset that we're such an insignificant portion of the history of the planet. There's no doubt we're affecting it. We're doing shit that, as far as we know, people haven't done before.
Word.
We also don't know that much shit, and we could possibly be not the first person to tap into fucking oil. I have no idea, and I'm not
Yeah.
going to listen to anybody who says we definitely are, because
Yeah,
you're
'cause
an
fuck
asshole.
you.
You're an asshole, and you don't know that. I'm
You
not
don't
gonna-
even identify Göbekli Tepe, all right?
yeah,
Fuck you.
I'm not going to be told by anybody that we're the first part of humanity, of human
No.
beings that have ever used oil for anything. That seems really fucking stupid to think that. If you're
Yep.
telling me we also don't know how we build the pyramids and you don't accept aliens, something is missing here that
Mhm.
you're unwilling to acknowledge. So I'm not going to listen to you when you tell me that this is just how it is forever.
Oh yeah. I mean,
That's
how long
stupid.
ago was it that we just realized that the pyramids themselves were covered in fucking liquid limestone
Yeah, we
before that?
We fucked around before,
Yes.
modern, like we were here. So
Yes.
human beings fucked around before
Exactly.
we were here. So I just don't.
Yeah, and Tiffany says the Earth has been heating and cooling forever. Without our influence, the thing is, if they are so concerned, why don't they give out white roofing paint or give discounts for it? Painting so many roofs white in each state would drop the world temp about 20 degrees. Yes, it has been hotter than hell in Florida.
I've never heard the white roofs thing. That's very interesting.
Well, yeah, because when you really think about it,
Right.
all roofs are dark.
Right.
Because of the tar and all that shit.
They're
so
just
yeah, if
drawing
you
in heat to your house.
yeah,
That
so
makes
and
sense.
if you change them white, they'll help reflect heat. It's the difference between the white truck and the
Right.
black truck, bro. It's a huge difference.
And
white truck,
then-
black truck.
Right, because it also influences how many fossil fuels you're using to heat and cool your house.
Indeed, it does.
That's very
There's
interesting.
so many, and that's the thing.
That's
I hate
very
about the climate
simple
thing.
and logical, Tiffany. How interesting of you to bring up.
Imagine that.
It's almost like it's not quite
Like
so
you're
complicated
based
as
as
a
fuck.
fucking electric
That's
car or
right.
some
The white
dumb
reflects
shit.
the heat back out.
Wasn't that a hilarious story on Tuesdays? Mark Norman talking about his electric vehicle.
Dude,
Like what?
That
the
I was just gonna
fuck,
bring
dude?
that up. Yeah, because essentially we can close this clip. We know what this clip is about. At this
She's got
point.
a nice little nose.
She does. That's not Ashley Sinclair, but this one
No.
also is Ashley Sinclair, and this is the yeah, we're getting close to the end. You see him? You see the thing? Don't. All right, we're moving on. We're going back to climate change. We're going back to climate change. Follow me, buddy. Don't give it up yet. Like I told you before, he's embraced it.
Yes.
But that story that Mark Norman told on
Tuesday
with Stories with Joe List was a
Yes.
prime example of what the fuck is wrong with the EV market right now.
It's a battery.
It's a battery
It's a
that runs the
battery.
fuck out and doesn't charge worth a shit over a
Remember-
period of 8 hours.
Remember how your phone sucks after 2 years? Same
Yes.
thing happens with a car.
Amen. So definitely
They
don't get
still
them
want
bitches on a
you-
rental.
They still want you to buy a new one in a few years.
Yes.
Planned obsolescence has not gone out the window. Elon Musk, cool as he is, some shit going on here. They're still making it to break in a few years.
Indeed.
That's still how they
Indeed.
make them. They're not supposed to last forever.
Oh, okay. So there's two of these clips which I need to show you because one of them might make you go,
He's
oh
got a
wait, what is
Vans
that?
shirt
What
on.
is that?
I love.
So here we go. There he is.
Over, blast, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity.
So you hear Vic rapping to Eminem like he did in the clip we showed last episode from back there, and he embraced it, and he showed up at the Iowa State Fair. He got
He's
up back
doing
on
better
stage.
this time. He's
Yes.
obviously done this in his car many times.
Many times.
Because he's much better
Yes,
this time.
and here's another angle to
Oh
show
my
you.
God.
This is the closer angle. This one came from who? Someone I don't know.
The clock's run out. Time's up. Over, blast, snap
And
back
he's
to
just
reality. Oh, there
he's
goes
having a good
gravity.
fucking time at the Iowa State Fair. That's happening right the fuck now. The dude has embraced it and fucking just like I'm gonna pay the bills with
That's
this.
kinda
Let's
awesome.
go, dude. This
Yeah.
is another reason why I fucking love Vivek. He's our generation. He knows what's up. He knows what's going on. Oh, okay. The last two. Which one do I want first? I want this one first because this is a local story. Hashtag Tacoma shit. Oh God. This is what happens.
I hate it. It's embarrassing to be from here. It's embarrassing.
Hey, we're not from Tacoma, so that's a plus. We
Yeah.
can take local lines and we could draw them at this one because this is not us, but it's our next door neighbors. This is hashtag Tacoma shit. What's happening in this?
I don't even know.
I have no idea, but you're welcome, Tacoma.
That guy has one leg.
He's got one leg and a thong.
But you're welcome, Tacoma.
And he's pushing his truck that broke down through the intersection.
God, it's embarrassing.
Hashtag Tacoma shit.
It's
Oh
embarrassing.
my God. All right. And the last one is a fucking just epic clip that happens. This dude is a total bro. Watch and enjoy. Obviously does not know this dude.
I know we've had our ups and downs, but you know what? None of it means anything to me. My family loves you. I love you. Will you marry me?
He's like,
Oh my God, yes.
He's got a ring pop. Puts on his big ring.
Thank you so much.
A little emotional breakdown.
I love you. I love you. What's your name?
He's like, what's your name?
Steve.
Ken. Steve.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
All right,
to
have a
meet
good
you,
day.
bud. All right, have a good day. That's a
so
fucking
much.
bro. Because the caption on the text is, "Bro passes the vibe check,
Oh my God, that's so
100%, baby." And ladies and gentlemen, you have all officially passed the bro check today. We love all of you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. This has been an epic edition of Salt Streets
Yes.
podcast. I'm fucking here for it.
Yes.
Oh, did you have a good time? I had a good time.
This was fantastic.
It was a
I had
great
an
time.
excellent time.
Exactly.
I love this.
I didn't know if you knew the show was ending right now, but I
Yes,
figured I'd just
I'm
drop
ready.
it on you.
No, I love it. No, thank you everyone for being here. Of course, we're pleased. My name is Donovan. This is Colin. I'm
Yo.
at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthe.com along with our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthetreats. Go there, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. We will do this more free time, more days of the week, more content, more clips, more full shows, more
All the
everything.
things, baby.
It's gonna be fantastic. So
We
tell
just need a,
everyone
we
that
just
you
need a
know.
cushion, bro. We just need a cushion.
Yeah.
It's
Tell
tough out
everyone-
there in this bitch.
Tell everyone that you know, like, subscribe,
Mhm.
share. It's going fantastic. We'll have more
Yes.
content for you this week. We'll have a Kyle Klinsky reaction video
I'm
coming
so
for you up in
fucking
the next week or
excited for
so.
that.
It's going to be
I'm so
great.
excited. You're gonna die
yeah,
inside.
It's going to be great.
You don't know what you're walking into, and I do.
It's
it's great.
Going to be a horror.
You're gonna have a good time though, dunking on that motherfucker. You'll feel real good about yourself afterwards.
I'm going to destroy him.
Yes.
I've never seen even a moment of it, and I'm going to destroy him. I know it
Yes.
already.
You've seen a couple of his clips before, so you know where he's
Yes.
operating. And I will tell you right now, he doesn't level up at all.
I love it so much.
So, and Tiffany, thank you for being here for the show. This has been great. I love having the G unit. We're just gonna start calling them the G unit. That's what we're gonna call them. You guys are the G unit. Garrett, if you don't like that, you can thank your wife.
I like
So,
it.
Let's go. I'm
I
here for
like
it.
that a lot.
We got the G unit here. You guys have been great. Everybody, Kevin, you're the fucking man. You're the all-star. Keep killing it out there. We're so fucking proud of you.
Yes.
Keep it up, man.
Brian,
Keep it up.
Ebbleman, you guys are amazing. We will
Yeah.
see you guys in 2 weeks for another full
Yep.
episode.
Let's do it.
And with that, be smart, be strong, be safe, be free. We love you guys.
Bye.